got some more money.
Do it for my old homies, they be back home, still homegrown. Trying hard to get back at it, but no one knows where I'm going. Running around like a jaguar, now I'm headed back to the tropics. Going hard for my fam, yeah, now I'm headed back with a profit, yeah.
Always one step ahead, but I can't seem to feel a moment. I'll be peeking through doors, every one of them carefully closing. You don't need to tell, I'm out of time. Felt it trickle into the heart of mine. Say, is this when I give or I gave up? It's like I know what to say, but something's getting in the way. This person that you so admire, now stuck in such a bad attire.
On the road.
Oh my God, some more. Oh my God, some more money.
Will I cry? Will I leave behind broken and crumbled signs, hiding all my roads to you? Uh-oh. And if I fight, will I come to life, calling for all your light?
not the victim of this love affair. You can make me go away. I don't really care if it's getting fair. I just wanna love you, babe. You got me around your finger. Got me in a twisted state of love, but I refuse to see it. Yeah, you can turn me upside down, turn my heart inside out, but I have never given up. Do it again, just do it again. Sleep is for the dead and love is for the weak. Yeah, baby, till I repeat and fade. Yeah, you can turn me upside down. Do it again, just do it again. Yeah, you were what I need, don't you understand? We were made to fall in love. Give me what I ask, let me hold your hand. Baby, you just have to know. You got me around your finger. Got me in a twisted state of love, but I refuse to see it. Yeah, you can turn me upside down, turn my heart inside out, but I have never given up. Do it again, just do it again. Sleep is for the dead and love is for the weak. Yeah, baby, till I repeat and fade. Yeah, you can turn me upside down. Do it again, just do it again. Yeah, give it to me, give it to me. Just do it again. Give it to me, give it to me. Yeah, you can turn me upside down, turn my heart inside out, but I never given up. Yeah, just do it again. Sleep is for the dead and love is for the weak. Yeah, baby, till I repeat and fade. You can turn me upside down. Do it again, just do it again. Give it to me, give it to me. Just do it again.
Don't stop, turn off the lights. Nauseous when I wake up. Don't quit, I fell for you. Don't break it in two. Long time before I knew us two would follow through. Hold out, don't give it up. Good things can come to those who wait. 'Cause you make me feel like this is for real, and I want you till dreams grow on the moon. If you're a falling star, I wanna fall with you. I want you till rain falls out the sun. It's standing up for you, it's standing up for you. Standing up, standing up for you. Standing up, standing up for you. Break down when we're apart. Too far, I'm in the dark. Now don't fold my foolish heart, and don't wait for magic sparks. Make it work, although we get stuck on the low. Breathe out, we can't forget. Hurts like a bayonet. Could you make me feel we're in this for real? And I want you till dreams grow on the moon. If you're a falling star, I wanna fall with you. I want you till it falls out the sun. It's standing up for you. It's standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. And all I need is reassurance. All for you. Long time. All for you. I want you till dreams grow on the moon. You're a falling star. I wanna fall with you. I want you till it falls out the sun. Standing up for you. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you.
I hear thunder, I hear lightning, I hear wonders, and everybody wanna go, but no one really cares to know. I see marvels, I see titans, and some troubles that everybody has to face, that no one really can erase, and they hide away from it.
wanna get closer, wanna come over. I wanna get moving, grooving. Your folks disapproving. We can have fun, yeah. Don't need no money. And we can be brilliant without millions. Baby, it ain't no closer. Wanna come over. I wanna get moving, grooving. Your folks disapproving. We can have fun, yeah. Don't need no money. And we can be brilliant without millions. Wanna pull over and pick a 4-leaf clover. I want you to kiss me, diss me, and say you really miss me. We can watch stars, yeah. And we can dance on top of cars, yeah. We can make billions, not zillions. Wanna pull over and pick a 4-leaf clover. I want you to kiss me, diss me, and say you really miss me. We can watch stars, yeah. And we can dance on top of cars, yeah. We can make billions, not zillions. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move around. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move
Just got up, something's wrong. I waited up with wounds on my feet. Where will you be? Flickering through memories, the Polaroids yellowed in the sun, longing to be seen. So come and hide, hide with me, hide with me, hide with me. Come and hide, hide with me. bright. I called you up just to hear your voice on the machine. Nothing will be like it was, but you will always be my first choice, just as it seems. So come on.
So you don't know what you're doing, and the walls are closing in. Just remember where we're going, and remember where we've been. We can breathe underwater. Nothing can hurt us anymore. And as long as we're together, it doesn't matter where we are. But I will the ocean's high. If you ever think it's pointless, I will remind you that it's not. And the world will dance around us. They wanna know what we've got. We can breathe underwater. Nothing can hurt us anymore. And as long as we're together, it doesn't matter where we are. But I will the ocean's high.
everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Litecoin Summit 2019. Who went out to all the festivities last night? Just a few people, because all those people are sleeping in right now. I can tell you that. I am very impressed to the handful of people who did put their hands up. That's quite remarkable that you made it here for a 9 o'clock start. We have a really exciting day planned for all of you today. I know that I mentioned it yesterday, but don't forget to check out all the exhibits, all the sponsors out there with their booths. There's lots of really cool swag. I know that you already got introduced to some of that yesterday when Bobby Lee was on stage, and let you all know that you had wonderful Litecoin wallets in your bag. Who tested out those? Who took a look? Yeah. It's pretty cool. So check out all the fun stuff out there. There's a lot to explore. I wanted to remind everyone we are live streaming the event. So if you have people who could not make it to the conference, who wanted to watch the speakers but couldn't make it here in person, make sure that you send them the link so that they can be watching from home. Also, just be aware when you're entering the room, they're going to get a nice live stream of the back of a lot of people's heads, which is going to be great as well. Or just try and avoid the camera area there when you come in. Just a bit of housekeeping there, and then we can make the live stream look really, really great for them. But just don't forget to send that out to everyone. I did want to also mention, I mentioned it yesterday, but want to reiterate, tonight there is a Blockstream event. So if you guys wanted to check that out, it is at a place called Work in Progress. So that is just off the, no, that's actually the name. It's called Work in Progress. I didn't just like have place fill in name later. It's called Work in Progress. It's from 6:30 till 9:30 tonight. It should be really fun. If you want to go, make sure you sign up. I think it's on Eventbrite, and you can get the link from Samson Mao's Twitter. So that's probably the easiest way to find it. Or you can just type in an Eventbrite, look for the Blockstream event in Las Vegas, but probably easier to just grab it from Samson Mao's Twitter. And finally, before we kick off, I do want to once again say a huge thank you to all of the sponsors of this event, in particular the headline sponsor, Celsius. So thank you for being here and supporting this event. Yeah, let's give them a hand. So we are going to kick off today with a really fun panel. So I'm introducing 2 gentlemen up onto stage that I think are 2 of the most delightful people, and they just add so much to this Litecoin community. I really am looking forward to this chat. So we have John Kim, who is, in his bio, he's called the Evangelist. From the Litecoin Foundation. So we'll chat about that. And then we've got John Moore, who's the VP of Nationwide Merchant Solutions. Can you please give them a very warm welcome to the stage? All right. So I know that you said you wanted to get up and just do karaoke for half hour. I'd be fine with that, but I think that maybe people want to learn things from you, and there's a lot to learn. So I actually met these gentlemen over a year ago, and you guys came on my show, and that was the first time I'd ever met you, and we had like a crypto quiz show, and it was just ridiculous shenanigans and, and all kinds of things. And you were in the middle of what was called the LTC 30 for 30, and that was like a big marketing push that you did for the, before the first ever Litecoin Summit last year. And I just want to start to talk about some of these tactics that you've been using to get the word out there about Litecoin and about crypto usage in general. And so let's start with the 30 for 30. Who's heard of the 30 for 30? Yes, you got some of them. So for those who haven't, just walk people through what you did in preparation for the Litecoin Summit last year.
So I'm John Kim, and I'm a simple man with a simple plan. So when I joined the Litecoin Foundation, I felt like I didn't belong because everybody knew so much, and I was on Twitter and everybody was talking about Litecoin and Bitcoin and crypto, and one day I just said, you know what, somebody's got to get their butt up and go do something about this. So I just decided one day, hey, 30 for 30, 30 cities, 30 days. I'm just going to go out in my truck. I'm just going to wing it and bring awareness and adoption. And I left in August 6, 2018, sold everything. I got in my truck and left. And I'm still left. I still haven't gone back because there's nowhere to go back. So went out, started the Litecoin East Coast team, and he was there. And then we met you in New York. And we actually went to, what's that, Times Square? and we
What's that Times Square?
Where is that?
and we actually went and talked to a whole bunch of people and gave some Litecoins, and he went up on that big stage and preached Litecoin, why it was so important. And so it was like a organic thing that we wanted to do. We didn't have support from anyone else, but I had an okay from Charlie. That was it. It's like, hey, I think it's pretty cool. That's all I needed. So we went out and we did that. So.
Absolutely. Well, that was really cool, and it was great meeting you guys back then, and being part of that journey when you're right in the middle of all of the fun things you're doing. And I like what you said about, you realize that someone had to stand up and do this. And that's something I've noticed about the crypto space in general, that this has been such an incredible grassroots movement of people. Like, I don't know, I know that Bobby yesterday said, how did you guys get your first Litecoin or Bitcoin? Did a friend give it to you? I think so much of crypto adoption has come from individuals reaching out to other individuals and saying, this is a cool thing that I've discovered, let me show you how to use it. I mean, the number of taxis I've been in where people have been like, hey, can I pay you in crypto instead? Let me help you set up your first wallet. Like, this has been how this space has grown. And I know that you've looked, like, you specialize in merchant adoption, and it is about reaching out to individuals to teach them about this. So tell me about the work that you're doing in that regard.
So yeah, I set up merchants with, I always set up merchants with traditional payments, credit card payments, and I just try to let them know that Litecoin, Bitcoin, it's a viable payment option. It's not something that we think is gonna work in 10 years. It works right now. They can convert it instantly into US dollar. They cannot get a chargeback. It's a very secure way to transfer value from A to B. So for me, being in the payments business, it's a really it's really eye-opening thing, and it's really valuable just to be able to offer to my customers that way to accept a secure payment, which is key.
What has been like the most gratifying experience you've had with someone discovering this for the first time?
You know, for me, it's probably when we bring a business on board to accept Litecoin or Bitcoin and they don't know anything about it, and they get real world customers from it. Because to any business, the use case is customers. To us in crypto, the use case might be transactions per second, the scaling solution, the mining algorithm. To these merchants out there, it's like, well, do people want to come in and use this stuff? So when I've set people up that knew nothing about it, and I said, look, there's this thing called Litecoin and Bitcoin. We want you to accept it for payment, and people are going to pay you that way. And when they actually got real customers, that to me was like, blew them away and was like, that's the reward on my end.
That's really cool. And you also see different ecosystems develop all over the world with different currencies. You know, you might have a town and they like a certain currency, another place likes another. And you're starting to see more and more of these ecosystems evolve, which is really cool. How much change have you seen in the space since you got involved in terms of reaching out to people? Like, I know that over 2017, we hit this craziness with all the ICOs and everything. And then, 2018 was a different kind of year. And now we're in 2019 and we're starting to see things pick back up again. Like, talk to me about the change in the receptiveness of people to the idea of cryptocurrency. Like, have you seen that change at all?
I guess it's every day that goes by, it's stronger and stronger. Because if somebody says, oh, I don't really, I'm not really into Bitcoin, or I don't really like what I heard about it. Okay, but then if they hear about it again the next week, the next month, the next year, eventually it starts to set in where they're like, this is, I guess, a viable option, and it's a real thing. So that's, I guess, just the time that it was so popular in 2017 in the media, and now that people are still hearing about it, it's that staying power, and they're like, oh, this wasn't just some fad or scam. This is a real thing that's still going on, and you're out here in front of me telling me to take it for payment. So you're definitely more receptiveness now. I definitely am noticing that.
Yeah.
I always call Litecoin my magnificent obsession. The reason I say that is because it takes grit to continue, because so much volatility and so much negativity sometimes. And when you actually go out into the real world, you realize that there's not much demand. I wish I can tell you some fluffy stuff to make you believe that we're gonna win so fast. But the more that I go out, and even when I went to Asia, there's just not much demand, right? So to me, scaling is not an issue, because scaling is a solution when there's demand. So for me, I have to create demand. I have to go out there and change people's paradigms. And one of the ways that I do that is, like, some people doesn't understand the method to my madness. Nobody's gonna wake up one day and decide to spin Bitcoin or Litecoin. But I give people $5 in Litecoin and ask them to go buy a cup of coffee with the Speedin app. Why? It's because your behavior and action forms habits. And collection of your habits changes paradigms. And for me, my biggest aha moment was when my son took me to AMC theaters and bought me tickets with Litecoin through Speedin app. And that day, I didn't have to explain to him the intricacies of the blockchain. That day, even though he had Litecoin for over a year, boom, there was a paradigm shift. He believed that Litecoin wasn't a speculative asset, but it was an actual currency that can purchase real-world goods and services. And to me, that's powerful. And to me, your words doesn't mean nothing to me. Your action means everything to me. That's why I always say is your action is so much more powerful in your mind than your words, right? So for me, my biggest goal in this space, and I know without a high school diploma or a college degree, then I'm probably one of the simplest person in this space. But there's one thing they cannot do above me, is that I will not talk if I'm not willing to back it up with action, right? And when I came here, Ben Askren was like, "Are you prepared?" I said, "Am I prepared?" I'm never prepared. and the reason I can come up on stage and talk is because I talk about real life things that I'm doing all the time. And I don't need a script. I just need to tell you what's going on right now in this moment in my life. And that's interesting, because people connect with me because I'm simple, and I take complex things and simplify it. And I take the same thing into the streets. When I meet regular people, I'm excited. I work out and I'm energetic. Why? Because I want to represent Litecoin exactly the way it should be. It's reliable. It's secure. It's got a bright future, right? And it's energetic. So everything that I do in the streets for regular people, I have to keep in mind, I'm a representative of Litecoin, which means it's for the people and by the people, right? So I have to simplify it and make sure that they understand that it's not a gambling tool, but it's a tool to bring you freedom from the banksters and the Fed, and you can actually have sovereignty back. You know what I mean? So
I think that's awesome, and really important to keep in mind that most people in the world, they're not engineers. And I think the space was filled for so long with people who are just so in touch with the intricacies, and all of their discussions are such high level. And it's like when you're buying a car, right? They don't have the engineer on the showroom floor talking about all this technical jargon and the fan belt and they're not talking about that. You've got someone there who's saying, "Look at this cup holder. It's great. And we've got heated seats. Isn't that awesome?" And it's about realizing that a lot of people don't really need to know how things work. They don't want to know. They have different value systems, and when you're trying to entice a new audience into something, you have to recognize what their value system is. What do they want to get from this? If they're a merchant, maybe they just want to make a bigger profit margin. Maybe they want to get rid of some of those credit card fees. So it's about recognizing that you don't have to push your values onto people and say, "This is why I believe in it, and that's why you should too." Just figure out what's important to them and try to communicate that. And another thing I'll mention is that that's what I love about Litecoin as well, is that you guys are actually out there talking about usage for this, talking to people about how they can use this in their everyday lives. That's a future I want to see more of. I want to see us, as you said, taking our data back from credit card companies, starting to protect ourselves, make more conscious conscious choices in our lives. If you have a choice between paying with cryptocurrency or with a credit card, maybe choose the cryptocurrency because that gives you more power over your choices, over your data, etc. Has that sort of argument resonated with many of the people you've approached? Because I know that privacy is becoming a bigger issue. I'm not sure we're there yet, but I'd love to see your interaction with people, whether you've noticed people becoming a little bit more aware about their own privacy and control of their data, etc.
For me, that's why I love this man, right? He's Johnny Litecoin. I'm Johnny Kim. We both got some guns, right? And this guy knows so much about credit cards, about chargebacks and people complaining. And when he's around, I let him do his thing. And I just get to be simple and just be energetic and just talk about the use case. And then he tells everybody about what's really going on behind the scenes. So can you explain to them about what really goes on behind the scenes with credit cards?
Well, as far as privacy goes, people aren't that concerned with it. People use Facebook, they use all this stuff. People aren't concerned about things until it happens to them. So you could tell people, oh, your system you're using is not secure. They're like, well, it's working fine. Until it happens to them, they have a data breach or something. If somebody has identity theft, then they wake up and say, I should really keep better control of my data, of my privacy and all that. So unfortunately, it's not something people are concerned with until it happens to them. I wish there was a way to wake people up, but it's kind of just human nature.
Yeah.
People get very comfortable. And that also goes true for just payments in general. Payment adoption is a very slow thing. If you look at just credit cards in America, people still swipe credit cards. That system has been gone for years and years and years. Problem is just the merchants are reluctant to change. It's a lot to transfer over all this software to now be compatible with that. So it's just a lot of people just holding up the process. So that's the main thing. Everybody just has to realize that this is so new and so young that it's all being built out, and it's going to be so valuable in the future. This is based on mathematics, where the old payment system is an honor system. So, no, I wish, Naomi, there was a way to wake people up more to want to be more private.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I do think that the tide is turning, just from what I've seen. I've started to go in more of a privacy focus on my channel, and I was surprised how many people were into that. Just talking about the Snowden book, I kind of got obsessed, went down a rabbit hole, got kind of paranoid. But I just started sharing the information that I was learning. And people did seem into it. They were like, wow, I didn't realize the extent of it. I didn't realize that there were tiny little steps I could be making to increase my privacy and make a significant difference. That's another reason why I'm so excited about Litecoin, working with Mimblewimble protocol, starting to integrate features like that. I think that that's absolutely the next step. Bring more privacy to the currencies, which I think is going to be great. You mentioned before the negativity that you come up against sometimes. I think this is a huge issue, not just because, it seems like we're battling on all fronts, right? It's not just the people who don't know anything about crypto and it's probably a Ponzi scheme and a tulip bubble and all of that. But you're also battling within the crypto community. There's this very much winner takes all mentality and huge infighting. So what are some tips you guys have? How do you encounter that? Because you're both incredibly positive online personalities. How do you combat that negativity?
Going back to what I said, Litecoin is my magnificent obsession. And I've counted the cost of what it's going to take for me to push for adoption. So many people see the smile and the videos and they think that this is just something that I do. But when you're obsessed with something, a lot of things has to be sacrificed, right? Family time, just everything in your life has to be 100% focused on one thing, which means everything else has to take the back seat, right? So a lot of things happen in the back where I wish it didn't happen, but I just can't stop myself going forward. You can ask Ben Askren, right, UFC fighter, even if you're getting hit, you just got to go forward because that's your job, to go forward and try to win the fight. And for me, this is a fight, right? And I'm an ex-fighter, so all I know is to just go forward, even if it hurts, right? And I just know that there is a light at the end of that tunnel. And for me, like every great revolution, every great thing that has ever happened, there was a small pocket of people that actually took the hits and actually sacrificed for the movement, right? And I feel like that I'm lucky and I'm honored to be a part of that movement and to be able to say to my grandkids or my children when they're growing up, like, hey, maybe I failed, but I actually did something about it. While everybody was bickering and arguing about it, I actually went out and did something about it. So in life, I want you to do the same thing. So, I mean, I'm with the best crew. I'm with Johnny Litecoin. I'm with the East Coast team, West Coast team, UK team, Litecoin Foundation. And what sets us apart from everyone else is, like, whenever I get mad and I want to, like, argue with these people, like, I'm reminded that we're not here to argue. We're here to show people with action and with our character, because character is only proven over time. So as long as we're consistent with our message and consistent with our action over time, people will be quiet and really understand that we are not playing around, and this is not a fight that we're willing to lose. And I know so many people like him. He's lost so many customers because he tells them crypto is the best. And they're like, no, I don't want crypto. And we were talking yesterday behind the scenes, and he's like, John, I've lost a lot of business because I was pushing crypto, but I can't help it. And it's the same thing. I got into a lot of debt because I wasn't willing to accept donations because I wanted this to be, I wanted the people who are spending Litecoin or pushing for adoption to know that I'm spending my own money too. I'm not getting funded and I'm sitting with a whole bunch of Litecoin and telling you to go out and spend it, because that would be a hypocrite. So in the background when we talk, there's a lot of darkness, but there's a reason why it's called Litecoin. I really see the light, you know, and I have to continue to keep going. And whenever people are negative, I have to realize that you can't fight darkness with dark. You know, when you go into a room, you turn on the light, the darkness doesn't say, oh, I'm not leaving. It disappears. So we just got to have that same message to where Litecoin is the right coin and is the light at the end of the tunnel for the people who are debt slaves in this world, you know?
Let's get to the live stream. So I would say positive energy brings positive results. So embrace what everybody's doing in crypto. If you hate a coin, just embrace what they're doing, because say we hate a particular project and they convince merchants to accept it for payment. Well, I'm going to come in there behind them and say to the business, do you now want to accept Litecoin too? And every business, unless they're a Bitcoin maximalist, will say, yes, we want customers. That they want to sell products. So again, just embrace what people are doing, because they're knocking down a lot of walls and a lot of barriers for you just to then be able to walk through, and they made it easier. So I just embrace what everybody does. Not that I love every project or love every solution, but I just try to bring that positive energy and let people feed off of that.
I think that's awesome. I love you can't fight darkness with darkness. That's something you see over and over on social media, is things just descending into this like ad hominem attack. Let me just throw insults. It's amazing how quickly things degrade, and the real information is conveyed when people actually engage in a dialogue. Like I'm just constantly attacked on social media by everyone. I hold it as a badge of honor that everyone hates me in equal amounts. And it's amazing that I've actually been able to turn a lot of people just by engaging with them. I don't think a lot of people are used to the sort of positivity you guys bring to the space. They're so used to people just fighting back and attacking. And you can get much better results just saying, listen, let me understand where you're coming from. Let me see if I can engage on that level. And so, I mean, that's one way to break through the noise, but there are other things that Litecoin is doing in particular. Like, you guys have had some major like partnerships that have been announced with like sports teams. You guys seem to have this this great knack for putting yourselves out there, and in a space where there's so much cryptocurrency action going on, it is difficult to break through in the noise. So talk to me about some of the techniques that you guys have tried to implement in terms of marketing strategy to get more people to pay attention to Litecoin.
Just to, I guess, talk to them on their level. Don't talk down to people. Just, again, regular. Just let people see, hey, Litecoin, it's a regular community. Wow, we like what they're doing. Even like the parties and meetups we have, like, hey, we have a blast. Like, they would never know. Like, these people are in cryptocurrency. They look like they're like having the time of their life. So we just keep things fun, keep things regular, and just talk to everybody on their level. We don't try to talk too technical to people and just say, hey, here's real world stuff. People vibe with the real world stuff because they can understand that. They're like, oh, I see that business. I get it now, or I understand now the advantage of that. So that's really what we try to do, is just be the coin for the common man, positive energy for the common man, and that's right.
I never plan. I never strategize because I truly believe, I opened a lot of business in my life, and one of my worst characteristic in business was that I wasn't organized. I like spontaneous stuff, but I didn't like to plan. And what was one of the worst traits of me in business, now through social media has become one of my strongest asset. Because so many people are sick of planned things. So many people are sick of like edited stuff. So I always say, I'm a simple man with a simple plan. And in 1 year, I went out and then I spoke at University of Pennsylvania. And I walked in there and I told them my credentials, no high school diploma, no college degree. And I could see so many people just shut off because they were in a college room. And how dare you come in and speak to me when I'm at this level. But I still went in there and I spoke, right? And that's the beauty of life. It's I love it when an underdog wins. I love it when somebody who has nothing to give, nothing to offer, and he just goes out there and with grit and obsession and passion, he rises to the top and people recognizes that, you know? And I believe that's the story of Litecoin. My story is the story of Litecoin, right? It's like, here's Bitcoin. Yes, you're the best, the most secure. And trust me, Bitcoin is king, will always be king, okay? I want to say that. But there's this little Litecoin, right? This little Litecoin. And people are like, oh, he's just whatever. But for me, and I promise you one thing, if you're a holder of Litecoin, I promise you one thing. You don't have to believe in it. But just know there's a regular person out there every day doing something to make sure that your investment is secure. We're not here to argue about who's got the best tech. We are here to prove to you that we are working for you for free, right? We're out there to make sure that your investment will be a good one. And I'm not gonna sit here and talk about it. So if you see John Kim, a lot of people laugh at me because I will never be able to talk to a Bitcoin maximalist and win. But we challenged all the Bitcoin maximalists one time. Come out with us. Let's go to a business. Let's see who can convince them to accept Litecoin or Bitcoin first. No one replied to that tweet.
They turned us down.
So at the end of the day, we need the Bitcoin maximalists who are very knowledgeable because there's so much scammers in this world. But we also need regular people, simple man with simple plan like us, to go into the street and tell people about the beauty of cryptocurrency, which is Bitcoin and Litecoin, right? So I don't even know what I'm doing here on stage. Last year, I was in a truck, living in a motel in my truck. And I'm speaking in UPenn, and I'm up here. And you guys are actually listening to me, and I'm making sense. and you guys actually clapped. It's incredible. And I have Ben Askren over there became one of my really good friends. And we may start something for the regular people in this world about crypto. I'm not gonna tell you, but it may be a little podcasting for the regular folks from tough guys like us. Maybe a funky crypto, I don't know, but it's coming soon.
Nothing says tough like the word funky.
And keep your ears open, because in 2020, I promise you, this simple man and the simple people in the Litecoin fam and the awesome and brilliant people in Litecoin Foundation, we have something brewing, and we will shock the world. And I will not talk about it. I will show you, and it's going to be marvelous.
Do you want to add anything to that there?
How could I add anything to that?
That's fair. That's fair. And you mentioned, better tech and all that. It is. I mean, there's a lot going on in the crypto ecosystem. That really awesome tech being worked on all across the board. And it's interesting that that's not always what ends up being the most popular with people. And what really builds the cryptocurrencies, it seems, is the people who are out there supporting it. And I think that Litecoin has a great community. It has really passionate people who just want to see this stuff get used, and so they're just pushing it out there. I love that. It's been such a delight being here and chatting with people. Yesterday, I chatted in the afternoon with some people who were saying that, all the money that they've been taking out of their own wallets to help people in the community. One guy lost a computer. Everyone pulled in to help support him. Stuff like that. I mean, it's rare to see that stuff. And I just love just the energy of this space. So well done to all the stuff that you're doing. One thing, so just like we're running out of time here, so just quickly to sum up, what are some actionable items that you would encourage people here to be doing to increase adoption, to increase awareness of cryptocurrency and why this is better than using credit cards or banks or traditional finance?
It's a lot of people say, well, I don't want to use crypto right now. I'd rather just use my credit card. Every time you do a Litecoin transaction or a crypto transaction, you're doing a silent protest versus the banking system. And if you own cryptocurrency and you believe in decentralized money, we need to do this. You don't need to do it for every transaction, but just get out there once in a while, use Litecoin. It's powerful. Show people transactions. If people only trade, they're never really going to understand it. They're going to view Litecoin and cryptos as a stock. If you download a wallet for them and send them a transaction, it changes their mind on it. They now realize, like, wow, this got sent to me. You can't do that with Apple stock or Amazon stock. So just stay positive. Try to get out there and do a Litecoin transaction. And if you get anybody into crypto, obviously you have to get them into Coinbase or some type of exchange so they could buy. But set them up with a non-custodial wallet first. Let them see those seed words and let them see the value of receiving their first transaction. And then that's a very powerful moment. So,
for me, it's just simple. Litecoin's reliable, 8 years, 0 downtime, okay? It's reliable, and that's the message that I'm running with. And at the end of the day, it's about paradigm shift. Keep 90%, 99% of your Litecoin or Bitcoin as a store of value, because I want you to win, right? But take that 1% and just buy a cup of coffee or do something. Why? Because action changes behavior. Action changes paradigms. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not opposed to store of value. I keep most of my Litecoin in a cold store where I don't even touch it. But there's a handful of Litecoins that I use on a daily basis to make sure that my mind is changed with my action from thinking that this is just a gambling tool or a speculative asset to a real currency. And when that shift happened in my mind, I was like, look, man, I gotta get people to spend this, at least $5 of it in real, like speeding up, right? Nordstrom, AMC Theaters, like all these places. I go in there and I scan it. And there's a organic conversation that happens with me and the cashier. What happened? I'm like, I just used Litecoin. What is Litecoin? Listen, the point is, you get them to ask you questions. The point isn't where, hey, let me tell you about blockchain and the Fed and how wicked it is. No. You start talking about block time, their eye glazes over, and you're just like, look at me when I talk to you, you know? No. That's not the way. And when you do a transaction, there's this organic conversation that happens that would never happen if you didn't spend that, right? So each one of you guys, follow me on Twitter at JohnKim77, download the Speedin app, DM me, and I'll give you $5 in Litecoin and go spend it. And then tweet about it, tag me, and I'll retweet it, and we'll go from there.
Yes.
Awesome. And
by the way, I don't get paid by Speedin.
well, as I said, I love the energy you guys bring to the space. I love all the work that you've done to increase awareness about cryptocurrency. So thank you so much for being here at the conference, and thank you for all the work that you've been doing. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Okie dokie. So we have another really exciting panel, like back-to-back awesome panels happening now. If I could get someone to bring another chair up on stage for the extra person, that would be awesome. In the meantime, I'm going to tell you a couple of announcements. So I mentioned this morning all about the live stream and everything. Don't forget to use our hashtag. And I noticed a lot of people are using that yesterday, so that's really cool. Helps you locate other people who are at the conferences, helps create buzz about the event, which is really cool. And we've been using LTC LV19. So if you're going to be posting pictures, there's some awesome pictures out there. So thank you guys for using that and spreading the word. So right now, we're going to be doing a Magical Crypto Friends panel, which I'm pretty excited about. And you'll notice that, I mean, there are 4 members of the Magical Crypto Friends, and there's going to be 4 of us on stage. I don't know what that says to you, but I mean, Fluffy's not here. So I am going to be assuming the role of Fluffy Pony today for all of you who are wondering. But I would like to welcome to the stage, we have Samson Mao, who's the CSO of Blockstream, Well Panda, Angel Investor, and we have Charlie Lee, creator of Litecoin. Can you please give them a very warm welcome? You want to sit on the side? It's like you want to be with your friends over there, Samson. All right, cool. I feel more part of the group this way. It's nice. It's going pretty well. Your mic's turned on and everything.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Should be.
Excellent. So this is pretty fun. You guys are quite the sensation on the internet. And I remember a couple of years ago, I interviewed you, and I asked, like, who hasn't heard of Magical Crypto Friends, by the way? Oh, okay. So it's one of the most beloved and most hated YouTube shows on the interwebs, but always informative and always entertaining. So make sure that you check it out. And these are the esteemed people on the show. And when I interviewed you guys, I think it was at Consensus a couple of years ago, and I asked, how did all of this come about? And I believe your response was, you know, we were the biggest trolls on the internet, so we thought we'd all come together and start a show. How's that worked out for you guys?
Well, pretty well, considering that we also did the Magical Crypto Conference, which was a success in New York. So it all came together. And we're still doing the show. There are no big fights yet. Maybe in the future, extra drama, you know, that gets more views. But other than that, everything is going well.
We're not going to talk about the fight, which is why Ricardo is not here.
Well, he was, disinvited, right? Yeah. It's breaking news on the new episode.
I mean, you look better than Ricardo anyway.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Fluffy, if you're watching, I still love you, all right? I'm not trying to take your place, but I also am. So let's talk a little bit about Bitcoin. Let's talk about the crypto space in general. Let's talk about the integration. Like, I know that you guys are all very much, you're focused on Bitcoin. You're focused on privacy. I know that you've been interested in Mimblewimble as well, and now Litecoin is working with Mimblewimble. Let's talk about the importance of privacy in the crypto space and where you think that that's going, what things that we could be doing to protect ourselves, etc. Do you want to start, Samson?
But I just woke up.
Yeah.
Well, I think privacy is of the utmost importance, and I think a lot of the technology that's being built right now in this space is a critical part of future infrastructure that will prevent an Orwellian future. We're already there, but it'll, make it a bit better. Because I think ultimately we have a lot of rights enshrined in various laws. Like there's freedom of speech. For Americans, you guys have the right to bear arms. But without the right to transact, which comes from financial privacy, you can't really do anything else. So your ISP could cut you off because your money is bad money. They don't like it. They might not sell you a gun, or they might not let you go to a place to meet and protest. So without the ability to transact privately, everything else doesn't really matter. So I think privacy is very important. And it ties into what we're building at Blockstream with sidechains, which are built in, have confidential transactions built in. We're working on the Lightning Network, which also helps with privacy because you have onion routing. But basically, everything we're doing is to help improve privacy in some way, too.
Absolutely.
Well, if you think now about what China is doing with the blockchain, then you can start imagining how important privacy is, because there's a reason why they want the blockchain. Everything, they can check everything, and they will probably link everything to a certain person, like they're already doing with social media. So I think, I guess everyone agrees that privacy is one of the most important aspects of cryptocurrencies today. I think it will also be a difficult battle to implement, for example, in Bitcoin, by default privacy, because regulators will try to fight it, and then you have exchanges and maybe miners that will try to oppose it. So it will be an interesting couple of years, I think. And we'll see now first with Litecoin how it's going to go with Mimblewimble, I guess, and if exchanges take action against it. Because, for example, in Japan, already a couple of exchanges delisted Monero and Zcash because of that. So it will be an interesting couple of years.
Yeah, for sure.
So I see it as fungibility versus privacy. So a little bit different, right? So I think for crypto to be good, sound money, it needs to be fungible. And what I mean by that is you should be able to spend Litecoin without worrying which Litecoin you're spending. So one Litecoin equals one Litecoin, one Bitcoin equals one Bitcoin. But right now, that's not the case because the coin's not private. And the public nature of like the history of the coin makes it so that people can censor you based on which coin you're spending. And I'd like to see that changed. So what we're working on with Litecoin, we pushed out a proposal of adding Mimblewimble as extension blocks. David Burkett later today will talk more about that. And it's actually very interesting technology. And we're trying to make it so that it's opt-in, so you can move your coins to the Mimblewimble extension blocks. And then once you're there, all transactions will be very private. So we'll see how that goes. I think this is a good test, try to make Litecoin more private. And I think Bitcoin eventually will need to become more fungible and more private also.
Aren't you worried then about exchanges taking action against it?
There's definitely a risk, but I think the way we're approaching it is pretty safe. I've actually reached out to exchanges and to talk about this, right? And I've received good feedback about how they would kind of treat it. They would kind of treat it as status quo, like because they can still transact on the main Litecoin canonical chain and not actually worry about the extension block. And in some sense, the extension block is very similar to like the Liquid sidechain, for example. It's just a sidechain that is attached to the main chain. So you're moving coins from Litecoin to the extension block is similar to moving Bitcoin from Bitcoin main chain to Liquid. It's actually not really much different. So Liquid has confidential transaction. Liquid is running right now. Exchanges aren't going to say, hey, I'm going to delist Bitcoin because it has Liquid now. Right, so I think the same idea applies for Litecoin. But of course, there's going to be a risk. Potentially some countries, maybe Korea or Japan, who really care about privacy or have been delisting everything, maybe they might take another look at Litecoin with Mimblewimble and say, this is too risky. We don't know, but I guess there's really no progress about risk.
Yeah. So let's, I mean, we're talking about adding privacy now onto Bitcoin. This was something that was talked about right at the start of Bitcoin as well. Like, I think Hal Finney's second ever tweet was about, like, let's add privacy or something like that. Now, do you think that that has helped Bitcoin because it's enabled it to gain popularity and governments have kind of, you know, ignored it for the most part to a point now where they can't stop it? Or do you think that has hindered it because so much of the transactions have just been out in the open and not private?
Well, I don't know. Well, maybe some people have had problems because of the lack of privacy and fungibility, but I haven't really heard of any particular cases where
Well, drug dealers.
Yeah, yeah, that example recently. No, that's child pornography, right?
Yeah, everything illegal, basically.
Yeah, but I don't think it's really hindered Bitcoin's growth. I don't think it's really here or there. I think we're still very early days. It's only 10 years. For new money to emerge in 10 years, this is just like a blip on the chart from, like, 100 years, 200 years later. I think we do need it, and we need to move in that direction. But it's also very challenging to see a path there because it'll require, like I think Will Panda said, people all have to get on board to make this change. So it's a question if it will get it or not. But I don't think it's really stopped us from getting more adoption.
Okay. Do you think that, I mean, you're talking about the power that exchanges wield at the moment, which is pretty large. And as you mentioned, there have been a lot of coins recently that have been delisted. Dash has been delisted. Zcash has been delisted in certain countries. There's just lots of retaliation against privacy. Do you think that that's paving the way towards us putting more importance on DEXs, for example? Are decentralized exchanges going to be the future because that's what's going to give us true freedom?
Yes and no. I think it will be a long process because DEXs are barely usable at the moment. And, well, you have BISC, and you have other exchanges which don't require KYC, AML, like HODL, and a couple of others, but...
Disclosure, Panda's an investor in HODL.
Yes, I am. But like, I can see that there is a future for DEXs, but not... for active traders, yeah, because you always have like the lag. There's always a lag with the DEXs. So if you do like once in a while a transaction or you want to cash out, then that makes sense. But otherwise, if you're an active trader, DEXs are at the moment too slow. Mm-hmm. So we'll see in the future, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe this is the impetus needed to push people towards development there. I'm not sure.
I'll add one thing. So we had the Liquid meetup, Liquid Federation meeting in Tokyo, I think this month. Time's all blurry. But one interesting topic that came up during our Federation meeting was the concept of mixing non-custodial trades into a centralized exchange's order books. So you could have two order types. And that could potentially help with what you're saying, which is the velocity of the trustless exchange, because traders do need to make fast executions to, I don't know, do high frequency trading or whatnot, or mix different kinds of order types that do need custody of the coins.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. And you mentioned China as well. I mean, it's really interesting what's going on there. We had a giant spike in prices the other day. Everyone's saying, well, it's because China just announced that they're all for blockchain tech. So I want to talk about that and the kind of double-edged sword that is blockchain technology. When you have an open database that is a permanent record of all transactions, and you can see the history of transactions and everything, that's great for accountability on the one hand. And it's great for decentralizing the money supply. So it's great for individual sovereignty in terms of money, but it also can be a control mechanism for governments. And I think China maybe has recognized that and is moving in that direction. And I believe they just had an announcement that says they're going to be releasing their own coins and things like that. So where do you see the future of blockchain tech? Is this something that, because we're seeing different reactions depending on which country we're in. Some countries are like, no, our response is to ban it. Some countries are, our response is to embrace it, bring all the business here. Some are saying, well, we're going to co-opt it, and blockchain tech will be how we run everything and keep track. So what do you think is going to win out? Where do you think this is going? You want to start, Charlie?
Yeah, well, I think we're more focused on like the public blockchains, right? So what China is doing is they're basically creating a new, like a centralized database, right? So they don't really need to use the blockchain. So like that news doesn't really excite me at all, right? So I'm not even sure why some of the Chinese like coins are pumping, because if China really does come out with their coin, they're gonna like ban everything else, right? So yeah, so I think some of these countries don't kind of understand what actually makes blockchain powerful. It's the decentralized nature of it, right? If it's a centralized blockchain, it's really no different than a database.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and but also it's not just China. Like in the EU, they're proposing some regulations as well that any company that provides wallet software or other type of software, they have to the addresses have to be linked to a person, which is really like a slippery slope and not realistic at all. So I think one of the major issues here is they just don't understand how the technology works. And like Samson, like Charlie said, it's basically it's basically just like a database or an Excel file. Blockchain hype is just a hype. It's not something real. And the Chinese coins pumping, that's just we saw the same a while ago also even in the US, like there was a company that renamed itself to something blockchain.
Long Island iced tea blockchain.
Right.
Yes,
Exactly.
and it like went through the roof the next day. So just because it had the word blockchain in it, so it's just all temporary, and I guess it's better to not pay too much attention to that sort of thing.
So it's not just the Chinese coins that are pumping. There are A-listed stocks on the Chinese stock exchanges that are also pumping that have the word blockchain in it. And I think there's one tea company also in Hong Kong that renamed themselves Blockchain Incorporated, or Blockchain Holdings, and they also pumped. So, it's a interesting phenomena, but I think ultimately it benefits Bitcoin, because Bitcoin, like you see in the Chinese search results, blockchain search results are up, but also search results for Bitcoin. You can't really search for blockchain and not come across Bitcoin in some way. So there is kind of this effect where it lifts up Bitcoin awareness as well. And I think, ironically, I think maybe 4 years ago, a lot of companies in the West started whitewashing Bitcoin by saying, it's blockchain, right? But it's kind of like a gateway drug. You can get people into it, and then people learn about Bitcoin. And now, Bitcoin is back in the mainstream with institutional players like Bakkt coming in and others. So it does have a positive net effect, I would say, because it kind of opens the door. People get involved because of blockchain, and then they figure out suddenly it's just a database without any security or decentralization, and then they go to Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So, were you about to say?
No, I just want to say how important do you think that Bakkt is for? Because they now announced that there will be also a consumer app. So Bakkt launched last week or a couple of weeks ago, and the volume was really low as expected. But a lot of people expect a lot of hype from Bakkt. Although most of the traders actually knew that this was not going to be something that big. But it was just the first step for Bakkt. So the next step is the consumer app, which allows you to pay with crypto in Starbucks, for example. So how important, how important do you think that is, Samson?
Well, I think it is important, and it's echoing some of the stuff I think John Kim was saying on the panel earlier, that you do need people to use it, to increase adoption too. If everyone's hodling it and no one's willing to spend it, then your awareness kind of is not growing and reaching people. So having these apps out there, having an avenue to spend Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, I think is a good thing. It's just more choices, and it allows the market to decide. In terms of the importance of Bakkt, I think it is very important, and it's really catering to a specific market. So there are bigger institutional players that will trade on these types of exchanges because they're designed to serve their legal requirements for trading. They may not be able to trade on Coinbase or whatever, but they can trade on Bakkt. So they're catering to a market that they know, and it takes time for that to build up over time. But the other thing too, just a disclosure, Blockstream, we work with ICE, which is the owner of Bakkt and NYSE, the New York Stock Exchange. But if you look at ICE's track record, they're really good at what they do. They do a lot of data sales, selling data, but they also basically revived the New York Stock Exchange. It was languishing a lot behind NASDAQ, but they kind of injected new life into it. They renovated the whole building. They made it a venue where people go and congregate, not just list their stock. So I definitely think ICE is a very smooth operator and a very sharp player.
Interesting.
I want to talk a bit about adoption. So, like, one reason why I'm a huge supporter of like John Kim and Johnny Litecoin is because why adoption is so important. In the end, cryptocurrency, if we want it to be like good money, it's not just a store of value. You have to be able to spend it, right? If you have money that you can't spend, that no one accepts, then it's not real. It's not good money. And in order for merchants to start accepting Bitcoin and Litecoin, you need to have customer demand, right? If no one really wants to spend it, there's no reason for merchants to accept it. So it's a chicken and egg problem, right? If merchants don't accept it, people have nowhere to spend it, then they won't spend it. If people don't spend it, merchants don't see the demand for people wanting to use it, they won't accept it. So having people go out there, like grassroots movement, to actually talk to places and say, can I spend Bitcoin, can I spend Litecoin, kind of gets the word out there. And these merchants will start thinking about accepting cryptocurrencies, and then slowly but surely it's going to happen. And I think the Bakkt announcement about working with Starbucks and Starbucks accepting Bitcoin is huge. I think it's going to start a real movement of like big major stores actually accepting crypto. So I'm very excited about that.
We actually talked about it a couple of times on our show, but I think the major issue now is that people don't earn crypto. People don't earn Bitcoin or Litecoin. In order for you to spend Bitcoin or Litecoin, you have to first, with your dollars, buy Bitcoin or Litecoin, and then spend it and then buy it back. So in order to make it all more efficient, you should be able to earn Bitcoin.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has to be like a
Circular
economy, right? I'd like to give a plug to what David Schwartz and John Kim is doing. They're starting a new company, Cornerstone Global, that is actually making it easy for any employees to pay crypto to their employers. I think it's a very important push to get actual people receiving crypto for as salary, and more so than just buying crypto, right? I think this circular economy will actually help push crypto further.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, go ahead.
So I just want to temper what Charlie said. So the spending is important. Merchant awareness is important. But I just want to temper that with like the Bcash perspective, which is you should spend everything because it's not a store of value. So you need both things, but you can't.
Do they say that it's not a store of value? I think they say that it's not just a store of value, right?
I don't know. You can read some of various ramblings.
Well, I guess he represents everyone who uses Bitcoin Cash, right,
He
Samson?
does.
Oh, okay. I kind of want to, I would agree with both of you guys, right? Talking about just spending, like I take a lot of issue with the narrative on social media. Maybe you guys have an opinion of this. Like right now, all I read is just like, to the moon, hodl, stacking sats. And then you look to the Litecoin community. You have people like John Kim going out there on the streets, John Moore saying, let's actually get people using this. I think there's tremendous value in having something that sits there like gold that you're putting your investment into, you're saving. I think there's tremendous value in that. That's why I love Bitcoin. I also think there's tremendous value in being able to use this stuff. I want a digital currency that I can use that takes data away from credit card companies. I want to take that power back. I think it's so important. So I would agree 100% with you, Charlie, that I think like getting awareness out is just really important there.
I think it's both, right? Cryptocurrencies are both a good store of value and a good methods of payment.
Yep.
So I think both are equally important.
Absolutely, I would agree 100%. And I wanted to talk about, you're mentioning big institutional players like Bakkt coming in. Let's also talk about Libra, because
That's not.
well, Well, I wanted to say, like, you guys mentioned this gateway drug phenomena, right? This idea that if you get people involved in the crypto scene, suddenly they realize that actually there are better options out there. You know, there's Bitcoin. If people are already invested in crypto and they figured out how easy it is to get involved, then they realize, oh, I could choose this one that's controlled and at the whim of this, you know, cartel, or I can have this free decentralized money. So, I mean, would you say, it seems that you'd say it was a net negative, and you don't like it, or would you say that there are some benefits to having something like Libra exist?
First, we should check if David Marcus is in the audience, because he was at the other conference, right?
He's at 2020 right now in the building. Maybe we can bring him here. And
David, are you here? No?
All right, you can trash talk him, it's fine.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a net positive overall, because I think people will start to understand that they will not think that a cryptocurrency, even though it's not really a cryptocurrency, Libra, but Libra is trying to call itself a cryptocurrency. So maybe at some point people will start doing a bit more searching about cryptocurrencies and then end up with Bitcoin or something. So in that way, I think it's something positive. But there's so little information about Libra out there. Really not that much yet, and a lot of companies are pulling out. So the big question is, will it ever launch? But overall, I think it's a positive thing for Bitcoin in the end. Maybe it will take people a couple of years to realize that, but yeah.
I think it's going to be tough for them to launch Libra. I think the government will make it really hard. I think because they're creating kind of a reserve currency, right, which is a threat to the dollar if that happens. And why would anyone want one corporation kind of in charge of this? Even though they're trying to make it seem like it's decentralized, they're really the one pushing everything, right? So in the end, it will be controlled by Facebook, and no one really wants that. So I don't think I'll be surprised if it actually launches.
Yeah, for sure.
But the good thing for Libra now is that they have China's DCEP coming out, so they can use it to push back. But it's like they're saying, it's difficult to see Libra actually launching because the route they took to launch was just so bad. Like every single possible misstep they could take, they took those missteps. And they didn't really study history too. So things like e-gold and other precursors to cryptocurrencies, they all failed because they basically did what Libra did. I think maybe Facebook was overconfident, but like there's a way for them that they could have launched. They could have written the software first, released the software open source out into the wild, or ideally form the association earlier and not have Facebook building all of it at the same time. But they kind of built it themselves, put together the consortium. Like when David Marcus was called up to testify in front of Congress, there was no Libra association. Like there's just this theory of Libra association somewhere extra jurisdictional, but it's really him. That's why he's up there, right? And that's why Mark Zuckerberg is up there too, because they decided to take this centralized approach to building it. And I think it's really hard for them to actually decentralize it, even though now they seem to have the association. There are board members of the Libra Association, and it exists, but it's kind of too late for that. But the only chance they have of launching is really just fear of China at this point, I think.
Or the government realizing that perhaps they could co-opt it and it would just become another USD. But that's interesting what you're saying there in retaliation to China, because I think that is an issue on people's mind. One thing I would say about Libra is like, I'm enjoying the conversations going on in Congress at the moment. I'm enjoying that people are actually talking about the importance of privacy of data. I'm really liking the conversation about like what is money, who should have the right to control the money supply. All of this starts to get people thinking differently about money. And really, I mean, Bitcoin started this, and now other institutions, private individuals, private corporations are starting to say, oh, maybe we could create our own monies too.
Well, the conversation has really shifted now. So 10 years ago, you would not hear people talk about fiat.
Right.
It's just money. Yeah. Now there's money, but there's also cryptocurrencies and fiat.
And dirty fiat.
Yeah. But 10 years ago, no one said that word.
Yeah.
Like it's just money. Money and fiat are the same thing. But now we have that separation, which is, I think, an important step towards separating state and money.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I mean, we've seen a tremendous shift in the narrative about cryptocurrency as well. So just as we close up now, because we're running out of time, maybe just some quick thoughts about where you see things going in the future for Litecoin, for Bitcoin, for institutional players like Bakkt and Libra, et cetera. Where do you see us going now? Do you want to start?
Moon?
The moon.
I was going to say that.
I think you said
I
moon.
also want to say moon, so...
Just a one-word answer? Come on. I think we're
Bring
going...
some substance to this, Samson.
Yeah, I know I have to, right?
Yeah.
As the adult. of the
Picking
group.
up all the slack from this, people.
So first of all, I think we're going to keep seeing the price go up. I think the recent bump in awareness is going to help with Moon. But also a lot of fundamental stuff like Bakkt to bring in more institutional money. Like some people disregard it and say, we don't need institutional money. You guys have been saying it's coming for ages, but why not take it? If you want Bitcoin to reach $1 trillion in market cap to compete with gold, you need a lot of money flowing in, and institutions are a source of that money. Like retail investors are great, accredited investors are great, but you still need massive chunks of capital to take that market cap away from gold. I think that's where our eyes should be. We should be looking at gold, not the cryptocurrency market cap. It's too small.
Right, for sure.
So here's what I think will happen like in the future, right? So I think wallets will be easier to use, easier to store and secure your money. More merchants will start accepting cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies will become more fungible, and volatility will decrease over time. So that's what I'd like to see, right? It's just more usage, more adoption, more stable prices. In the end, we all want it to actually become like real used money all over the world.
Yeah, you mentioned user easier to use, and I think something important came out of the Lightning conference 2 weeks ago. Like, for example, just a simple wallet that allows you to spend both Lightning and normal on-chain and off-chain BTC, something like that. So people don't even have to think like what they're using or have to worry about opening channels or something like that. It just has to be a lot easier. What?
That's what I say.
Well, sort of.
Inspiring each other. It's
it just has to be easier to use, and we're going forward like very fast with this. I mean, the technology in 2 years, it's been amazing to see how much everything has improved. So who knows? In 2 years, it will be maybe even our parents or grandparents will be able to use it at that point. So that's what I want to see.
Well, I think we're still really early, right? So in the future, when you're spending money, like you're just sending value. You don't really care if it's over Lightning, if it's on-chain, if it's Litecoin, and we're not there yet. Right now, like if you're spending coins, you actually have to know what's going on, and because it's not fungible, you have to pick from different coins that you want to spend, and that's just not. That doesn't help with adoption. I think to reach mass adoption, it has to be much easier than today.
For sure. So hopefully that is the direction. I'm a hopeless optimist. I definitely see a bright future for cryptocurrency, for Bitcoin. Litecoin is doing tremendous work in spreading awareness. John Kim, who's just on the stage before, just getting the word out there. I just think it's all helpful to building this ecosystem and showing people that there's choice other than government-controlled money. I think that's the most important thing. So thank you guys so much for all the work you're doing to spread awareness. If you haven't subscribed to their YouTube channel, check it out. It's very informative and entertaining. But thank you guys so much for being here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll tell her. Yep. So just as they're heading off the stage, I will reiterate that Samson is hosting that meetup this evening, 6:30 till 9:30, and it's at a place called, I keep forgetting it because it sounds like just a placeholder name. Where is it again?
Cindy, what is it called?
Work in Progress. It's the Work in Progress. It's the name of the actual venue. So go there, head out there. It's going to be a really nice after party for the Litecoin Summit. It's going to be a Blockstream event. So go hang out and have a lot of fun. That's 6:30 till 9:30 tonight. And you can find all the details on Samson's Twitter. So go check that out.
Or you can Google. Oh, my mic's off.
Or you can Google it.
Liquid Meetup Las Vegas.
Liquid Meetup Las Vegas. And you can find that out. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, Samson. That's awesome. magical crypto friends. Yeah, and their intro is this ridiculous cartoon. It's really quite delightful. It's so funny. I don't know who's seen the intro to the Magical Crypto Friends. It's a cartoon intro. Magical crypto, the best thing to do is simply to huddle or something like that. But it's like starts off with this cartoon, and then you end up with these four really nerdy, smart developer people just talking in technical jargon. So it's like this kind of moment where that shift happens, but highly enjoyable. So up now, we're talking about value-added crypto services. And I'd like to invite onto the stage Liz Rabin, who's the VP of Global Business Development at Celsius Network. We have John Stephanopoulos, who's the founder of FutureBit, and Alan Austin, our moderator, who's the director of the Litecoin Foundation. Can you please give them a very warm welcome to the stage? There are, yeah, on the seat there.
Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome, everyone. Hello. Oh. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Welcome to our panel. Can you guys hear me? It's okay? Okay. Welcome. Our panel is called Value-Added Crypto Services. My name's Alan Austin, and it's my pleasure to introduce our two panel speakers. Liz Rabin, she's the VP of Global Business Development with Celsius Network, and John Stephanopoulos, he is the founder of FutureBit. Welcome to both of you. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. So for those that aren't familiar with what you guys do, maybe real briefly, just tell us what your companies do.
Sure, thanks. Celsius, which is obviously the main sponsor here at Litecoin Summit. We are a wallet. Raise your hand if you have a Celsius wallet. Oh my God, I have work to do. So you could do two things in our wallet. You can take a cash loan against your crypto assets, and then the other main thing, which has really hit a nerve, is that you can earn interest. Right now we're up to 25 coins in the wallet. You deposit your crypto in our wallet, and you can earn interest every Monday. That's the general nature of our business, and that's where we've grown exponentially in the last 15 months.
Yeah, so we build consumer-oriented mining devices. Our recent product we just launched is the Apollo platform, and we're trying to integrate as much of the crypto ecosystem in a single device as we can, and that's currently what we're working on. And we just announced here at the summit that our Apollo device is running a full node, and we're going to be pushing that update soon. So anybody that's running an Apollo here, you're going to be running a full node soon.
Fantastic. And before I forget, too, both Celsius and FutureBit both have booths out on the floor. So if anybody has any questions or would like to see a demo, feel free to stop by. So what I thought we could first do is talk about some things that are going on now, and then maybe talk a bit about what you kind of see as we move forward. Starting with Liz, you know, when we think of cryptocurrencies, I mean, the obvious use cases with, say, Bitcoin and Litecoin, as we were just, I think the last panel was just talking about, or as a store of value and a way of payment, a use of payment. But if we're really talking about mass adoption, the ability to add additional value-added service with Bitcoin, with Litecoin, with crypto on top of these things is really going to play a big role in getting to that point. Arguably, one of the most exciting use cases right now is the ability to earn interest against your crypto and also be able to take out loans by using your crypto as collateral. Can you give us, Liz, just a very general overview? So on one hand, if somebody wants to earn interest, you're taking money, you're taking crypto from them, you're paying them for their crypto. On the other hand, you're giving someone a loan and to whom you're also asking for crypto to be put up as collateral. I was wondering if you could just briefly explain how that flow works, you know, for example, where that money sort of goes, because I know you guys are paying rates that are well above traditional means, and maybe explain how this is possible.
Right. So, you know, let me tell you what banks do, right? They take your money because you think they're safe. That's really it. It's trust issue. You put your money in a bank. What do? They lend it out, right? So what we've built is a model of that you could say we do institutional lending of the crypto that's deposited in our wallet, and those institutional counterparties pay us fees for them, and those fees we are giving 80% back to our depositors, and we're building the transparency to prove it. Some of it's there, some of it's coming. So we are aiming to do two things. One, become the most transparent financial institution in the world, to the largest financial institution in the world. I have big dreams. And three is that those fees because we're giving them 80% back to the depositors, we're sort of giving what you guys in finance might consider hedge fund returns back to individual retail depositors. So if you're rich enough to get into the hedge fund world, this is essentially like if you consider a 0-20 hedge fund, right? We're using 20 to operate, and 80% goes back to you. And so the rates that we show in our app, and they vary based on the demand for our borrows, that's how it works in terms of earning the interest. How do people get their crypto into our app? Right now, as of today, you have to purchase it somewhere else, deposit, and then move it into our app. In the future, we're hoping to have all those rails. But that's how it actually technically works today. Asset-backed lending is also a very big play for us because people, there's no credit scoring. Credit scores are basically what the banks can charge you, nothing to do with your ability to pay. And so you can choose your loan-to-value ratio, and the fees are the lowest in the business. So it's actually a fairly simple model. We didn't actually invent this model. We just perfected it to the benefit of our depositors in our community, and our global crypto community. I want to go off script for 1 second. Something the last panel said, I think most of you are here for it. Raise your hand in this room if you identify as female. Who controls most of the family budgets and spending in the world? Yeah. There's a massive disconnect right here. And so, I want to say, in order to do all the things that we want, this global mass adoption, both in what I do to earning interest, which actually gives people the ability to spend more, we have to cross that chasm. That's extraordinary. This is extraordinary, and I've spoken about this in several conferences, but when you actually think about who's involved in crypto today versus who makes financial decisions on the retail level, consumer level, globally, there's a gap. So I'm going to leave you with this charge, by the way, to go out and think about that after the panel. But in any case, we're bringing these values to the community right now. And that's how we do it as of now.
That's fantastic. And John, also, when we think about crypto adoption, mining hardware is not necessarily the first thing that comes to people's minds, but in some ways it couldn't be more about adoption because you're constantly keeping up with the latest technologies. Maybe talk a little bit about the things you have to stay on top of as a mining hardware company in order to stay competitive.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're trying to fight and go against the trend with my company, and what we're trying to do with FutureBit is to change that perception of what it is to mine. So most people are stuck on, most people got into crypto during the 2017 rally, and they're always thinking about the price, and they're always thinking about what is the ROI, and am I going to get the equipment price back, and things like that. So we're trying to change that and really bring back what the value is of crypto and the underlying technology that actually runs it. So when I got into crypto in the early days, as most people here, there was no value attached to crypto, right? Crypto was not on any exchanges. People were running these nodes on their computers. People were mining with no value in terms of getting their money back. They were mining it because they knew this was the future. They knew the underlying technology behind it was revolutionary. And people have kind of forgotten that recently. And people have forgotten that you need to be running these systems in your home. You need to be running a full node. You need to be mining. And you need to be taking part of what is actually running all these systems and what's running, the networks.
Makes sense. Then what do you do with it once you mine it? So I agree with everything he said.
Is that the question?
No, but seriously, how do you, then you mine this crypto, which that's the way to get it, right? You can buy it or you can mine it. There's two ways. Right. And then the next question, this is all part of the flow the funds flow that we're looking at to create this global ecosystem. I would suggest that when you're mining, you could either do two things with what you're mining. You could use it, as fungible money, or you could earn interest on it now with, for example, my company, right?
And speaking of that, let's talk about options when it comes to wanting to send your money somewhere to earn interest. Mm-hmm. So I'll bring up a personal example because I think a lot of people have similar questions if they're considering, in this case, earning interest on crypto. So over the last several months, I've used a few different platforms to earn interest on, say, Bitcoin and Litecoin. And the reason being a couple of key reasons. One is diversification. I mean, this is still a young and new space, and of course, not having all your eggs in one basket kind of thing is going to make, certainly makes me feel a little more comfortable and kind of feeling out the different platforms and what they're all about. But the second one I found is that different platforms offer various benefits. For example, Celsius is great. You have instant deposits, withdrawals, no fees. You pay out weekly, and you have a fantastic user-friendly app. Everything is done on the app. Whereas another platform I'm using maybe only pays out once a month, but they offer compounding interest. Whereas even another platform that I've been using would require you to lock up your crypto for 6 months, but in return they'll offer a significantly higher interest rate on that money. So I guess, with that said, how do you determine what features are most important for your market, and what is your market, kind of your target market? Because I imagine there's trade-offs. There's always a trade-off with this feature. You can't offer that.
Right. So, I mean, honestly, we need a robust financial ecosystem with a lot of there shouldn't be just one product. You don't want there to be one choice is not a choice. So I think that companies that are trusted, that have built good brands and that have delivered on their promises can offer these different services. And Alan, I know you, and I know how well you consider these companies. And so, there's an opportunity for everyone. I mean, in the real world, the more money you have, the more options you have to do all these things. I think what we're all trying to build is something for everyone, truly for everyone. And plus, global adoption is the only future for crypto. There's no question in my mind. We have to put some of the technology behind the scenes, or all of it, actually, and then get 100 million new people in by the end of next year. So in the end, those companies that are doing those product things, maybe some people are okay locking up their crypto, maybe some people want ongoing liquidity. So I won't give that a value judgment. I think as long as we have good options in the space,
Right.
I think that's how we're going to grow.
Agreed. And John, along those lines of considering options, what factors do you feel like miners consider? I think you touched on that a little bit when purchasing mining hardware, but also what differentiates FutureBit, say, from other companies that are out there?
Yeah, so for mining specifically, I think number one is efficiency, right? So it just comes down to how much crypto you can mine per watt used. I think that's the major factor. And at least our platform on the Litecoin side for script-based systems, we're currently the most efficient system out there on the market. So we're pretty proud for that one, especially when we're competing with the big names like Bitmain and Silicon. And what was the?
Well, how do you differ? I know that your product.
Yeah, so that's currently going off your comment. It's all about getting as many people into the system as possible. And currently mining, it's priced out everybody in terms of these equipment where you can only run in a data center. They're 1,000-watt machines plus. They sound like jet engines, and no one's going to run one of these in their house. So currently what's happened with mining is it's all centralized in these huge data centers. And I don't know how many of you guys know this, but currently the Litecoin hash rate is controlled by probably less than 100 people, like the total hash rate in terms of like the 90 percentile of the hash rate. So most of these machines are being run by a few people in these massive data centers. And that goes against what crypto is, right? There shouldn't be just a few people controlling so much hash power. So we need to bring down the level of the entry point of adoption for these machines, and that's what we're trying to do with FutureBit. We're trying to make affordable machines where anybody can run them in their house, and they're at an affordable price point.
Excellent. Back to you, Liz. So walk me through just a very brief process. If I wanted to get a loan with my crypto, what does that process look like? What information do you require?
We need to know who you are. We do robust KYC. I think that there's privacy is a separate topic that deserves its own panels, obviously. But right now, because I think the best way to affect this change is to work within the compliance sandboxes of existing law. So obviously you have to sign up for our app, you have to do your KYC, look and take a picture of your license or whatever. And then it's very simple. So you have crypto somewhere, you're holding it in another wallet currently, and then you simply deposit it into our wallet. And then based on your asset level, you can decide how much of a loan you want to take. You request a loan through the app. There's an automation that we're building throughout that loan process. It's really simple. It really is. We also have something called SellPay, And it's a sort of it's a nice nugget that we haven't actually marketed extensively yet, but it's in our app, and it masks all the wallet addresses, so you can just send it like with a text or a WhatsApp or an email to somebody else in the Celsius system. So you can deposit that way, you can send that way.
No credit requirements, no traditional, paperwork, things
Absolutely
like
not.
that. So it's definitely
there is paperwork.
Well, paperwork, but not the process.
You
that
do have
go
to
through
agree to
get
the
a typical
terms and
loan.
conditions of the loan, for sure. But no, I think, look, credit scores are the bane of everyone's existence. Like, think about it. Think about how much that keeps people's buying power down. Yeah, exactly. And it's like indentured servitude to the credit card companies. And so,
and on that, along those lines, because there was actually I came across an interesting Reddit post the other day saying, with that recent price jump that we had, the question was like a 40% increase in price of Bitcoin is a pretty good test of whether the system, in this case Celsius Network, can handle the wild swings and whether or not you had to margin call. Because when people are taking loans, they're putting up crypto as collateral. What happens?
Well, the
with
highest
quick price
LTV,
movements?
yeah, sure. The highest LTV that we do is a 50% level. So if you have $10,000 worth of Bitcoin, you can take a $5,000 loan. We do manage the market. That's the cushion that, because of the volatility right now in the top liquid cryptos, that's where we keep it so that we can do margin calls. And so far, we've had satisfactory results from them.
Okay, great. Back to John. Maybe just briefly talk about some of the biggest challenges that you see, you deal with in the mining hardware space, and also let me add to that too. So, as a personal example, I've been mining Litecoin for a while. It was profitable. I'd say over the last year plus, at least where I live in Los Angeles, it hasn't been profitable. And do you foresee kind of a continued situation where, in order for mining to be profitable, you'll have to be in areas where the electricity rates are substantially less than the average, or or will that change?
Yeah.
And just to add on to that, because a lot of people will say, well, I'm interested in mining, and then that question always comes up: is it better to mine or just purchase the crypto outright? So I think maybe tying those things together.
Sure. In terms of challenge, I came from a software background, so I built iOS apps before I got into this industry, and building stuff, physical stuff, is incredibly hard. And I never thought it would be such a challenge, but it's crazy going from a software world and being in a software development mindset of, okay, you just code some stuff, you push it out, it's there, and millions can access it. And it's another beast to build physical stuff and try to scale that. So it's been an incredible learning journey, starting from little USB miners we built and building these computer systems from scratch and managing the supply chain, logistics, shipping, all of that. I'm sure if anybody here has an Apollo, you know how our pre-order went. We were months behind schedule, and the stress and stuff to go through that was insane, but we did it in the end, so we're pretty proud of that.
And so, I know your miners are so efficient that if there's a concern about, the electricity, it's not as much of a concern when it comes to your
so
products,
that's the perception where, obviously, when it comes down to it's individual preference. If you can buy Litecoin with less cost than you can mine it, of course, you should do that. But a lot of people don't even have access to exchanges or traditional banks where they can do that.
I think that's important.
That's where mining comes in play. It's like, okay, you don't need a bank to actually access this crypto. All you need is electricity. So as long as you have access to electricity and internet, you can have access to crypto.
Yeah, that's important.
So that's the major thing there.
Okay. Yeah. Liz, not your keys, not your crypto. We all heard that saying. I think Alex, your CEO, had a great response on Twitter saying, lose your keys, not your crypto.
Yep, that's true.
And there's something to be said for that, too.
I'll just take a poll of the room, make sure you're still awake, actually. How many people actually care about holding their private keys? Okay, how many people would prefer to have multiple use cases for crypto with trusted organizations? This is an interesting room, because therein lies the problem in mass adoption, right? You're all part of the problem, not the solution. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But seriously, there is a problem there, because if we want mass global adoption, yes, all of us, the tech geeks that were able to get into this and understand the stupid keys and the wallets and the strings, that there is an issue there that people, and you can have there's nothing to say that you can't arrange your portfolio to keep some of your crypto offline. I do.
Sure.
I did. And so what we need, though, in order to have adoption for both everyday use cases and spending and also earning, which is the thing that people need the most in this world, is the capacity to earn more money. We do have to share that. We won't be able to have all that private key stuff. And so that's where it's going. I know there's going to be some reluctance in some quarters to get there.
Right.
But how many of you have lost crypto? Yeah, that's a problem. That's a lot of people here. A lot of people in this room have also literally lost all that value. So think about where do we come up with a solution that makes people comfortable? I mean, is there going to be, the real issue is like, can we recall crypto? People trust banks because if you make a mistake, you can generally go through their fraud department and get it back, right? Right now, you can't get it back, right? So we're going to have to, as an industry, we're going to have to come up with the things where we have recourse. So that's our next stage. Is there recourse if you send it to the wrong place? I mean, so that's really where I stand on this. And I agree with Alex. Not your keys, lose your crypto.
Although, yes, you lose your keys. That's true, too. So, and I know there are some people that don't want to have that responsibility and maybe keep some, certainly on the exchange. I think more people probably do than admit they do on exchanges, which is a similar situation. But I agree, it's a process, and I think it'll take time for people to feel more comfortable with these third-party services. And over time, I think we'll see some changes there. Let's just talk briefly, because I know we don't have much time, sort of moving forward with John. Do you see more, there's really not a lot of mining companies that have been out there. I mean, do you see the competition increasing? I mean, do you see more mining companies, hardware companies getting involved in the space? Why has it been so limited?
It's like just in terms of capital that is needed to start a company like this. So we've been able to survive because of the community. We have an awesome community here, and most of you guys are part of that. Our hardware's purely through pre-orders. So that's how we've been able to raise funds and build out these systems. I hope in the future there's way more competition because we need it.
Sure.
Currently, most of the mining companies are in China. I think I'm one of 2 or 3 U.S.-based companies that are doing mining, and I think I'm the only company that's doing consumer-based ASIC for Litecoin. So to move forward, we definitely need innovation in this space. I mean, mining hasn't really changed in terms of like the base technology and protocols used since 2011. So that all needs to be upgraded, and we need more competition. We need more innovation in the space. So
I also think we need new nomenclature. When you go out to people and talk about mining, they think of a pickaxe. Like we've done, I mean, I have this whole rant about, what is mining? You're actually using your computing power to earn rewards that you can then spend somewhere, right? That's what mining is. So we have to do that. I mean, stable coins. What the hell is a stable coin, right? I mean, it's neither of those things, stable or coins. So, think about, I think when we go out to the communities at large, I think we have a lot of explaining to do. And so, that's part of the adoption issue for us.
Sure, of course. I'll tie these couple questions together because of time, but looking forward, and there seems to be, one of the obvious areas that I think could be potentially huge is bringing with Celsius and other, crypto lending solutions, is bringing a lot of passive income investors across the aisle. There's just a huge market there for investors that are, we talk about getting dividends, maybe 4 to 6% would be excellent, returns. But many passive income investors are getting a lot less than that. Right now, of course, rates being offered, even with stable coins, are much higher. And so that I expect as a process, but kind of when do you foresee sort of that happening? Let me tie that into actually the question that you have. Your statement on your website says, our goal is to act as a catalyst for financial disruption on a global scale by offering services that will bring the next 100 million people into cryptocurrency. Obviously, that would be part of, including passive income investors. How does that happen? And I know you said next year, and I think that's going to be a little aggressive, but how does that happen in general?
We need 2 things. We do need, and I think it's starting to happen, we're seeing there will be institutional buy-in, and it's coming now, it's happening now. So people tend to follow the brands that they know. And so if the institutional investors are starting to invest in crypto, and mostly it's specifically Bitcoin at this point, I think there's going to give them a different comfort. Like right now, everybody in the world pretty much has heard of Bitcoin. I would say many people have. All these other coins, not so much. So, or all these other services,
Litecoin.
Not so much.
They've definitely heard of Litecoin.
They've definitely 100% heard of Litecoin. Although Litecoin has one, I probably, besides Bitcoin, I would say it is the most active community in terms of branding.
Agreed.
So it was to be fair, the second crypto I bought, actually. So at any rate, to get that mass adoption, we need a couple of things. We need obviously good marketing and global viral marketing. You have to. It really is about scaling. Right now, it's one-to-one, and then as institutions come in, it's going to be more because there's going to be the trust level. So we have we have big plans. And then the other thing is the crypto companies now that are not working together are starting to work together at a very serious level. So, and I think that we all share these goals. It's not just a Celsius goal, truthfully.
Great. Last question for you, John. What does the mining industry look like in the future, say 5 years, 10 years from now? What do you foresee?
I hope we get to the point where the hardware and software has integrated into these systems where it's proliferated so extensively that people use it because they need to use it, right? So it's adopted to the point where some sort of mining device is like an iPhone, right? You don't buy an iPhone and think, oh, when am I going to ROI on this? When's my investment going to come back? Right. I hope it gets to the point where everybody uses it and everybody is running full node. Everybody is mining in some capacity in these future devices because they have to. And I hope that's the future that we get to.
Let's look forward to that. Great. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time for questions, but both Celsius Network and FutureBit have booths, so feel free to stop by if anybody has any questions. And appreciate your time.
Give me 2 seconds before you go off. I just want to thank our sign language interpreter today.
Yes, big thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And I want to leave you with one thought. My passion and the company I came from before joining crypto full time is an assistive technology company. We always talk about the unbanked, but there are 1 billion people in the world that are impacted by some kind of disability, physical or cognitive. And so when we build this, it's hard enough for people that are considered normative, but when we think about the other people out there that have to access our services, I want you to think about that as you build. It's really critical for me, it's really critical for all of us to have true global engagement. They have financial needs that are really unmet. And financial services traditionally are terrible at this, even though there are global mandates and laws. So I just leave you with that for today.
Thank you.
Up now, we're talking about bridging the crypto gap with Bitcoin IRAs. And I have Chris Klein, who's the COO of Bitcoin IRA. He's been in the crypto space since 2015. He has some really exciting things to let you know about. Can you please give him a very warm welcome to the stage?
Thank you. Wow, empty chairs. I'm all alone. I was the only one without a panel. Nobody wanted to talk with me. So thanks for having me here today, guys. Probably Litecoin, I would say, I'm a little biased, but it is my favorite community because it is actually one of the few that has a community that comes together like this. Does anybody in the room happen to know Rocket Roy? He told me that somebody would raise their hand. He was one of our early founders. He's out there speaking about it all the time. He's one of your guys' evangelists, and he wanted me to say hello to all you guys. He was with you guys last year at, I think, where the summit was at. This year, I was able to come and join you guys because for me, bridging the gap is all about understanding what are we going to do to get the mass adoption we're all talking about and we're all here for. I've been listening to panels this morning. There's a lot of great conversations about how we need people to be spending Litecoin or using or hodling or whatever it might be. We have to have that positivity. And I think there's a dichotomy of space. But one of the things that we have to absolutely do, I left my clicker. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. You can click it for me. It's really the first slide. I had to bring a friend with me, my little girl. This is Isabella Dulcinea. This is my 5-year-old daughter. And one of the things that she taught me very early on, I know it's crazy, we learn things from our kids, is we have to keep it simple. And so one of the things I've been doing, and not just as a crypto guy since 2015, but also as a proud dad since 2014, is teaching her, because she's going to be part of the next generation that's going to be part of this revolution. And so she wanted to share something with you guys this morning. I think, no. No. No, that's not good. Anybody press play, maybe? Can take control?
This one is Ripple, and it's for banks, and this one's Bitcoin, and it's for money, and this one's Ethereum, and it's for contracts, and this one's Litecoin, and it's also for shopping.
So I can pretty much stop talking now because she nailed it, right? I wish she could have joined us today. She actually, she's got a very big spelling test in her kindergarten, and I was a spelling bee champion in Colorado as a kid, so I'm very serious about her spelling acumen. But she keeps it simple, and trust me, with her and her mom, if they use Litecoin shopping, we're good to go, because those women love to shop. But the reason why I put that up there is because a lot of times we get into things where we start, I see a lot of times, I think J-Mac said it earlier, where their eyes glaze over. And you're like, what is this guy talking about, hash rates? And I was on a conference in Costa Mesa a few months ago, and it was smart entrepreneurs. It was EO, and this guy started talking about shards and other details. And while those are really critical components to the technology that's going to drive us to the future, they won't bring mass adoption. Mass adoption is going to come in different ways. We just launched a product at Bitcoin IRA, earning interest, and I was quoted in CoinDesk stating that the only way we're going to get to mass adoption is we have to build mainstream applications. And so I first want to give you guys, obviously, Isabella loves you. For the record, she's available for hire, but she does not take filthy fiat. She only gets paid in Litecoin or Bitcoin. Her favorite word to say is Ethereum, and I was really proud that she got that faster than most of the bankers that I know. But a huge just shout out to you guys. I've been watching the Litecoin industry, this community since 2000, and when it launched, and we put it into a Bitcoin into an IRA retirement setting in 2017. It's got a great community, and you guys are doing amazing things. Your achievements are really high. You look at just this room and what's out there, there's a strong following. It's not been the strongest year for crypto, especially with what happened in 18. You guys, instead of falling apart like many other coins and many other parts of the industry did, you actually came together because you're just a unique set of people that we love sharing about. We love watching what you guys come up with next. Charlie Lee's great. Your whole dynamic group here is, and you're probably one of the most positive groups of this entire space because you're not like a Bitcoin maximalist that thinks that no other coins matter, and you're also not just an ICO guy or IEO guy that thinks that those are the only things that matter. You guys understand that mass adoption is where it's at. You guys have been really strong. I remember bragging about you in December of 17. That was really interesting. You go through all the media. We went through Wall Street Journal, CNN, Forbes, and those interviews, those guys, they just wanted the gotcha moment. They wanted to have the gotcha quote so they could put it into their piece so that the mainstream guys could see that crypto was just a bunch of punks. The truth of the matter was we were doing something incredible, and it was very hard to spin against us. When I knew something was up in 17 was when I went on to, I think it was I-24 News, and she was nice to me. She mentioned the name of my company 5 times. She let me talk about every coin for as long as I wanted to. There was no rush. There was no gotcha moment, no calling it a puzzle or calling it something. And that's when I was like, all right, that's my red shoe shine light. I might want to get out for a little bit because I think we've peaked, and I think we're going to have a pretty rough year ahead. But you guys stayed strong. Litecoin is one of the strongest communities, as I've said. I love being a part of it. I love coming out and being a part of your guys' events. And I was happy to bring the first Litecoin IRA into existence in 2017 in August, just after the BCH fork. We launched Litecoin, and it was our most popular coin for over 8 months, even beating out Bitcoin purchases for a series of about 3 or 4 months. So it was huge, and it still is. We see it as our 3rd highest ranking coin in our portfolio, and we continue to have folks that come in just for Litecoin. So you guys really are there, and I know it's somewhat contrary because I'm like building a hodler tool because these people are going to take Litecoin, they're going to put it in their retirement, and they're going to let it sit there for a really long time and then eventually take it out. But they do transact in the middle. They don't use it for a cup of coffee, but they do use it as an investment tool, which is just as useful because that's how we look at it, is that then in the future it will be that way. My daughter's college savings plan, which I constructed in a self-directed Roth IRA, has Litecoin and Bitcoin in it, and I hope that when she gets to the college age, she's either going to love me or hate me. It'll be one of the two things. I know she'll hate me because I gave her a hashtag on Instagram since the day she was born, and she's probably going to want me to take that down. So what does mass adoption look like? I was thinking about this a lot for the last probably 3 or 4 months because I think it's going to be the driving catalyst and factor to what we do next. We had early adopters come in, and I think we're still at the tip of the iceberg of adoption at this point, obviously. But what does it start to feel like? And that's what a lot of groups have been talking about today on these panels. And some say, it's just as simple as watching people use it for the concept of buying a cup of coffee or buying concert tickets or buying those things. It comes from the positivity and evangelism of everybody in this room, obviously. And it also comes from finding the gap between the two ends of the spectrum. So I started here in 17. And I was a revolutionary. I was like ready to put on the camouflage and take down the banks. My mom was at GMAC and she was a banker her whole life. I watched that whole entire industry and I saw the flaws in it. And then there was the other side here that was like, oh, we're just gonna be an add-on to the existing economy. And I saw both sides, and for a while I was like, let's just disrupt, take down the banks, smash them, do what you have to do. We're the future, nothing else is gonna matter. But what I've started to realize during the winter of 18 and also what has happened here in 19 is that there is a balance to it. There's a way where we can actually disrupt from within, where we can put ourselves into typical financial instruments, make it feel at a comfort level that regular investors can feel that this is normal to me. I was born in '85, so I watched the transition from analog fiat money into credit cards, debit cards, and all those things being worked. I remember distinctively the first time I saw a credit card, I was confused. I know a lot of people were confused when they came out. How is this supposed to work? I had real money in my hand, it was tangible, it was fungible, I could use it. Now you're telling me that there's zeros and ones behind it. And even in many parts of the world today, that still has not come together as a fruition to a transition from paper money into digital money. And now we have crypto that's come into our world, and it's gonna take comfort. And that's one thing that I think we need to challenge ourselves for this year, the remainder of this year, and moving ahead. And I know it's one thing that I personally and my whole team at Bitcoin IRA is trying to do, is to build tools that make people feel comfortable. I think there's a few, so there's a few images up there, some of the things that we've just built this year we launched in December. And not trying to pimp my product, you guys can go up there and if you want to do an IRA, you can do an IRA. It doesn't matter to me. But what I wanted to bring out was how we were trying to make people feel that they were secure and comfortable in a retirement setting. Because remember, people thought I was nuts when I said I wanted to put Bitcoin inside of a retirement. Obviously, it was in 2015, nobody even cared about Bitcoin. And also, it was retirement savings. They thought we were insane. But we have more than 5,000 clients to date, and we arguably made more millionaires than Harvard MBAs last year, or in 2017, not last year. Last year we don't talk about. But what we started to do was we said, okay, how can we make this feel like a regular banking experience, but with cryptocurrency on its underbelly and blockchain driving it? And so we started with a trader, and we built a 24/7 trader. It took us almost about 9 months to a year. A whole team of engineers. I locked them in a room. I fed them Hot Pockets and Mountain Dew. They like the pizza Hot Pockets more, honestly. I thought the ham and cheese ones would be the most popular. But what we tried to do was make it feel soft, comfortable. You go to some of these other exchanges that are out there. Coinbase did a great job at it. No, I got nothing to knock on them. But what we wanted to do was make it so that it didn't have to feel like, oh my God, what is all this going on? First time I went on to GDAX when it was out there, or if you go on to Binance, it can be pretty confusing for the common guy. And so our job was to basically make Bitcoin and cryptocurrency the people's currency through our tools. Then we started to get obviously some pickup on that. It was really cool to watch people engage, because when you can empower them, it's hilarious some of the things we've watched people do, because it's open 24/7, right? 365. So we start watching trends, we start seeing people moving things here and moving things there, and we start asking questions. That's the biggest thing we have to do as an industry, is ask questions. We have to ask, why are you doing things this way? What is it that your needs are? I think earlier our panel said something about value set. If you don't understand the consumer's value set, we're not going to be able to connect the dots. And so what we did is we realized, hey, they want to swap coins around, and they want to do more things and make this feel like a little bit more of a banking instrument. Now, you never really spend your IRA money until you get a little bit older. 59.5 is when you can start taking out. 70.5 is when you have to start taking out because Uncle Sam wants his piece. But you can interact with it in a much different fashion. And a lot of them wanted to take advantage of arbitrage happening between coins. We all have seen it, right? There's days where Bitcoin goes crazy, the alts don't respond. Or vice versa, there's days where the alts are going nuts and Bitcoin's coming down. And so we introduced just last month cryptocurrency swaps. Very easy for folks to simply quickly pair between the two. And then we had our aha moment, and our CEO calls them the doble cuatros. Basically, it's the same thing with the same result, but it looks different on the way there. He's Colombian, he's awesome. And in the Doble Quattro, like I live for the Doble Quattro now. And it was, once we built the crypto swap tool, we realized, wait, we don't actually need buy or sell anymore. We just need swap, because we can swap fiat for any of these currencies at any time, or vice versa. And it was understanding that tool, using our own community. We have a great focus group of our clients. So like Rocket Roy, he's also known as number 11. Every time we roll out a product, we grab our group of 30 to 40 power users, and we put them in there. We put them in the UAT environment, and we let them play. We let them break it. We let them show us what they truly want to do with it, and we watch everything and monitor it. And that's where we started seeing that they were playing with these things in new fashions. Then we took one more big jump, actually, I guess there was 2 jumps. First was adding facial recognition security, because people are freaked out about crypto, right? I have my backpack right over there, and I know you can't access the $400 million worth of crypto in our portfolio from that backpack, but I still have my UB key right here just in case you try. And so people freak out about security with this, because that's what you see, right? Mainstream media loves to talk about the hacks. They love to talk about the idiot CEO that had his cell phone hacked because he was on some site he shouldn't have been on, and somebody got backdoored into his Coinbase account. They love talking about the SIM swaps that are out there. Well, the SIM swaps hurt us not just with crypto, right? There's a lot of other personal and private data that gets lost with these kinds of attacks. So we wanted to make people feel ultra secure, and we added in facial recognition biometric security. And I honestly thought people weren't going to like it, because literally we're developing, we're building, and then that Russian thing happened, you know, where everybody wanted to get a picture on Facebook of themselves in an older age, I think it was, or like as a woman. I can't remember what it was, but it was like a swap. And then everybody figured out it was a Russian group taking pictures of all of us. That was pretty bad timing, but they embraced it. They said, hey, this is cool. I feel more secure. They can now opt to have any form of MFA. So we all know the security measures that are out there. Most of our guys are real power users. They will use, even though we're fully in a cold storage environment, they'll use Google to get in, and then they'll do a Microsoft Authenticator to change one thing, and then they'll finally do a facial recognition scan to do the last thing. And hey, you know, if they want to go through all those steps to update their address on their account, I'm all for it, because that's what we wanted to give to them. But also there's the guy that doesn't want to go through that. And often I see so many applications that are either built for the super nerd, or they aren't built for any security. And we have to find a balance. The panels earlier this morning were a really cool dichotomy of that. You've got some super nerds in this space. I have mad respect for Charlie Lee. I think everybody in this room has respect for him. But he alone can't help us bring it to the next level. We need other evangelists that are able to speak the language that different groups of the society are looking for to get crypto to where it needs to be. The last big announcement we just made last week, I think is going to be, for me, this is where it's really starting to feel like a traditional banking instrument. And don't take that in a bad way, because if we can't feel like the rest, we're going to stay on the outside. We're not going to be able to get to that level of inclusion we're looking for. And we announced interest-bearing accounts for folks to earn yield on their assets, which includes their Litecoin, which is great. I saw last year people were making like 8 to 9% on their Litecoin. I think this year is going to be different because it's less bearish market. Crypto's always earns more yield in a bear market, as opposed to that cash is king in a bull market. But what we found was overwhelming interest in the opportunity to earn yield, because that's one of the things that we get bashed for, right? If you go and put money at the bank, you're going to make a measly, 25 basis points, maybe some of them. If you put it for 5 years locked up, you're going to make a 1.5%. But we all know the truth, right? The banks are lending it out at 10%. They're taking the 90% of the cut, and they're putting the rest measly little return in our pockets. And everybody said, hey, Chris, you know, when you build that, just do it like traditional banking. It's cool. Interest is interest, right? And I was like, absolutely not, because we're blockchain. And I know that that's kind of like a really weird, cliche-ish use of the word, but there's a blockchain way of doing things. And that means we have to do things differently. So we challenged ourselves to say, wait a minute, how can we make an interest-bearing instrument that is completely transparent? You can see it on the chain. You know exactly what's been earned. You understand that there are some fees associated, but I can participate in 95% of the yield as opposed to 10% of the yield with a traditional banking instrument. That was huge, because people understood that we weren't just trying to be banking 2.0. We were actually trying to build something that hasn't been seen before. Oh, sorry. Went too fast there. So where's that bridge going to happen? Let's think about some of the applications that are out there today. Obviously, I think ours is one of the greatest examples because we are trying to be something that is traditional, bringing the world together and making it so that folks, because we have a whole spectrum of folks. Obviously, I got young millennials that are starting their first retirement plan, and they're easy because they just jump right in the boat. They're all about crypto. But then we have folks that are in their 30s, 40s, 50s, even up to their 60s, and how do we get their attention in order for them to understand that this was an opportunity for them? And for us, it was just about staying that Bitcoin boy mentality. So we have a whole group of guys out in Los Angeles that have helped build the program, service guys, marketing folks, operation folks that all came from traditional world. And we put them through a training program that gets them acclimated with what is crypto. That's where we start day one, is what makes crypto different. And so one of the things I charge pretty much each and every folks that I run into across the country and when I'm on the phone with folks or I'm doing interviews or podcasts is to try to define what crypto is for you and share it. So many people we get this hunker down mentality. We sit and we build things in caves, and that's cool because sometimes, like I said, you gotta lock your developers in a room and feed them Mountain Dew and Hot Pockets. But then you have to share it with the world, and you have to share it with the world in a language that makes the most sense to everybody. I believe truthfully that cryptocurrency will be part of the people's revolution and the people's currency in the future, but we have baby steps to get there. And those baby steps involve things like programs like this, things that all of you guys are working on. It's just huge. I heard Miami Dolphins are accepting it at their stadium. Players are demanding Litecoin or Bitcoin as payment. We have, I think, Ticketmaster and Live Nation are working on those things. It's baby steps, but every piece of our ecosystem is leading us towards that. And so I think one of the biggest things for me as a takeaway for all you guys today, and for myself, seeing this community, because I haven't been with such an intimate community in crypto in some time. I usually go to the larger ones, which is everybody's there and everybody's fighting with each other, is that we do need less infighting. I think we all saw what happened, especially late 18, when we had another fork off BCH, and we had just people were kind of getting ugly with each other. And that's one of the reasons why I love this space, is I never seen a Litecoin guy bash another guy. And I think we should maintain that reality because that's what gets us in trouble. That's when they just hound on that in the mainstream, right? They just jump all over it. They're like, look at these guys. They're wearing hoodies and they can't even agree with each other and they can't even spell the word hold appropriately. And they love that. And so we have to take that away from them and continue that positivity like we've talked about. I encourage each of you guys to share your platforms. We're building a really cool we've started this, what I call the council, and it starts with our UAT testers and those folks, but I encourage you, scan or visit and you can log in and join our newsletter because we're going to invite folks to share their stories. I think that one of the coolest things that we need is a forum where there's not trolls and there's not folks that are bashing each other, but just people sharing what are they doing with crypto. Because whether you're a guy in a garage trying to think up the next biometric security cold storage wallet, or you're a person that's out there trying to bring in merchants for Litecoin acceptance, we're all doing something very unique and we all can learn from each other. One of the biggest things I've learned over my just years of being in financial services is that collectively we can do a lot of things. Segregated, we're dead. And they want us to be segregated. They want us to be torn asunder from each other. They want those things. So I'll leave you. I'm a little bit fast, but that's because I talk too fast and I do too many things at once in my head. But I will leave you with the main concept that mainstream is going to come from mass adoption that is fitting applications that make common sense to folks. And so whatever you're working on, just remember to take it out of the garage, take it out of its incubator, and share it with somebody. And not just your other buddy that's big on crypto. Like, I don't just call Rocket Roy when I'm building something new. I call my grandfather, who absolutely thinks crypto is still a fraud because he likes Jamie Dimon. It's cool, Grandpa, because I'm going to get your inheritance. I'm going to turn it into crypto. So eventually, you're going to be a crypto holder, especially with those inherited IRA concepts. So I encourage you guys to do that. Keep focused on what you're doing. You guys are building great things. This is a community I tell you I love so much. There's just so much energy. It's such a unique dichotomy. There's not just a bunch of guys in hoodies. I can see professionals. I can see people that are really trying to change the space. And I'm always available. You can join me on LinkedIn. I'm also at Senator Klein on Twitter. I love to join the conversations. I love to hear what people are doing. And I like to share them when I'm out there on my forums. So thank you guys all for having me today, and go Litecoin.
Okay, so we are going to be taking a short break now. I'm actually going to ask everyone to leave the room because we have an exciting presentation coming up after the break. So we're going to redo the room for that. So what I will encourage you all to do is go and check out the exhibits outside. There are some smaller rooms off to the side. I think a lot of people have been missing them, but there's some awesome stuff going on there. We've got like Litecoin neon lights. We've got really cool artwork. So take this moment, everyone head out of the room and go check out some of those exhibits on the side there, and that would be really awesome. We're going to start back in here at 11:30, so go head out, come back in, and it should be pretty fun, the presentation next. Thanks so much.
I know all the words, I've heard them in many voices. I feel them within your eyes, I'm judging but disappointed. I'm not the one I used to be, got someone else infusing me. Say, is this when I give or I gave up? It's like I know what to say, but something's getting in the way. This person that you so admire, now it's stuck in such a bad tire.
Do it for my home homies, they be back home, still homegrown. Trying hard to get back at it, but no one knows where I'm going. Running around like a jaguar, now I'm headed back to the tropics. Going hard for my fam, yeah, now I'm headed back with a profit, yeah.
Always one step ahead, but I can't seem to feel a moment. I'll be peeking through doors, every one of them carefully closing. You don't need to tell, I'm out of time. Felt it trickle into the heart of mine. Say, is this when I give or I gave up? It's like I know what to say, but something's getting in the way. This person that you so admire, now it's stuck in such a bad tire.
On the road.
Oh my God, you more money. Oh my God, you more money.
Will I cry? Will I leave behind broken and crumbled signs, hiding all my roads to you? Uh-oh. And if I fight, will I come to life, calling for all your light?
wanna stay to find every hidden sign, taking all my roads to you. Uh-oh. And I will fight, I will come to life, calling for all your lights, giving my light back to you. Uh-oh. And I've been falling, I've been lost, and I've been calling on my ghost. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. Oh. And I've been carried, I've been dragged, and I've been lucky, torn inside. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. I'm coming home. And I've been falling, I've been lost, and I've been calling on my ghost. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. Oh, because I'm coming home, coming home.
I am not the victim of this love affair. You can make me go away. I don't really care if it's getting fair. I just wanna love you, babe. You got me around your finger, got me in a twisted state of love, but I refuse to see it. Yeah, you can turn me upside down, turn my heart inside out, but I have never given up. Do it again, just do it again. Sleep is for the dead and love is for the wicked. Baby, till I repeat and fade. Yeah, you can turn me upside down. Do it again, just do it again. Yeah, you were what I need, don't you understand? We were made to fall in love. Give me what I ask, let me hold your hand. Baby, you just have to know. You got me around your finger, got me in a twisted state of love, but I refuse to see it. Yeah, you can turn me upside down, turn my heart inside out, but I have never given
Don't stop, turn off the lights. Nauseous when I wake up. Don't quit, I fell for you. Don't break it in two. Long time before I knew us two would follow through. Hold out, don't give it up. Good things can come to those who wait. 'Cause you make me feel like this is for real. And I want you till dreams grow on the moon. If you're a falling star, I wanna fall with you. I want you till rain falls out the sun. It's standing up for you. It's standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Break down when we're apart. Too far, I'm in the dark. Now don't fold my foolish heart. And don't wait for magic sparks. Make it work, although we get stuck on the low. Breathe out, we can't forget. Hurts like a day on day. 'Cause you make me feel we're in this for real. And I want you till dreams grow on the moon. If you're a falling star, I wanna fall with you. I want you till rain falls out the sun. It's standing up for you. It's standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. And all I need is reassurance. All for you. Long time. All for you. I want you till dreams grow on the moon. You're a falling star. I wanna fall with you. I want you till rain falls out the sun. Standing up for you. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you.
I hear thunder, I hear lightning, I hear wonders, and everybody wanna go, but no one really cares to know. I see marvels, I see titans, and some troubles that everybody has to face, that no one really can erase, and they hide away from it. When you worry, I worry. It's no hurry, 'cause we got all the time we need. If we're in love, then we'll succeed. I heard laughter, I heard music. I thought, baby, there's no way we could ever lose it. There's no way we could ever break or bruise it.
I wanna get closer, wanna come over. I wanna get moving, grooving. Your folks disapprove it. We can have fun, yeah. Don't need no money. And we can be brilliant without millions. Baby, it ain't no closer. Wanna come over? I wanna get moving, grooving. Your folks disapprove it. We can have fun, yeah. Don't need no money. And we can be brilliant without millions. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move around. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move I wanna pull over and pick a 4-leaf clover. I want you to kiss me, diss me, and say you really missed me. We can watch stars, yeah. And we can dance on top of cars, yeah. We can make billions, not zillions. I wanna pull over and pick a 4-leaf clover. I want you to kiss me, diss me, and say you really missed me. We can watch stars, yeah. And we can dance on top of cars, yeah. We can make billions, not zillions. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move around. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move
Welcome back, everyone. We do have a really fun presentation for you now, looking at the artistic side of crypto. So I'd like to welcome onto the stage Crypto Finally and Vesa, who's the founder of artforcrypto.com. Please give them a very warm welcome.
Thank you. And Ralph, let's just press play, as they say.
And I am on. Okay, so my name is Rachel Siegel, and some people like to refer to me as Crypto Finally. What I love to study about the cryptocurrency and blockchain space is demographic expansion and looking at how do we get more people involved and using cryptocurrency, involved in the blockchain space, thinking about things like decentralization and immutability. How does that affect us as people if immutability is not in itself unity and not needing definitive factors in order to get people involved, looking outside of the current group of people that we have, and starting to think about different skill sets, different people who should be involved in the space, what they can bring to the space, and what it actually means for us to open up. So I think that it's really important when we look at this that we figure out, you know, what can we do as people who are actively in the space right now to create exposure and accessibility outside of what we see, outside of the rooms that we look in and we work in, and the way that this industry has been building up over time. So how do we expand in things like media and things like pop culture and really make it so that people can get involved and welcome them into the space? So as you can see, we have a projector going into this beautiful art here behind me, and a lot of the process of what we're saying here is just, let's think about intellect, let's think about skill set, let's think about varying people and what they can bring to us in a helpful, communicative manner in the blockchain space. And we don't always just have to look on the outside and advocating for starting on the inside out. Thank you. Vesa?
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, good. Get to start a little early. Here we go. Can we put the lights up, please? Hey, everyone. How are you guys doing? Cool. Give us a minute to start I would love to have the presentation on now, my keynote. Okay. Now on to something entirely different. Oh. That's meant to be a video. Can that be played? Really? Oh, well, unfortunately. Well, the whole idea of this is that there's places that are we normally consider to be very peaceful, like Portland, Oregon, or Paris, or you go to Spain in multiple places, or Chile, or Hong Kong. We've all seen the riot-y kind of images everywhere, and literally the world seems to be burning at the moment to a relative degree, and that's what those videos were about, so it was a little bit more illustrative than just speaking about it. But yeah, the Simpsons, the pitchforks are coming. And just to illustrate what these things are, for example, there's a Guardian article that was just made about a while ago about the new elite's phony crusade to save the world. And it's about the tech world and the failed promises that we've been giving from this space and many others. And some people aren't really receiving like we're doing a good job of that. And this tweet on the right corner here is by Peter Joseph. He's an American filmmaker. And he made this Zeitgeist film series that has been just some years ago already downloaded by 250 million times or something. And he seems to be of the opinion that the entrepreneur is the worst thing to ever have happened to humanity. And while I don't agree with that, it's just coming outside of from the outside into the crypto bubble or the technology bubble of what we have, just to say that none of us are safe, even if we're saying all the right things and whatever. So we really do need to deliver from this space, and that's part of the presentation. And we do have some real problems. We have climate change over here, or you have the AI, the Terminator scenario, you have the age-old capitalism, socialism thing, you have addiction, fake news, bipartisan politics, strip mining of the oceans, and all that plastic over there, as well as the coming economy world crash, as we know that it's coming with the fiat currencies, and we don't really know what's going to happen with the next turn. The barbarians are at the door, I suppose, what I'm trying to say. And many of us here in the crypto space know that the purchasing power of the dollar in the span of 100 years has come down quite drastically. I think it's at least 96% or something like that. And we're trying to figure it out. And in this space, in particular, we're trying to find where the value is. And my particular expertise as a crypto artist and someone who writes in this space and does a whole different kinds of things is to find creative solutions and think outside the box. And this is what this whole presentation is about. And I do go to a lot of different crypto conferences. I go to AI conferences and IoT. And I'm disturbed by the very comfortable sort of mantra that people keep saying that 9 out of 10 businesses fail. And it's just taken for granted. And I sort of just let that sink in for a little bit, what it means to your families, what it means to your business, your savings, your life. How bad does it feel to fail at something where so many people are involved in a business going down? And I really started thinking, does this have to be this way? And the AI awakening is upon us. And there's all the Elon Musk and sort of predictions of how it's going to take us over. But then there's also very positive things about it, like potentially maybe we'll have for the first time in the world the unbiased news, because if you think that there's going to be a machine that can take in all the information of the world and deliver us something that would be a unique perspective, that something like we've never had before, maybe we can make better decisions. So now onto something that is even more discerning in the tech space, because many here feel that they're atheist or at least very secular. And to talk about religion is not entirely kosher. But in order to talk about creativity, I have to go there. So the story of creation is usually what we're given as kids, and that's even as adults, whether you believe it or not, it's sort of the framework of your whole worldview. And funnily enough, when you get into the crypto space, it is actually kind of religious from a certain kind of point of view. Like you have the Messiah of Satoshi Nakamoto, and then you have the 12 apostles. You have the very sort of enthusiastic followers and if you follow one group, then you can't follow another and we can't be friends anymore and all this kind of stuff. And there's a big mission, like I said, about the pitchforks. So if I do anything as an artist, maybe as a perspective of giving you a presentation, it's about putting things into perspective and why I really like what the Litecoin Foundation and what the kind of spirit at this conference is, which is more about inclusion rather than the infights. And this is a guy that I really like to promote, even though he doesn't need promotion from me in many ways. Sir Ken Robinson, he has these very famous TED Talks called Do Schools Kill Creativity? And the breadth and width of his talk is that we still run the global education system, the values of it, with the values of Industrial Revolution. And even though we have all of this technology, we have all of the machines to create abundance, we're not very creative. We tend to just rip people off and repeat the same mistakes over and over again. So what he's saying here is that creativity is as important now in education as literacy, and we should treat it with the same status. And I'm really privileged to bring this message to the tech space, because here it's very, very much needed and maybe ties down to the 9 out of 10 will fail. Because if we demand that the global education system finally updates itself to where we are now, maybe we would have 3 Elon Musks. Maybe 9 out of 10 won't survive. That's a little optimistic. But maybe if we can get that to 3 out of 10 will succeed, that would be pretty incredible. And I think if we started educating people into creativity instead of out of it, like we do now, that would be a pretty incredible thing. Where people like money, people like to do well. So one perspective that I realized that this whole thing, and it's especially easy to say in the crypto space, because wealth is creation, is something that people who are successful entrepreneurs or wealth coaches often say. So if you think that you don't get taught in school what money is, you might get taught what money does, but not what it is, then, and you don't, the creativity is at the bottom. Those two things are the least likely things that you'll learn from school in order to implement into your lives, and they're likely the most important things in order for us to do well and avoid those pitchforks. Okay, that's the grand scheme of things, and as like I said, I'm a crypto artist, so I do make art pieces. So in order to tell a little bit of what the evolution of the crypto art scene, which is, it's rare that evolutions in art as significant as this happen. This is probably the first time that money and creativity is together bundled up like this. But to tell you a little bit about why crypto art is significant. And here you have the image of Guernica by Pablo Picasso, and it was his comment on the Second World War and the horrors that were upon us, and it's now at the United Nations. And it's a very important art piece. I don't personally think it's one of his best. It's fairly silly, but it's historically significant and made at a certain kind of time, and most people recognize it. But the art world, in my opinion, has lost its way a little bit because it's been deconstructing the deconstruction to the point that looks to me pretty crazy. Like this, for example, is a very famous artist called Cy Twombly, and his untitled piece here sold for 36 million at an auction. And to me personally, because I'm a little bit now of an outsider from the art world, I can say that it looks like a fucking ketchup accident. Thank you. So the art world has been printing itself to the ground a little bit like the Bolivar. And there's forgery in the art world, what the Christie's and the Sotheby's, who are pretty much the top, and they have the biggest machine to verify the art pieces. They don't like to admit the number, but it's somewhere around 50% of what it can be that the art, what they're selling are actually forgeries. So this is a pretty tremendous problem in the art world at the moment. And this is why blockchain is important, because we can actually tackle a lot of those problems. And yeah, there's a lot of the emperor's new clothes type of situation, what is going on in the art world. And I feel so good being on a stage and actually saying that. As an artist, it's rare, I can tell you that. So the transition, because of the fakes, what's important about it is that those of us who create digital originals and reproduce them in various ways, the digital artworks right now still are something that people don't really think that are valuable, and especially not in the art world. But because the blockchain solutions, you can authenticate them so securely, and especially those of us who are living artists who do it right now, that's solving so many problems that you know you're buying the real deal. So if you believe in that artist and you believe in that investment, then you can trust that that's actually the real thing. So that's a massive evolution, and it's cool to be professing that on stage, so that we're gonna see a big transformation in the art world because of that. So you see some of the pieces here behind me, and I'm gonna talk a little bit more about them, but just to kick this off, I don't make luxury products, which is what most people think that art pieces are. I make investments. And the physical items that increase your life experience, they're super rare. They showcase historic events like the Guernica. And they're verified on the blockchain and known throughout the crypto community. I've been around for about 2.5 years now. So I'm a bit of a black sheep because I like to talk about money as well as part, because it's the poor bastards, us artists, who have to die poor, and then everyone else makes all the money afterwards, and I hate that part. So this kindly is the art piece called Invisibility. It was commissioned by the Litecoin Foundation. And it's the past, present, and future of money. So this is how they become an education. Like, for example, here, I started thinking about this whole thing. If the Litecoin Foundation gives you an opportunity to make an art piece, you really want to make it right? So we had conversations with Johnny Litecoin. Charlie Lee came on for a podcast, as well as David Schwartz. So we started to figure out what this thing is. And this is the Jekyll Island silhouetted in a dollar bill, and you have the all-seeing eye of the $1 and the pyramid structure. And some people think it's all the conspiracy theories in the world, but the pyramid is also the most stable structure in the world. And you have the Jordan Peterson lobster over there, as well as the Tulip Media. Is the fiat system the biggest ever Ponzi scheme that we've come up with or not? It's a very confusing thing. The secret meeting of 1910 that birthed the Fed. The Fed is there underneath the LO, and so the Litecoin logo and B. So it's really hard to figure out, because Ron Paul was here on stage just a while ago, and he's been asking the Fed direct questions, and he doesn't seem to get direct answers of how this thing entirely operates. So what chance do we have? But I'm not saying it's all bad. It definitely isn't. But there's certainly something really murky going on there. So on the right side here, then it's the crypto Trojan horse made out of circuit boards that enters this space. And it's engulfed in a different kind of pyramid. It's 9, 6, and 3, because Nikola Tesla famously said that if we only understand the significance of 3, 6, and 9, we'd have the keys to the universe, or secrets of the universe. And the way that I understand that quote is that it's something to do with natural law, hierarchy, mathematics, things like that. And in crypto, we trust mathematics, not each other most of the time. And so that's come here to balance the system a little bit. And the $1 text there is being transformed into We Love Decentralized and the first Genesis block of the Litecoin thing. And this whole monetary war that is upon us constantly, those of us who are on the inside of this thing, it's mostly invisible to the grand public. And it's invisible, like Charlie Lee said, that is most people don't care about systems that actually function. So the aim of this whole thing is to get a blockchain-made sky that is integrated almost invisibly to the whole space, so that we would at least have half decentralized systems competing with the centralized systems. And maybe that's enough of the evolution in a short time span of what we're after. And that's why the Statue of Liberty is here, because it's all happening sort of behind the scenes. And if art has any function here whatsoever, I think, is to keep the big picture in mind and not the infights, even though I understand why some of them are really important to be had as conversations and competition. But it's reaching, the freedom flame is reaching the amalgam of the earth and moon, because we all want to moon, we want to do well, we want to thrive, but we want to keep the big picture in mind of why we do this for. And this is my privilege as an artist, to give myself the permission just to keep that in mind where we're trying to get to. And that's the art piece. And it's 1 out of 3. The first one is spoken for, so there's only 2 left of these repaint ones. And the price of it is tied to Bitcoin. So it's 1 Bitcoin now, and it'll be 1 Bitcoin in 10 years. Like I said, I make investments. So that's just the picture of when we first went to the moon. The most important picture that we ended up taking was of the Earth, because that changed all of our consciousness. So that's what I believe that the blockchain is doing, and I hope you join with me to keep that perspective. Here, right now, we're doing a collaboration with Codex Protocol that verify a lot of art pieces on the blockchain. And these things are in the art room. The digital original of this we're giving away for free for everyone who's attending this conference. So all you need to do is take this QR code, and in 2 days this closes, and then you can't download it anymore. So it's a limited edition to all of us here, and it's I probably think that no more than 100 people will download this, and that's probably quite optimistic. Let's see how many do. But it's a tradable commodity. Then you can check out the Codex Protocol website of how it really functions. But like I said, I do believe these digital art pieces are going to be much, much more valuable than the physical ones in the near future. So it doesn't take a lot to do that QR code thing. I can't show this now as a video either, but Coinvention just a while ago, I thought this was a genius marketing move by the conference in Philadelphia, is that they hired out this billboard, and they put a bunch of influencers as speakers and flew a drone over that whole thing, because then obviously someone tickles your ego like that, you have to share it on social media. I mean, that's just dope to be on a billboard. But I thought, instead of putting my own face there, I'd put this art piece for notoriety. So those kinds of things matter. Provenance matters into these art pieces and into the value of them. So that's maybe some compelling reasons of why to get involved. This piece here is super awesome. I wanted to do something very, very lighthearted for once. I wanted to do my Dogecoin of sorts, and I went on a Bad Crypto podcast. My episode was 130, and then basically we had a common mission with Joel and Travis at World CryptoCon last year, because they were emceeing, and I wanted to make this special piece with them and get it signed by them. But we ended up going cross, so I crashed their live podcast with Maxine Ryan, Winnie Lingham, Ronnie Moas, and Charlie Lee, and they all ended up signing it for charity. And with Blake Rizzo, who's here, the Litecoin Foundation lawyer, he helped me set up this whole idea that with Tour de Crypto, we're going to donate this thing to Hawk, a Houston women's center that's been fighting for 40 years to help women and children against violence and sexual abuse. So we're trying to get over $1 million for this thing and be donated directly to the charity, so there can't be any middlemen. The one who gets it will know exactly where the money goes to, and it's verified on the blockchain as well. And because of this gesture of the stars signing it, we started getting more. So just recently, it was Vitalik Buterin who signed it. Roger Ver came in. You have Peter McCormack who signed it, as in CSV is not Satoshi. And then Craig Wright signed it, Craig Wright, AKA Satoshi Nakamoto. And then he went to Peter and said, soon to be bankrupt Mr. McDruggy. So this has become a total sort of pissing contest of egos. And it's historic. If you imagine that all of these signatures, and Andres Antonopoulos, of course, which is incredible to have her. Naomi Brockwell just joined us. with her signature, which is really, really cool to get more women on this thing as well, who are important influencers in the space. And yeah, Vitalik is an alien. So yeah, that's that. Those are the names who've thus far signed it. And I'm incredibly lucky to be doing this at this moment in time, because if you think in 10 years what the blockchain space is going to be like, the chances of someone getting all of those signatures in one art piece, this is like capturing lightning in a bottle, folks. So I'm assuming that's going to be a hell of a lot more money than $1 million pretty quickly. So Forever Rose by Kevin Abosch is the current title holder of $1 million for a crypto art piece. And that's Hawk. So that's what we're trying to beat. That's Hawk, Tour de Crypto. Please listen to Blake Rizzo's episode with Bad Crypto Podcast as well to get more insight into that. And oh, this is something that I really want to put to bed because, and this is really personal. This hurts to be here on stage and talking about this particular part because most people, quite often when they see these, it's a natural question to ask. It's like, how long did it take you to create that? And it's a painful question to really answer, which I can't often do. So I thought I'd save it on stage. So the Dolly clocks, time. What does time mean? When I was in my before even I got into my 20s, other people got jobs and they did certain normal people things, which I didn't really do because I was obsessed about this kind of thing. So when I'm now 41 years old, and for the first 20 years, when other people were buying houses and cars and going on holidays and buying clothes and get into accidents, they had some reserves or health crisis or whatever, they could deal with those things because they had money. I didn't have it. So that was the sacrifice in order to start making these. And finally, they're ready so that people actually want them. So I've gone through a hell of a lot of different kinds of things. I'm actually not that natural here on the stage, but I've pushed myself to be here, to be talking in front of you, to share this message so that it gets out there. So I'm not just in my cellar sort of creating these things. I also write for Gokhshtein magazine as well as News BTC in my second language. So that was another push forward. And I go to high-status people to ask for opportunity, or like the Litecoin Foundation, and hand in hand, can you guys please help us out so that us creatives sort of rise from the bottom so we can help this space as well. And I literally risked my life for another project that I've already talked about many times before with this Bollywood actress who was Pakistani and Muslim, so to body paint her, we could have been killed for that, but instead we changed the world and reached about 300 million people with about 25,000 euros. I thought that was pretty okay. And I had to leave my country with my lady for new opportunities because Finland is great for many things, but it's not the mecca for art. So it's about sacrifice, vision, and perseverance. And that's where the value comes from. And then whatever it takes to make these things is insignificant to that. So for me personally to be here, what it feels like is kind of like the end of Shawshank Redemption. You crawl through the shit tunnel to the rain and start finally saying hello to all of you people. That's what it's about. Wall Street versus Crypto Street. We're incredibly lucky because I don't know a single artist who is pro-Wall Street, but I don't also know a single artist who is anti-crypto. So, but this might change. If you guys support the artists who are genuinely inspired and enthusiastic about helping everyone in this space thrive, please support them because they might eventually turn on you and someone's going to smell an opportunity to be the first sort of anti-crypto artist, and that's going to be a financial thing. But right now, it's nothing but positive. So please embrace that. One of the things that I pushed with the Litecoin Foundation is that I just made an art piece for this MX Publishing Sherlock Holmes art book that is coming out next year. And with a little bit of meddling, they now started accepting Bitcoin and Litecoin in order for you to buy those books. So I really appreciate what the Litecoin Foundation is doing with the Miami Dolphins and MMA and all that kind of stuff, because it really reaches outside of the bubble. So I try and help those kinds of things happen as well. Didi Taihutu is here. We literally did that just across a couple of rooms yesterday. We body painted him as Bitcoin Atlas. So he did his Bitcoin Haka, and that's coming soon as a project. I'm incredibly lucky to have, this is the Bollywood project, by the way. This is one of the images that we made with Vina. And Michael Schwartz from the Integral Institute that I was lucky to come across in my early 20s gave me a worldview of trying to put this value into this whole space from all different angles. And he's definitely competent to say this thing, and I'm incredibly lucky to have this. quote by him, which is that my art is amongst the most integrally advanced in the history of Western abstraction, no small claim, but one not backed up by the works themselves. So he put me in the same category as the people creating the Guernicas, so I'm not just delusional saying that I think that these might be valuable. The current world population is massive, and I think the quote that is told to newbies who do keynotes is something like, there's more people alive today than have ever died. And basically, that's just about that if you think that you want the oil original, that's incredibly unfair with a small amount of money, with the amount of people that we right now have from top artists from any space. So that's how this ties into some of these very rare art pieces. The way that I sell them, especially the repaints, as I said, is tied to 1 Bitcoin. So if you think Bitcoin is going to moon, these are pretty cheap right now in order to get. This was the last one. It actually sold yesterday out of the 3. So that's done, I suppose. CoinGenius AI, they helped me get here. They got a print, and I augmented it for them. So I just wanted to give them a shout out. And Cryptopoly, who raps about crypto in the UK and goes all over the place, he got another print. So this sponsorship from them in order to get a print and help us out to get here was really cool. So shout out for them. I'm artforcrypto.com. My name is Vesa. Here's how you find me. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you so much. This stuff is really awesome. So this is, if you go out into the hall, it's on the right there. Don't go out now because we're going straight into presentations if we wanted to get this cleared off. And I have some announcements to make up to let you know about in the meantime. But this stuff is really cool. If you haven't looked at this artwork up close, it's really, really interesting. There are so many signatures on this one here. It's pretty cool. So make sure that you check these out. And there's a bunch more stuff that wasn't brought out on stage as well. Also, I mentioned earlier that we do have some other stores like on the other side in smaller rooms. It's like Litecoin neon lights and really cool things. So don't just think that it's the stuff on the main floor that you should be checking out. There are lots of hidden rooms, and I wish they weren't so hidden, but make sure that you're checking out all of those because there are some absolute treasures in there that I highly encourage everyone to be looking at. So just to reiterate, we are live streaming this event, and if people couldn't make it here for the actual event, make sure you're sending them the link to the live stream so they can be keeping up to date with all the fun that we're having here at the conference. And you can find that live stream on the Litecoin Foundation's YouTube page. So make sure that you're sending that out to people who couldn't make it. I think that there are no panels. Yeah, there's just one presentation. Yeah. So no chairs, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. And also just another shout out to the headline sponsor of today's event, Celsius, but also a huge thank you to all of the sponsors of the Litecoin Summit. It's because of them that we could put this together, and I think that the organization team has done a fantastic job. Once again, to reiterate, Samson Mao is hosting a meetup tonight at 6:30 till 9:30, and that is, I always forget it, Work in Progress. That is the name of the venue, Work in Progress. So make sure you check that out. It is just off the strip. So that's going to be a lot of fun tonight. That's a Blockstream meetup in case you wanted to go there and hang out with a bunch of cool people. So on that note, we're going to head into the afternoon sessions for today. Some really great speakers for you. I'm particularly interested in this next topic. So we have the topic SEC, friend or foe. This is a great question, and I'm looking forward to diving into this. So we have Blake Rizzo. He is a blockchain and digital securities attorney of Blake E. Rizzo Law Firm. He's also the legal counsel to the Litecoin Foundation. So he's going to talk a little bit about how he got there and some good things that you need to know about the SEC. So can you please give him a very warm welcome to the stage?
Thank you. Thank you, Naomi. Appreciate it. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you skipping lunch to be here to listen to me talk about the SEC. As Naomi mentioned, I am a lawyer. I've been practicing for 23 years now. And before I get into my speech about SEC, friend or foe, I was asked to kind of tell my story because it was 1 year ago in 2 days that I had sort of a life-changing experience. I was a lawyer that did complex commercial litigation work, did that for 20 years, and had all the trappings of success. drove nice cars, lived in a big house, kids in private school. My life on the outside looked great, but I knew that there was something more for me, right? And it kept eating away at me and eating away at me until it got to the point where I was going to work. I was doing a great job for my clients, but I was absolutely miserable, right? I didn't like practicing law anymore, and I started listening to Gary Vee. Any Gary Vaynerchuk fans out there? You know, I kept hearing Gary Vee in the back of my mind say, it's not too late to make a change, right? He's talking to the older gentleman. I'm 48, and I'm hearing him say, you know, you've got half your life ahead of you. You can make a change. And so that's going on in the back of my mind. And in 2017, through a really large misappropriation of trade secrets case that was very code-centric, I came across Bitcoin. So all during 2017, I just started educating myself on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, learned as much as I could. 2018, I finally decided, I think it was either April or May, that maybe I should actually join Twitter, right? I was a lawyer. I didn't need to be on Twitter. People just talked about what they had for lunch on Twitter, right? Why did I need to be there? So I got on Twitter, I found crypto Twitter, and I started making all of these connections. And I started going on podcasts, and I started talking about blockchain. I started talking about the technology and Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. And I slowly began to realize that, wow, I'm having a lot of fun. I ended up working my day job during the day, representing my clients, and I would spend all night reading about Bitcoin and blockchain and educating myself on the surrounding laws. So I spent all of 2018 learning, meeting a ton of people online, really getting into crypto Twitter, having a blast. And it was at World CryptoCon last year that I finally met most of those people that I had been talking to online in person. And that event changed my life. I went to World CryptoCon and was warmly received, met all these great people, and I was actually at a party, Caesar's Palace, overlooking the Paris Eiffel Tower, and I just sat there and it was like an epiphany came over me. It's like everything went silent and I'm just staring off into space, and it was like at that moment I knew that I needed to dedicate my practice to blockchain and cryptocurrency work. So I finished that, went back home Monday morning, went to my partners and said, hey guys, I'm leaving the firm. I'm opening my own practice. I'll work through the end of the year to, resolve my cases and whatnot. And they looked at me like I was absolutely crazy. They're like, we don't have any clients that do blockchain and cryptocurrency work. Are you taking any clients? I'm like, no. They're like, do you have any clients? I'm like, no. I'm like, what? Are you stupid? You're going to give this up for what? Nothing? And I'm like, guys, I know it may seem crazy to you, but I've never been more confident in a decision in my life. So January 1, started my own law firm, and it has been the most incredible experience I've ever had. So I share this with you to let you know that it's one, never too late, and two, for you young guys in the audience, take a chance. Take a risk now. When I was graduating from law school was right when the internet was coming out, right? I was too focused on becoming a lawyer to understand what the internet was going to be. I feel like this is my second chance, and I'm not going to miss it. I would rather go all in and fail than not try, because I can always go back to being a commercial litigator if I wanted to. So that's my story. They wanted me to share that with you. So if any of you are out there thinking about it, man, just go for it. You're all here. You're obviously smart people. You can always go back to a 9-to-5 if you have to. So just wanted to share that with you. Now, thank you. To the topic of the day, SEC, friend or foe. There's a lot of stuff going on in regulations. You've heard a lot of people, if you've been here listening to the speakers, talk about the SEC, talk about the things that are going on. Today, I'm going to focus on sort of 3 topics. 1, the complex world of token offerings. 2, the SEC statements on cryptocurrency. And then finally, the ban hammer that the SEC's been wielding about with reckless abandon as of late. Disclaimer, I'm a lawyer. Nothing I say here is legal advice. This is very general in nature. It doesn't apply to you. I'm not your lawyer, so please don't consider this financial or legal advice. Now, who recognizes these 2 people on the screen? Anybody? All right. On the left, crypto mom, Hester Pierce, SEC commissioner. If you don't know her, you need to know her. She loves cryptocurrency. She loves Bitcoin. She is our champion with the SEC. On the other hand, Commissioner Jay Clayton, not so much a friend. Maybe their pictures are aligned with the friend or foe on purpose. I don't know. But, you know, as a lawyer, I'm always being asked to guide my clients on the SEC regulations and token offerings, right? I mean, that's what I do probably 90% of the time. Everybody wants to tokenize an asset. Several clients that want to tokenize real estate. Got a client that's doing a tokenized VC fund. And that's the question that I'm hit with all of the time. And I usually have 3 types of clients that come to me. The first one is the guy that says, I want to be SEC compliant, but is full of crap, right? He says that, but when you tell him what he has to do to get there, he's like, oh, well, can I just copy somebody else's, or can we just do it this way, or you know, can we do it? And I'm like, no. I mean, I've even gone so far to see people that have copied stuff from another company. For example, terms of use. So you've got a Houston-based company, just copy some stuff off of someone else's website, and I'm like, did you realize you've just obligated yourself to fight any lawsuits against you in San Francisco? I'm like, how'd that happen? Like, because you just copied someone's stuff. You can't do that, right? The second type of client is a client that comes to me, just wants me to rubber stamp an idea for cheap. Had a guy come into me and say, hey, I've got this lawyer that's going to do a full-blown secure token offering for me for $7,000. I thought to myself, $7,000? There's just no way. Like, that's impossible. I mean, hell, DLA Piper, they charge $300,000 to $400,000 for a full-blown STO, right? And so, you know, there's Saul Goodman out there in the legal field. If you want to go to him, you know, go ahead, but you get what you pay for. And then the third type is the client that says, hey, I need to be SEC compliant, and I'll do whatever I need to do to get there. I was cruising around LinkedIn, which I often do, and I came across this post by Tamara Rogers. She says, blockchain startups take heed. If you're planning to pitch a VC, there is nothing that will throw up a red flag faster than stating you're preparing for a token sale, opening exchange, transacting in US dollars, but you haven't yet talked to legal counsel. I 100% agree. No matter what your project is, if it involves a token offering of any sort, you have to make sure you're legally compliant in the US. I mean, that's where we are today. We don't have a choice as we sit here right now, okay? I can't tell you the number of times clients have come to me, hey, I've got this awesome idea. We've spent 6 months developing this platform, and now we want to make sure we're legally compliant. Okay, great. Here's what we need to do. Go through the process, explain the steps. Oh, well, we're launching in 2 weeks. Like, you haven't had a conversation with one lawyer and you want to launch in 2 weeks? Like, no, you can't do that, right? So please, I know lawyers are expensive, but look, there's a lot of us out there in the space that work with startups that understand that you can't spend all of your friends and family money and your seed around on legal fees, right? So it can be done. I mean, if you have the money, go hire the Coolies, hire the DLA Piper. They'll give you great advice for a lot of money. But inevitably, blank screen, interesting. That's why. That's the question I'm always asked, right? How can I raise funds via a token offering and can be compliant with the SEC? Generally, I do about a 2-hour presentation on this. I'm limited in time here today, so I'm just going to kind of hit some of the highlights. If anyone wants my full PowerPoint presentation from that talk, email me, happy to send it to you. But that's what everybody wants to know today, right? What do I have to do to be compliant with the SEC? So there are several issues that you have to consider, right? What type of token are you wanting to offer? Don't come to me and tell me you're doing a utility token. You know, unless you're an established business with a lot of money, you're not doing a utility token. You're trying to raise money, you're trying to make money. More likely than not, it's a security. Fundraising, which I will get into later. The type of investor, accredited or non-accredited. It's unfortunate, a lot of people are upset that as a non-accredited investor, you aren't able to invest in a lot of these projects. It's like if you were here yesterday and heard Pomp speak, it's really stupid to say someone that has a lot of money is smarter than someone that doesn't, right? That's ridiculous. There's a lot of dumb rich people out there that have wasted all of their money. So you need to look at that. If you want to deal with accredited investors, then there's limitations. You're not going to be able to raise as much money as you want to. The other thing you need to look at is applicable jurisdiction and compliance issue. I can't tell you how many clients come to my office and say, well, look, we don't want to deal with US, we don't want to deal with the SEC, so we're just going to form our entity overseas. I'm like, okay, great, but do you plan to offer or sell those securities or those tokens to US investors? Well, of course I do. Well, it doesn't work, right? If you're trying to offer or sell those tokens to US investors, you still have to comply with the US law. Doesn't matter where you incorporate. The only way to not have to deal with US law is to completely exclude US purchasers. And you no longer have the option of just having someone check a box on the internet that says, I'm not a US resident, right? You now have to do KYC, AML to check and make sure and verify. The burden is on you as the issuer to verify that you're not dealing with US investors if you want to stay away from the SEC. Third thing you have to look at, or I don't know, fifth thing you have to look at is profit distribution mechanism, right? Are you an equity token? Are you going to be giving dividends? You've got a lot of custody, compliance issues that you have to consider. What type of exchange do you want your token listed on? Smart contract review. You've got to look at that as well. Because if, more likely than not, if you're issuing a security or a token in connection with one of the exemptions under the SEC, there's going to be a year-long resale restriction. So you've got to have someone look at smart contract review. And then finally, as I mentioned, you've got to do KYC, know your client, AML work, anti-money laundering. So those are all of the issues that you have to consider. But the most important one really is fundraising, right? There are several exemptions that you can use under the SEC regulations. The first is Regulation CF. That was created under the Jobs Act, Regulation Crowdfunding. That allows you to raise just over $1 million in a 12-month period. You can sell to non-accredited investors. Like Pomp mentioned yesterday, if there was sort of maybe a sliding scale for non-accredited investors, that's exactly what CF does. It says, okay, non-accredited investors can participate, but we're going to limit how much you can buy. We're not going to let you go spend 100% of your wealth, right? So that's a really good way for companies that want to get started, want to be able to sell their token to accredited and not accredited investors. A lot of companies will use this initially for their seed round, and then they'll go into a Reg D raise. Reg D is by far the most used exemption under the SEC. There's 506B, which isn't used that much because it doesn't allow for general solicitation. 506C is the bellwether. That's where 95+% of token offerings go to raise money through an SEC exemption. Under 506C, there's no limit to the amount of money that you can raise. but you are limited to accredited investors. I'm sure all of you have heard the term accredited investors. Basically, it means you have at least $1 million net worth, excluding your primary residence, or have made $200,000 a year for the last 2 years and anticipate making that again this year. 506C is used because you can generally solicit, you can market, right? And that's what's important, you know? You need to use social media. You need to be able to reach out to the public. You need to be able to tell people about your offering. And that's one of the things I didn't mention with Reg CF, is you have to be careful under crowdfunding. It allows for marketing, but very limited marketing. Everything has to be done through a registered SEC portal. So all of the information that you would need to provide to your investors, they receive through that portal. So really the only advertising you can do under crowdfunding is basically say, hey, I'm raising money via crowdfunding. Here's a link, go check it out, okay? So you have to be careful. People get in trouble marketing when they shouldn't be. Reg S, that's for foreign investors and offshore transactions. Most companies that are raising money will do a Reg D 506C combined with a Reg S, so they can incorporate both US and international investors. And finally, we have Reg A+. Reg A+ is like a mini IPO, okay? That is SEC involvement. They are looking at your documents, they're looking at your offering documents to make sure that they have enough information that a non-accredited investor can make a prudent investment decision. Earlier this year, we've had 2 Reg A+ confirmed by the SEC. One was Blockstack, another was a company YouNow. I'm very happy that they were done. As a lawyer, it took 10 months and $2 million in legal fees for the Blockstack Reg A to get done. But that gives us as lawyers and individuals interested in this space a guideline, right? Let the big guys go out there and fight that fight. Let them give us an idea of what it is that the SEC likes and doesn't like. So I'm really glad that we're seeing some progress on that end, because that does give us a little guidance. Now, just funny anecdote, I was looking through Twitter this morning, I think, and I saw that Blockstack is now going to be listing their token on Binance. And there was a $250,000 fee that was going to be charged, but it wasn't a listing fee. No, Binance and Blockstack said, no, that's not a listing fee. We're just paying them $250,000 for future work. And I found that quite interesting. I mean, it's a listing fee, guys, come on. You know, at some point, we've got to clean some of this stuff up and just be honest with ourselves and everybody else. And the other thing that I thought was, you know, a little crappy is, if you remember, Binance set up their charity foundation where 100% of the listing fees were going to the charity. Oh, well, not this $250,000. We're going to call this something else. It's not a listing fee. So as an aside, I just thought I would throw that out there because I found it quite interesting. Now, generally, after I go through all of this stuff with my clients, especially with new clients who have never talked to a lawyer, this is what I'm faced with, right? They're like, what the hell? You know, what am I supposed to do? That quickly turns into, hey, how come so-and-so raised all that money and didn't have to go through all the legal hassle that you're talking about, right? Everybody wants to go back to the stage of ICOs and say, they didn't have to do it, why do I? So it brings me to a brief history lesson. We have to go back to 2017. July of 2017, the Dow report came out. That was the first time that the SEC had given the general public an indication that cryptocurrencies were an investment contract and thus a security under the Howey's test, under the Howey test from 1934. I'm sure you've all heard of the Howey test, right? Investment of money for profit in a common enterprise based on the results of others. So if you're investing in a coin and you depend on the efforts of others for profit, then it's a security. That's a 4-part test. We then had Mr. Jay Clayton, the chairman of the SEC, make his most popular statement, right? I believe every ICO I've seen is a security, okay? That resonated across the world. The peak of the ICO market was January 2018. Just before January 2018, I think it was in December of 2017, Chairman Clayton actually made the statement that I don't believe every cryptocurrency is a security. Gave some people hope. Then he comes back, February 2018, says, every ICO I've seen is a security. If you look at the ICO charts, bam, from January down, peak, 0. Director of Corporate Finance, Bill Hinman, says, I don't care what you call it, kind of like the listing fee with Binance. You can call it an initial coin offering, an ICO, sale of a token. You got to look at the U.S. securities laws. So we're dealt that hand, and we're kind of trying to figure it all out, right? As lawyers, as laymen that are wanting to do offers. And then along comes Commissioner Pierce, a beacon of light and hope. She loves cryptocurrency. She's referred to as the crypto mom. She's like, hey, SEC, we need to start rethinking our approach to innovation. We're using this old Howey test from the 1930s to determine if something is a security. You know, we're trying to fit the proverbial square peg in the round hole, you know. We need to work on innovation. She's worried that the application of the Howey test will be overly broad. She doesn't want to cast a net so wide that it encompasses all securities. So we love this, right? She goes on in May of 2019 to say, the SEC has stifled the industry's growth. She basically says the SEC is dragging ass. They're not doing what they need to be doing, right? So this is funny too, because she says, you know, the efforts in the crypto space have been a mixed bag. If you follow this stuff, you saw that the SEC issued this framework for investment contracts, basically an analysis of digital assets. But what they did was create more questions than answers. They took this 4-part Howey test and basically turned it into a 38-part test. And all of the lawyers that are looking at this are like, wait, guys, you don't even understand what the hell cryptocurrency is. It's obvious from, you know, the things you've now said. So what are we supposed to do here? And, you know, all the lawyers are out there saying, you know, we need innovation. We need your help, SEC. We've got Commissioner Pierce saying that, you know, the SEC's dragging their heels, that they need to recognize innovation. And Chairman Clayton and the SEC says, hold my beer and watch this. And they bring this ban hammer out, right? And they start going after ICOs. There's a website down here. You can just type in SEC Cybersecurity Enforcement Actions. You can see 2017, there were 3 lawsuits filed against cryptocurrency. 2018, there were 18. And through October 15th, there were 15 lawsuits that were filed. I'm sure you've heard about some of them. EOS. Everybody loves to bring up EOS, right? I can't tell you how many times I've heard, oh, well, they raised $4 billion and only had to return $24 million. That's 0.6% of their raise. I'll take that. I'll go out and raise money and pay 0.6% back. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that anymore, right? When EOS started to raise money, they actually started before the Dow report. They continued on after the Dow report, but I was at a time when there was still a lot of unclarity, right? Today, there's no question. If you're going to do a token offering, you've got to look at the SEC, and right now, the SEC pretty much says it's a security. So you're not going to get away with those types of settlement in the future. Fortunately, there are some lawsuits that I hope will go to trial. There's a lawsuit against Telegram. There's a lawsuit against Kik. You've got Skardon Apps as counsel. You've got Cooley as counsel for the defendants. I think Telegram has raised $10 million legal defense fund to fight this thing. So I'm really hoping along the way we will see changes. What those changes will be, don't know yet, but we're hopeful. Finally, I wanted to bring up the order denying the Bitwise ETF. Whether or not you believe ETFs are necessary for Bitcoin doesn't matter for this point. But I thought it was interesting that in their 112-page decision denying the Bitwise ETF, they used the word fraud 74 times. They basically said that Bitwise failed to prove that the Bitcoin market is not manipulated. And you know how they did that? Because Bitwise admitted that 95% of the spot Bitcoin market is dominated by fake, non-economic activity, wash trades. So we're never going to get anywhere if we have to start with that proposition, right? And then, again, in 112 pages, the phrase fraud and manipulation occurred 22 times. So that's kind of what the SEC is thinking, right? Until we clean up what they perceive as a lot of fraud and manipulation in the market, we've got a tough road to hoe. And as lawyers, we're in charge of representing our clients to the best of our ability and working with our clients to find that path, right? It's all about innovation, and you know, we are trying just as hard as you guys to find the right path. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, I think this is all we're left with. So thank you. I enjoyed it. Appreciate your time. Early.
Up now, we're talking about bringing 100 million users to Litecoin. I'd like to invite up onto the stage Alex Mashinsky. He is the CEO and co-founder of the Celsius Network. As you know, they are a headline sponsor of the event, and I hope that you've checked out their booths outside. They've also partnered with a foundation with their wallet for earning interest on cryptocurrencies, and he's going to talk about that as well. Now, Alex has started 7 companies before Celsius. He was the creator of VoIP technology in 1994, and Celsius itself has 50,000 users and $400 million under management, which is pretty astounding. So I'm excited to hear more about that. Can you please give Alex a very warm welcome to the stage?
Thank you. How are you all doing? I didn't hear that. How are you all doing? All right. So I'm here to share with you a story, right? I'm an immigrant in this country, came here 30 years ago. As was mentioned, started 7 companies. I raised $1 billion from VCs, venture capitalists, mostly in New York. 2 unicorns. Anyone knows what a unicorn is? Company worth over $1 billion. I built 2 of those, had $3 billion in total in exits. I'm part of the 1%. Okay? I'm saying all of that because America is not what it used to be. It doesn't work for the 99%. Okay, I started with nothing, I made it there, and I tell you, I really don't like what I see around the table, okay? 33,000 families controlling the entire wealth, right? More than half of the entire wealth in this country. So what I'm sharing with you is my vision of why what's happening is happening and how we can fix it. And the people who are going to fix it are the people in this room. Anyone who's waiting for some institution or backed or all these discussions we had on the panels here and everything else, thinking that somebody's going to come and bail us out and going to take Litecoin to new highs, for me, it's a complete waste of time. The only thing that's going to get us to new highs is 100 million more people just like us. Because we are the people that care about this. We care about decentralization. We care about equal rights, about privacy, and all this other stuff. Right? I guarantee you, no institution cares about any of the issues that we care about. The only thing they care about is making more money for the 1%. All right, so let's go through it. So today the world looks like a pyramid. And I don't mean a pyramid scheme, just a pyramid, right? Most of us are at the bottom of the pyramid. We're trying to make it up to the top of the pyramid. But if all of us get to the top of the pyramid, what happens? Right? It's not going to be a pyramid anymore. So it's just a system that is designed to keep 99% of us at the bottom of the pyramid. Anyone disagrees with that? That's how the system is built. Now, this is capitalism. I'm a proud capitalist, right? But it doesn't have to be 99 versus 1%, right? Now, all Celsius has done is something very simple. We said we're going to go out there, we're going to create value, we're going to give 80% back to the community. Now, in the beginning, people thought we were crazy because no one has ever done that. Do you know anyone that gives back 80% of the revenues to the community? So people called us a scam. They said, you're crazy. You know, it's never going to work out. Well, let me tell you a secret. Nothing of what we're doing is different than what the rich people do every day. Anyone here has an investment in a hedge fund? Not a single person? You know why? Because minimum entry ticket is $10 million. Now, what's the relation between the investor and the hedge fund? Do you guys know what that is? 80-20. The investor, the rich fuck, gets 80%. And the guy running the fund only gets 20%. Now, why is that relationship 80-20? Because I'm rich and I can dictate the terms. When you go to your bank and you make a deposit, what do you get? Can you negotiate rates with them? Can you tell JP Morgan, hey, why are you paying me a measly 1%? You know, I want to earn like the rich guys. I want to earn 12, 13, 15% of my money. Because if I put my money with Blackstone, anyone here works with Blackstone? Put their money in Blackstone? Again, minimum ticket, $1 million. They earn 15, 16% per year. Anyone here earning 15% of their money? Well, that is the problem. That is the problem, nothing else. All the other stuff, okay, that's the invisible hand stealing money from you every day because you earn 1%, which is less than the inflation rate, while the rich people are earning double digits. So the solution is a decentralized finance, right? The stuff on the right side here. But do you know how many people think that's a scam? Most of the people in this country. So what have we done to bring the rest of the people, to move them? They hate this pyramid. It's very easy to convince them they're stuck at the bottom of the pyramid. You don't have to do much. But moving them from the left to the right is very, very hard. Right? I did over 200 public speeches like this, okay, in the last year. 200. Okay? My wife doesn't recognize me. She just looks at the photo album. Right? And it's all about creating a community, enlarging the community, because, again, it's not going to be the institutions that are going to come and bail us out. All roads lead to decentralization. That is a given. It's a given for me, it's a given for you, but again, most of the population around the planet doesn't even understand what the word decentralization means. So let's take a quick look at history, right? Roman empires, you guys remember that? They had a gold-backed coin. The gold was in the coin. 2,000 years of that, right? Who came next? Portugal, believe it or not. Portugal used to be an empire. And then we had Spain, and then we had the Dutch. Remember the Dutch? They created a very famous company, Dutch East India Company, which was the first corporation that issued shares to anybody. They invented the whole idea of corporations. Then France became an empire. You see a pattern here? Almost every empire lasted for about 100 years. And their currency was the reserve currency, right? And they were all gold-backed. What happened with the United States? What did we do? We became an empire after World War II, and we exchanged the precious dollar that was backed by gold with what? What do you have in your pocket? No, you don't have fiat, you have cotton. Your $100 bills is made out of cotton. Now, I brought some bills with me, but I lost them last night playing blackjack. So, I don't have my props with you. But You know, the point is that we're at the end of this empire, unfortunately, okay, because we wasted not just our children's money, we wasted all of our grandchildren's money. Every time the Fed prints $1 trillion, who do you think they're taking it from? They're taking it from your grandchildren. Now, just in the last 4 weeks, the Fed printed over $300 billion, the New York Fed. Did anyone notice? You guys did? Let's go out in the street and ask people. They don't understand what that means. They don't understand what that means. Again, they just stole half of the 2000 bailout, like this, behind everybody's back without anyone noticing. What did we do? Did we do anything? Well, people don't know that Bitcoin is a solution, okay? Bitcoin, Litecoin, all these things are here. They are the doomsday insurance policy. That's what Bitcoin is today. That's what Litecoin is, a doomsday insurance policy. It's a way to store your value without anyone being able to take it away from you. All the stuff you guys know, all the stuff you heard for the last 2 days. But if it's just us in that club, nothing's going to happen to it. Okay? And again, the institution, I live on Wall Street. I work on Wall Street. I spent 30 years on Wall Street. If you think any of those institutions is here to help you out, is going to bail you out, is going to help you with your Bitcoin or Litecoin, you don't understand what's happening. Those guys work every day to put this, to kill it, to make sure it doesn't exist. They're printing money. They're making money like crazy. JP Morgan made $30 billion in profit. Just in profit. Did they give it to their depositors? No, they went and gave it to their shareholders. The 4 largest banks in America took $34 billion just in overdraft fees from the poorest Americans. The poorest Americans paid just last year. Okay? Now that practice should be illegal, but no, we need to deliver more dividends to Jamie Dimon's shareholders. So that's what's happening every day. So what is a blockchain? Anyone here has been able to see the blockchain? A picture? Do you have a picture of the blockchain? Come on, you guys are pros. Somebody must have seen it, right? I mean, we're talking about it every day like it's my neighbor, right, or my uncle. So what's the image of a blockchain? When you say a blockchain, what is the image that comes to your mind? Anyone? DNA strand. That's a fresh one. I've never heard that before. But I used that analogy just a few days ago, right? So I like that one. Anyone else? Command line. Okay. What else? It's much simpler than that. It's just a tank. Okay? It's good for one thing only. All the people who think you can take the blockchain and cure cancer, you can take the blockchain and fix global transportation or whatever. No, it's the slowest, most expensive database humans ever created. It's not going to be good for all these things that the 3,000 companies working on this stuff with $20 billion they raised over the last 3 years all of them are going to fail. Most of them are going to fail because the blockchain is only good for very, very few things, and they're financial things. That's where the innovation is. You know, we went from single entry bookkeeping to double entry. You know, who invented double entry bookkeeping? Venice, very good. Who created triple? Who created the triple entry booking system? Scott Stornado. Belcourt, 1991, the first Merkle tree. So the blockchain is 30 years old. I know you guys think it was invented with the Bitcoin. It's not. Bitcoin is just one more application running on the blockchain. Okay? Now, a 30-year-old technology that still is trying to get its first killer app, is that a good thing or a bad thing? So my title for this presentation is From VoIP to MoIP. I invented voice over IP. Anyone here used voice over IP? You used it 10 times today. Every time you use your phone, every time you see a video, all of that is voice over IP. Now, how much did you pay for it? Anyone here had to pay for it? Okay, before voice over IP, anyone here used AT&T and paid $2 or $3 a minute to make phone calls? How did we go from $2 a minute to free? Can we do the same with banks? Can we go from 34 billion in overdraft fees to free? That is the promise. That's the opportunity. So who is working on that here? Who's going to help make that the revolution? You understand? If all of us are just here to make money, nothing is going to happen. Because if all of us are in here just to make money, somebody actually has to make it work. Somebody has to build it. Right? Otherwise, all of you are just like Wall Street. You're just sitting there waiting to profit from the efforts of others. That's a Howey test by definition. Okay? So my point is that we all have to focus on the one or two things we think are the killer app, and all of us have to make it happen. And that's when the 100 million people are going to join in. I put together this picture because I couldn't find it anywhere. Okay? I layered the consolidation of the banking system with how much interest they're paying us. You see the gray in the background? Dwindling every year, but they pay us less and less and less. I came to this country 30 years ago. I remember walking into Citibank, putting a few dollars that I had, and I was paid 7.5% interest. Anyone here can earn 7.5% interest from their bank? JP Morgan reported proudly to their shareholders that they made 17% return on capital. Can they pay you 7.5% right now and still be profitable? Most of you think no. The answer is yes. They just don't have to. Any of you demanded 7.5% or 8 or 9? Try that. Try to walk into your branch, hammer the table and say, hey, you guys made 17% from my money. You charge my neighbors 24% on their credit cards, right? They take your money, they give it to him, they pay you 1%, they charge him 24%. They made 23% profit. How much of that do you see? So that is the system we all live with, and we think it's wonderful. You know, great, my money's safe. Okay, so the opportunity with the blockchain is 0 fees, right? We have a service called SellPay. All of you, anyone here has a Celsius app? How many people? All right, maybe 15, 20% of the room has Celsius app. You can download the app right now. You can send anyone on the planet, I repeat, anyone on the planet, Litecoin. You can send them $1 worth of Litecoin. You don't need to know their address. You don't need to know their wallet. You don't need to first call them and say, hey, I want to send you some coins. You know, send me your wallet address. Don't send it to my email. I mean, it might be hacked. Send it to me on SMS, right? Here, you don't have to do any of that stuff. We invented a system where you can take coins from your wallet and send as many as you want to anybody by just sending an SMS inviting them to pull their coins out of the wallet that we create for them, right? So that's, again, a way to bridge the gap, right? Most of the people you know, you think they're comfortable opening a wallet, creating a wallet, figuring out what the hash is, what's the address, blah, 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 sending it to someone. You sure they're going to send the public key or the private key? It's funny, but look, guys, it's funny, but I talk to pros who've been in this business for 10 years, and they tell me, I got hacked. My coins got stolen on an exchange with a 2FA. Okay? So when the pros can keep their keys, how are we going to bring 100 million people that don't even understand what the blockchain is? So we have to create a completely different system, right? And we got to stop these guys from charging these crazy fees, right? So again, the banking model, very simple. I'm going to take your money, I'm going to lend it to him, and because you don't want anything back, I'll either give you nothing for your money, nothing, 0. Half of JP Morgan's assets, half of the 17 trillion they have, doesn't pay any interest, 0 interest. And I'm going to still charge him 24.7%. That's the average in the United States, 24.7%. $1.7 trillion in debt, just credit card debt, 24.7%, milking $600 billion out of the poorest Americans. Again, on top of the $34 billion that I talked about before. Right? That should be illegal. Now, all we've done is replaced it with a system that charges you 9% and gives her back 7%. Is that a fair system? Right? So it's that simple. Now, it's so simple, people look at it and say, no, it's too simple. Somebody must have thought about it before. You mean that's all you do? Today we announced we did $4.25 billion worth of lending in a year and a half. So some people are getting the message. Right now, again, like the speaker said this morning, when you use this, you are not using the bank. The biggest benefit here is that you're using the blockchain. You're using the platform. You're empowering the next 100 million people to join this platform because you're not giving. You're taking money away from the bank. When I did Voice over IP, my biggest customer was AT&T. And they came to me and said, look, this thing you created is amazing, but we don't want you to give it to anybody else. We want it just for ourselves. We want to save all that cost, but we don't want to give it down to the users. I mean, these people that use the phone every day, they're just paying all for our fancy planes and all that stuff and all the money we have to give to our shareholders. Don't give it to them, right? And I was like, no, the opposite. I'm going to make my patents free. I'm not going to charge any royalties. My patent expired 2 weeks ago after 25 years. All of you are using something for free because I said fuck you to AT&T 25 years ago. Right? Now, can we say fuck you to the banks? That's all I'm asking for. We charge no fees. We charge no penalties. We charge no termination fees. No early, no late, no withdrawal, no overdraft. No fees whatsoever. How can it be that we can still make money? You see that little difference between the 7 and the 9? That's enough to pay for all of our operation. We're already profitable. We don't need any more than that. You can do good and do well at the same time. You want to bring 100 million people? That's what you got to do. If all of us are just going to sit there and wait for someone to come up with a breakthrough app or dApp for us, nothing is going to happen. Nothing. So let's summarize the last 11 years. I got to fix this slide. See? Think of it as a 4-man relay race, right? The first guys to grab the baton from Satoshi. Who was the first group? Most of you. Come on, name yourself. Anarchists. Come on, that's what we are, right? The first group was anarchists. They got it in a second. They're like, oh, this Bitcoin thing, man, that's cool. Give it to me. But there wasn't enough of us, right? So we had to hand off the baton. Who did we hand off the baton to? Who was the second group? You see the guy grabbing it? Who is that group? No. No, the second group to come in were libertarians, right? Ron Paul and all of his friends said, okay, guys, look, there's not enough anarchists in the world. Libertarians, there's plenty of us. Come on, give us the baton. We'll finish the race. Did they finish the race? There isn't enough libertarians in the world. So who's the third group? Who did the libertarians have to hand off the baton to? Who got Bitcoin to 20,000? Come on. Yeah, traders, speculators, right? They came in and said, you guys are dumb, both you anarchists and you libertarians. It's all about money, okay? We're just going to ramp it up. We're going to bring it to 20,000 because we're going to hand it off to whom? Who they thought they're going to hand it off to? Wall Street institutions, they're dumb. They're going to take the Bitcoin at 20,000. Yes, right. The guys that control all the money in the world are going to take it from you at 20,000. Yeah, right. These are the guys that make sure it doesn't stay at 20,000. They are the guys. Did you read that article? Gary Cohen and his buddies in the White House deciding how they're going to kill Litecoin and Bitcoin and everything else. And then making sure the institutions had all the tools to get that done. That's like murder, right? On the street. That's like shooting somebody on the street and not going to jail for it. That's what just happened there. So that's what I'm telling you when I'm saying institutions are not going to bail you out. We already tried that. That was, again, the last 10 years is those 4 handoffs, right? So we dropped the baton. So if you look inside the baton, all these things have to happen for Bitcoin to get to new all-time highs. And all these things are going to happen, and all these hedge funds and crypto guys and everybody's going to show up only if we have retail at scale. Because they are dumb. They're not the smartest guys in the world. What they follow is adoption. When they see a hockey stick on adoption, they all show up because they know the money is going to be there. All right? So if you don't bring 10 more people to Litecoin, no one else will. This community is who's going to bring the next wave of adoption. You want Litecoin at all-time highs? You got to bring more people in. Okay? We just made the tools to make it easier. But you all of us got to work on it every day. So with VoIP, again, there were many, many technologies, right? As new technology came in, it ate the previous technology, right? And when I created Voice of IP, the hottest technology was ATM. And I don't mean the cash machine here that you get money to bet on blackjack. ATM was asynchronous transmission technology that was built to basically upgrade us from the TDM network that we used to have. And everybody was betting on that. And I came and said, no, I think TCP/IP is going to win. Now, TCP/IP was the internet, but there was no internet. There was dial-up modems. People laughed at me. They said, what are you talking about? You can't use a network. The whole internet is running on the phone network. You have to dial in, right? Remember? Right? And I said, no, you don't understand. In the future, I live in the future. I live like 10 years down the road. And in the future, everybody has internet. And the whole phone network is just an application on the internet. And people wanted to put me in like a madhouse, you know, like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's very lonely in the future. So I'm here to tell you that the entire internet is going to become an application on a blockchain. Anyone wants to hospitalize me again? The entire internet. Today, the blockchain is an application on the internet. The entire internet is going to become an application on the blockchain. Why? Because if you can't trust any article, if you can't trust anything on the internet, which is the environment we live in today, everything must be running on the blockchain to be trustworthy. And I don't mean just financial transactions. We're going to start there because that's the kind of the low-hanging fruit. But then we're going to have to move everything else there as well. So if you want a killer app, and we think we are a killer app, you need it to have these three components. I know a lot of you investing in ICOs and projects and whatever. Take a picture of the slide and ask your founders, do you have a decentralized app? Show me, prove it to me, right? Do you have token economics? Does your token actually create value for its holders? How? Show it to me, explain it to me, right? And it's running on a secure and immutable blockchain. Not everything is secure and immutable, as we found out, right? So we had three ways of innovation: infrastructure, middleware, and dApps. In the internet, we also had three waves of innovation. Where did the winners come from? The Googles, the Netflix, right? The Amazon, they're all dApps. They're all applications on the internet. Here we just have distributed applications. It's pretty much the same thing. You have to think of crypto as a Pac-Man, just eating one asset class after the next. And if you take the adoption curve, you'll see that we are a maturing technology. We're not a young, aspiring technology. We're already beyond the hype curve, right? So how do we cross that chasm? How do we go from the first few million people that are using it, right? They're all Bitcoiners. Then we got Ethereum, we got Litecoin. How do we cross? How do we get to that 100 million adoption? Is it going to be security tokens? Anyone here is a big believer of security tokens? I know my buddies over there in the back, right? It's going to take a long time for security tokens. They're not going to ignite. We need people right now. We need people to carry us across this chasm right now. Is it going to be Libra? Boo! I said Libra is like the people that brought you fake friends, right? Are not going to bring you a fake blockchain. I mean, seriously? Right? So none of us are believers. If you don't believe me, I said that. Watch Bloomberg. I was on Bloomberg just a few days ago saying that publicly. Stable coins? Anyone here uses stable coins? Not a lot of fans for stable coin. Well, I'm telling you, it's much easier for a newbie to buy a stable coin than to buy a Litecoin. And the reason is you take your dollars, you put them in an FDIC bank account or a trust company, you take a token, you deposit it in Celsius, and we pay you 7.5% interest. And you can withdraw it any time. Now, that is a very easy sell. Much easier sell than there's some blockchain that is like similar to Bitcoin that has really loyal community. No, That's going to take a while. After you got the guy into the stable coin, because now he's earning interest, and every Monday he gets that email that says, hey, look how much money you made. Look how much money you made. Your money is working for you. It's not just you working for your money. Now you want to get him to buy some Litecoin, and you send it to him with SellPay, you're going to get him like this. And that's what we all need to do, right? So the product's already there. You don't need to invent something new. Now, again, should we do what's easy? No, let's do what's hard. Let's go find 10 more people that are willing to buy Litecoin who think we're crazy. And we're the only guys in the neighborhood that have Litecoin. So I'm running out of time. I'm going to skip a few slides here. So anyway, like we said, we have a booth out there. That's what we pay on different coins. We have 25 different coins. You don't like the first 5 coins we have plenty of other ones for you. I'm sure you're going to pick a few that you like. And this is not the entire list, so you can stop by and see what else we support. It's a simple app. Do you have apps on your phone? Anyone here has apps on their phone? This is just one more app. It's that easy, okay? So put $10 in it and send $1 to 10 of your friends using SMS or WhatsApp or email or whatever you want. It supports all of those things, okay? And then see how many of them you convert, okay? And then you know, are you doing something for the community, or are you just going to sit and wait for somebody else to get to all-time highs? So again, new numbers, 4.25 billion in loans, right? Over 400 million, as was mentioned before, in deposits, right? If you think about what we do versus everybody else, right? We do what's in the best interest of depositors and what's best interest of the community, which is exactly the opposite of what banks do. Exactly the opposite. And we can still make money. You know, my VoIP company went on NASDAQ, was worth $1.4 billion. And I gave almost everything for free. And it was still worth over $1 billion. You understand? The most valuable company, one of the most valuable companies ever, WhatsApp. Anyone here used WhatsApp? Great. So how much did WhatsApp ever send you a bill? Do you know it was sold to Facebook for $22 billion? 0 in revenues? We know the model. We don't have to create a new model. We just have to take what's already working and apply it to the blockchain. Who's with me on that? All right. Forbes names us number 3 best blockchain out there. Okay? Do you guys know, anyone knows this guy? Anyone met with this guy ever? Scott Stornetta? Remember I was talking about Belcore in 1991? There were 2 inventors in the room. Scott was one of them. Anyone here read Satoshi's white paper? Come on, I'm sure more of you, come on. Go to page number 9 on Satoshi's white paper. Satoshi lists. Here are all the people I stole my ideas from. 4 of the 7 references go to this guy, Scott Stornetta. He only advises one company in the entire blockchain space. Okay? And it's not because I'm so good looking. Okay? So my point is, we have a good thing, but it's worthless, it's meaningless if we don't get the next 100 million people in. Okay? All the guys around us, the banks, the financial institution, the government, wants to kill us, wants to shut us down, wants to take your coins away from you, wants to take your keys away from you. Why? Because if your thing works out, the dollar doesn't. It's a binary system. You're either in the pyramid or you're in the circle. Now, we all in the circle, and it's nice and warm and fuzzy, blah, 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 but most of the people are out there in the pyramid. We got to drag them in one at a time. Go on YouTube, see my videos of me going on the street one at a time, interviewing people and converting them and getting them to download a wallet and giving them their first $5 or $10. And their lights light up. They understand it in a second. They go, wow, really? It's that simple? I'm like, yes, it's that simple. When your money's earning money, Monday becomes the best day of the week. Because every Monday morning you get an email that says, hey, you've earned interest, real money. Can I use your name? All right, we have a guy here who's paying his mortgage, okay, and bought a house just on the interest that we pay him. Okay, he's been with us from day one. I love you, Alex. Now, again, look, I'm already a rich fuck. I'm not doing this for the money. My wife asks me every morning, what the heck are you doing? Why are you so running around the world and giving these speeches and why? Because I want to leave this earth having done something that impacted billions of people. Now, VoIP is used. Thank you. VoIP is used by 4.5 billion people already. I gotta eclipse that. The target is pretty high. But this is an easier sell because everybody's stealing from us. Everybody. Your insurance broker, your real estate broker. The minute that you have a word that says broker, that's like a thief. Just take it and replace it with a thief. Okay? So your bank, is stealing from you every day because you don't have time to figure out how to put your money to work. Right? And that's all we've done. We've stole all the best secrets from Wall Street and gave it to everybody here, paying you 80% of what we make. You don't trust me? You can go online and figure out, you can follow all the addresses and figure out really how much do we get in deposit? How much did we lend out? What did we earn? Did we actually give 80% of that? There's an independent website called Celsians.com that does that for you every day. They track everything we do. Every rate we publish, they go and say, I don't know if where's my team? Did they publish the numbers already or no? They're supposed to publish, they did an audit on our numbers and they found more coins. They said, hey, you lied. You have more coins than you said, right? So that's what we need to do, okay? So I'm calling you to take action. I'm calling you to join the fight and actually go and bring people into this. Otherwise, nothing is gonna happen. If you're waiting for back to Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley or any of these fuckers, nothing is gonna happen. They're gonna kill you. And your coins are gonna be worthless. That's what they want. Because they have a printing machine. They can legally print money. Can you? Anyone here? Not without going to jail. Well, they can. They just printed over $300 billion just in the last few weeks. And they're going to print more, exactly. And we've done nothing about it. You want to do something about it? Just bring more people into Litecoin. Thank you very much. I'll be outside. Love to talk to you.
Up now, we're going to hear from the father of the Bitcoin family. Now, I don't know if you've followed his story. It has been all over the press. He's had a documentary made by the Wall Street Journal, by Channel News Asia, CNBC, Arte. This is a man who went all in on Bitcoin in 2017, decided that he would completely opt out of the current financial system. He has a fascinating story, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing from him. He's going to be talking about, is an all-in Bitcoin lifestyle even possible? Can you please give Didi Taihutu a very warm welcome to the stage.
Test. Can you hear me? Thank you, guys. Thank you, Litecoin Foundation, for having me over here. I'm a Dutch guy, so I'm not native English speaking. So I had a few Bacardi Cokes last night, so that didn't work as well. So sometimes you need to listen a little bit better to understand what I'm telling you. Today, I want to try to tell you my story. I'm going to take you on this short roller coaster ride that we as the Bitcoin family took the last 3 years. So I will start with telling who I am. My name is Didi Taihutu. If you want to put me in a box, you can call me a speaker, an author, a writer, an advisor, a vlogger, blogger. I'm living by example, and there are some few documentaries made about me, but I hate to be put in a box. That's why I am in this space. I want to think outside of the box, and I want to change the world. So to keep in the crypto sphere, I created this beautiful roadmap of my life. I'm born in '78, so that makes me 48 years old. My kids think I'm old. I feel very young. In my youth, I was a professional football player. I played professional for a few teams, and that was my passion, football. Of course, I had this strange mentality that I thought that I would only know the right position to play and the passes and the ball, and the coach was never right. So I didn't succeed in football, so I needed to go to school as well. I studied higher economics. And after school, I needed to go and work and find a job. I did that for 3 months. I quickly realized I couldn't work for a boss. That was not my kind of style. And at that point, something happened in my life. I was at home at my parents, having dinner with my mother. father, my brother, and my sister. During dinner, beautiful night. At the end, I said, Mom, thanks for dinner. See you tomorrow. That night, at 2 a.m. in the night, my brother called me. I could hear the stress in his voice. Didi, please come home. Please come home. Mom was not breathing anymore. I drove back from my house to my mother's house. I came there. The ambulance was there. They were rehabilitating her, and she went into coma. 7 days later, she died. She was 48. I was 24. I couldn't cope with the feelings. I didn't know what to do. My mother always told me, Didi, do not fear life. At that point, I just wanted to accumulate wealth. I just wanted to be a millionaire before 30. So I had 6 years left. So what did I do? Because I didn't cope with my feelings, I just became a workaholic. Started working, built my first company, second company, employees, bought a huge house, first car, second car, third car. I had everything I wanted. A holiday house, my kids had everything. I was happy. I always thought during my school time that accumulating wealth is the goal in life, and then you become happy if you're filthy rich. So I thought I was there, and I was there. I was on top of this hill, man. I had this Belvedere bottle of 6 liter in the most fancy clubs of London. I reached the goal in life. And then it was December 2014, just before Christmas. I was driving my Jeep Cherokee. My father calls me. Didi, are you sitting? I said, yeah, Dad, I'm sitting. So I just came from the hospital. I'm diagnosed with cancer, and I have 1 more year to live. Again, I drove back to my elderly house, opened the door, just looked at my father, hugged him, started crying, and I couldn't say more. Again, I was going to lose somebody that really taught me how to live and everything. So I hired 2 managers to run all my companies. 2015, I left my own house to live in the basement of my father's with my family, and just to spend every single last minute with my father. Last Easter, last Christmas, last soccer match, last all that stuff, you know, the things you want to do if you know that your father is going to die. In January 2016, he died. My father was a professional football player. He always told me, to reach the top, you need to find your passion and then train, and train some more. After he died, I did a funeral, I did all the inheritance and all that stuff, which is not fun, and I got a huge burnout. I couldn't get up anymore in the mornings. I was totally burned out. I told my wife, I need to reset. We need to travel. Travel for 2 months, 3 months, mentally resetting on the beach. So we did. I told the managers, please keep running the company and let's go on a trip with the family. I did. We went to Thailand on the beach. I found myself again. I saw my kids playing on the beach. That was the first time since 15 years. I was a workaholic, 80 hours a week. And now I could see my kids grow up, and that gave me this beautiful feeling inside that this is exactly what life was about. My family, what have I been doing the last years, you know? My mother at 48, my father at 59. How long do I have left? Am I going to run this hamster wheel continuously to accumulate wealth? And is that the goal in life? So I figured out it was not the goal in life. So after 3 months, I told my wife, I like this lifestyle. I'm just traveling with you and the kids. We have 3 backpacks, nothing else, no luxury stuff, no cars, and we are the most happy family ever. Let's continue. So we put another 3 months, added another 3 months to this trip. And then something beautiful in Bali happened. In Bali, my friend called me, and he's like, Didi, do you still own your Bitcoins and your Dogecoins? And I'm like, yeah, man, but I'm on the beach in Bali, I'm drinking a Bacardi Coke, and enjoying the sunset. I'm not going to touch a laptop. Because I started mining in 2013. I started mining Bitcoin and Dogecoin. In 2014, of course, I need to sell some during the crash because I got afraid. I lost my trust in this revolution at that time. But then in Bali, this guy reminded me of this phase, and I said, yeah, so I will check it tonight. I checked it. And in the evening, I saw that Bitcoin was going up. I saw the community growing. I started looking into the forums, and I felt this fire burning up again of this entrepreneurship in this revolution, you know, there's a monetary revolution going on. And so I said to my wife, what do you think if we continue this lifestyle forever, we sell everything we have, and we go all in Bitcoin? She looked at me and started laughing, of course. She said, man, you're the most materialistic bastard ever. You're not going to sell your Jeep Cherokee. You can tell me a lot, but that is not going to happen, Didi. So I went online, I sold my cars, I sold my motorcycle, I sold my clothes, I started to sell everything I had at home. And she was like, are you really doing this? Yes, I'm really doing this. And now, I said, now we're going to fly home, sell the companies and the house, and we are going all in. And then she was, but what is the reason? So the reason behind this, darling, is that we need to educate our kids that life is not about accumulating wealth. Life is about accumulating happiness. Why would we bring our kids in this situation that they go to school and that they are brainwashed into these little robots that just want to create more money, 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 and don't care about other people in the world? Or we could do a very good job as parents to show them the world and educate them in a different way, the way we think the future is going to look, a decentralized future. This is what we need to teach the kids. That was the fact why my wife agreed on selling her 70 pairs of shoes, because that's the last thing you want to sell as your wife, of course. It took her a week. She went from 70 to 60 to 50, and then she ended up with 5 pairs. Now she only has 3 pairs of shoes. So we were all in. At least I thought I was all in, because I got this letter from my pension fund. It said, Didi, you still have a pension fund. I said, give it. I'm going all in. But you lose 40% of your value. He said, I will create 120% in 2 weeks. I was really bullish at that time. So the guy laughed the same, like you are laughing now. So, but I did. I said, give it, send it. I put it all in Bitcoin, and Bitcoin went up, and I made 120%. I sent this picture, this letter to this company, and I said, yeah, I did it. Man, this is amazing. The guy told me, yeah, you should go all in as well. No. I choose for a secure life. So we thought I was all in, but then again, I saw this letter. We had a savings plan for the kids. So I walked up to my wife. I said, we still have some savings for the kids. What do we do? Yeah, don't touch them. You're not going to touch the savings. Let me touch them. Let me triple them, that they all have more. She agreed again. I have a very beautiful wife, very nice life. She's lovely. And we went in with the savings. That was the moment we were all in. That was 2017. Bitcoin flew up. The kids all have some Bitcoins now. So I did good in saving-wise. So you might ask yourself, why did I go all in as a family? Did we go in to become millionaires? No, we already were rich. We already had a good life. We realized we are not going to be happy, but we believed in these beautiful fundamentals, that it's open, that everybody can use it, that it's decentral, there's no centralized control. It's unconfiscatable. I saw what happened in Greece. I saw what happened in Cyprus. I didn't want that to happen to my money, or my Bitcoins at that point. It's censorship resistant. Nobody can stop it. All these things made me decide, and all these events you see during your life made me decide to go all in. It's borderless. We went to Indonesia, to my nephew, to my family. 98% of those islands over there, they don't have a bank account. So I quickly understood what borderless meant and what including and excluding meant. So that was, for me, the reason to get in. So we did that. We went all in. We started to travel around. I started to speak on conferences because we were bombed to the Bitcoin family. Who the fuck is selling his house for Bitcoins? So the media found out, and some documentaries were made, and I'm invited now to speak about these things. Then I was speaking on this event, the blockchain cruise. So no, I was not just sitting on the beach and drinking cocktails, by the way, but I love a cocktail. And I met this beautiful company, NDG Investment Group, and a guy walked up to me, and he was like, what you're doing inspired me, and I love it. Can I help you? I said, yeah, I want to travel the world. I want to start educating those people in the world that really need to be educated. Also you guys, but you're able to pay €600 per ticket. So I also want to educate those kids that are excluded from our system and that need to be included. So we had an agreement, and he bought his car, and he's at the Volkswagen California. He said, here, drive it, 3 years, 5 years, how long do you want to drive the world? I said, I don't know, I don't have a plan. Let's figure something out. 2 weeks later, he calls me and he's like, Didi, the car is there, it's ready. This is the car. We are traveling with 5 in this one, all over the world. We are going to do a tour at this point because we realized that it's not about, just educating the people that already are educated, but also the other ones. We are going to drive in 150,000 kilometers through 50 countries and 500 cities with this car. We are not flying to the moon, probably. We didn't upgrade it yet with this skyrocket package, sorry. But this is what we are doing at the moment. This is the route we are going to drive. So the car will be shipped by boat sometimes. We need to go from Africa to South America and all those things. And in all those countries, I will be speaking and doing other stuff during the Sharing and Caring tour. This is how we call it, the Sharing and Caring tour. There will be a documentary made about us, what we are doing, because we want to really create edutainment, where we educate people, but also which is entertainment for the people out there, out the circle where we just heard about, that just don't know what crypto is. We are going to do Bitcoin challenges, where we challenge other families, live on crypto solely for a week, go for dinner for crypto. So we are going to gamify this a little bit. We are going to do treasure hunts, where we will hide some Bitcoins on a ledger, and then we will create through a beautiful game app you can find by solving some questions. You can find the ledger and you can keep your Bitcoin. So we are going to do a lot of things in a couple of years that are going to make us, as a family, a shitload of money and Bitcoins. I'm honest. But what I'm going to do with this money is the beautiful part, of course, because, again, we are not in it to become millionaires. We are all about sharing and caring. Every penny I make in speaking, selling my book, donations, we are going to give this away to charity. We are going to use it for impact investments or donate it if there is no food at that point. We're going to build schools. I'm going to physically help. I'm going to show my kids that there is a life possible just by traveling around and helping other people. So this is at the moment what we as the Bitcoin family are doing. We have a new logo. It's, the brand is rebranded like a week ago. We created this new logo because we don't want to be a five-headed Bitcoin family. We want to evolve to a huge Bitcoin family movement that shares and cares with other people. We are making a lot of money at these times because we are the first adopters, the early adopters. Why not share a little bit? I found out that if I accumulate a wealth, I'm happy short term. But the moment I start giving away, which we already did with more than 50% of our own capital, I felt even more happier. I felt really happy, internally happy, seeing this kid smile. That made me happy. And it made other people happy, and other people came to me and they told me, Didi, this is so beautiful what you're doing. You need to share your story. So that is what we are doing now as the Bitcoin family, sharing this story, hoping that you guys will all help us, tweet, retweet, all those things, because you will know I will never touch this money. I will give it away, and we are going to video this all over the world. And we are going to make these videos hopefully go viral with the help of a lot of people, so that people all over the world will see that it's also possible to share. To give you a preview of the documentary that is going to be created, I have some time. A 2-minute video. Please enjoy it for 2 minutes, and I will continue afterwards. I don't know if we need to dim the lights or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Is there no sound?
Meet the Bitcoin family.
Yep.
Meet the Bitcoin family. Famous for having sold everything they owned for cryptocurrency.
So you sold absolutely everything.
Everything.
But there's much more to their story. The family has filmed over 300 hours of footage as they traveled the world, living only on cryptocurrency. While educating people on crypto and blockchain, they're also preparing their children for the future, not just through homeschooling, but also by involving them with their extensive charitable work. With your assistance, we will tell this story to a bigger audience and give people an up-close and personal view of what life is all about to them: family, freedom, and changing the world for the better. It has inspired people from all walks of life to look inward and see what's truly important.
But we have to live a minimalistic life, and we have to teach our children how it is to live without money and just being happy with living.
Join the family on this amazing adventure as a media partner or sponsor. And let's show the world their story and what blockchain and crypto is all about.
So at the moment we have two sponsors. I just want to talk a little bit about them because I'm very thankful they're helping us with this. It's a Bitcoin mining company. It's also the founder of Blockchain Valley. You can check this on blockchainvalley.com. It's a beautiful thing that's going to be built in Bulgaria. It's a valley that needs to be like the Silicon Valley, but then for blockchain. There's possibilities of living. There's possibility of startups to start up their company. You can find more information on Blockchain Valley. LiteAM is also a sponsor. Why do I use LiteAM? Because this one makes it possible to buy, sell, exchange, send, receive Bitcoins, Litecoins, very exported, by using Facebook Messenger and Telegram, and you have full control of your private keys, so it's non-custodial. It's a really cool project. Check them out as well. This one is very handy for me because my kids send their Facebook Messenger links to their kids in Indonesia, and they can set up a wallet in 3 minutes. They just understand how to set the wallet because it's very easy in 3 minutes times. And you know, that's simplifying the use of Bitcoin and Litecoin for me. Because yeah, it's very difficult to go to these remote countries and tell them to open a hardware wallet, to make the seeds and all that stuff. Now I can just show it by using Telegram or Facebook Messenger. So that's simplifying for me how to educate the kids in using Bitcoin. So I'm very thankful for those two companies. We have some other influence and media partners already. Jill and I and all those guys, they retweet the things we do as a family. So we are going to cover a broad prospect of audience because we also have traveling families that are going to support this. We are there to create a huge Bitcoin family and to help and to make a change in this world because that is exactly what we need to do at the moment. We need to change this world. We need to change the system. And how can you do this? By leading by example. I show my kids a new life by leading by example, by living the life. I can tell my kids this story, they won't believe it. I need to show the story. I can tell the kids about Bitcoin, they won't understand it. I need to show it. I can tell crypto community about what we are doing. I need to show it. So that's what we're doing. We are driving around the world, showing through videos what we are doing, and we just hope on your support. I want to stop because we still have a few minutes, and I always love to answer a few questions if that's possible. These are my favorite quotes. The secret of happiness is freedom. The secret of freedom is courage. And just always remember that your fear kills a lot of dreams. Again, thank you for listening to me. If you want to follow us, just check the Bitcoin family on Google. We have a Twitter account. The kids run the TikTok account. They make crazy-ass videos on TikTok, which is really cool. They learn a lot of it. Even I need to make some crazy faces now and then, which I don't feel completely comfortable. But after yesterday being body painted, now I can, by Vesa, now I can do anything what I want. But please follow us and retweet and share the message we are doing. So we have some time left. Are there any questions? I have exactly 5 minutes. Does somebody have a question? Yes? The new website is being made now, and the schedule is now being uploaded. I can tell you a little bit about the schedule. We are driving now from Spain to the south of France. We are going to Corsica, Sardinia, and then to Sicilia, the booth of Italy. Then we go into Greece, Cyprus, Malta. Then we go to Egypt to Jerusalem, Lebanon. From Lebanon, the car will be shipped to Dubai. We will do to Dubai, Oman. Then the car will be shipped to Mumbai, India. Then we do all India. From India, we'll go to Indonesia, and then we don't know yet, maybe to Japan or to Australia first. Depends on how it evolves at the moment. This is the broad route. We don't know exactly the time frame yet, but depends also where I can speak, where I'm invited to speak. Because again, we also depend on donations to help to build schools and all that stuff. So we just go with the flow, try to live day by day. Any other question? Who wants to go all in? Nobody, shit, I feel lonely over here. Everybody already is, beautiful. Yeah, then I think if there is no questions left, this is everything I have to.
Can you tell us about the Blockchain Valley project and how it's coming along?
The Blockchain Valley project is what do you want me to tell about it? It's a huge piece of land. It's 2 million square meters. It's situated near Sofia, Bulgaria. It's 20 minutes from the airport. It's a microclimate there that's very healthy for the lungs. That's a lot of lung clinics are over there, I think. And there is going to be built this huge community to live. You can buy a house and live there in this valley. And there's going to be a huge community where it's going to be startups, the apartments, business offices, stores. There's going to be a lot of entertainment as well. The beautiful thing of Blockchain Valley is that if investors from Dubai or out there try to invest more than 500K, they will get a Bulgarian passport as well, I think. So that will mean they have no visa shit anymore. So it's a huge investment opportunity, but it is also a beautiful place to live, I think. Yeah. Yes.
What's your favorite place that you've been so far?
My favorite, I have a lot of favorite places, but there are a few cities, like Rovereto in Italy. I went into this very traditional town, Rovereto. They call it Bitcoin Valley, I think, over there. And there are more than 60 shops that accept Bitcoin direct payments. So I could do my hair. I didn't. Yes, you can see. Sorry. My kids don't let me. But you can buy your car. You can buy your driver license. You can pay your taxes over there. You can go to the butcher. You can go to the grocery store, to the restaurant. I can buy clothes. Everything with Bitcoin in this small traditional Italian town, which made me believe that if such a small traditional town can do this, any town in the world can do this. You just need one motor. One motor. There's one company in this town educating everybody, and that's what needs to happen everywhere. We need to educate. The second place I would just visit 6 weeks ago, I think, was Slovenia, BTC City. There, more than 400 stores accept Bitcoin, and I stayed there for 3 days, and I could buy 99% of everything I need to live with Bitcoin. Everything, from iPhones to food, supermarkets to, again, hairdressers, again, didn't use them, nailing stuff for the kids, everything, 99%. I can't even tell you what 1% I couldn't buy, but yeah, and calculating that risk in. But BTC City was amazing. The payment is like done with an app. It's like in seconds. You press the button, it's already paid. It's beautiful. There's a video on our YouTube about this. I created this, and on Instagram TV. You need to watch it. It's really cool. Yeah. And then to relax, for me, Thailand and Indonesia are heaven on the beach. Yes?
Got a question from the live stream.
Yeah.
Kieran wants to know if you're an anarchist.
An anarchist. Yeah, I'm not native either English speaking, so what is an anarchist? I'm a revolutionarist. I believe in the revolution. I believe in disrupting a system. I believe in a huge community that can be stronger than the bigger overlapping, group of people. So if you look at that, I really believe we can change the world if we work together. So I really believe that in crypto, that's the only thing we are doing wrong at the moment is that we throw mud at each other's projects. And you are this, and you're this. We all need to realize that we are fighting this revolution together. If you want to overthrow the current systems, we need to work together. It doesn't matter if you're a coin that represents the housing business. Some people love that business and will go into crypto because of that. Other people love sports, and we need a sports coin to go into crypto for this. So there are many people out there in the world, and they all have another passion. And if there is a currency that, tokenize their passion, and they will get into crypto because of that, I'm full in support. So I think we need to work together. Yeah. Yes.
30 seconds if it's a quick question. Buying fuel or food or something like that, and how did you convince people to take Bitcoin?
I just tell them. So I walk up to the stores. I film this as well everywhere, and I ask them, "Can I pay with Bitcoin?" If they don't accept Bitcoin yet, I follow up with an email with a PDF how they can start accepting Bitcoin. So every event I go, like here, I go to the helicopter. I flew to the Grand Canyon, which was beautiful. I asked this guy, "Can I pay in Bitcoin?" The video will be online, I think, tomorrow. It's being edited. And if they don't do, I follow them up. I just send them an email. "Hey, guys, you should, because you will have a more client base." If you ask me how I survive, of course I have this Bitcoin debit card that in emergency I can always pay with Bitcoins. But if you are creative, living on Bitcoin is really easy. You can buy online coupons with Bitcoin. You can redeem those coupons at a gasoline station. So you don't need to use this banking system for me. So living on Bitcoin for me is living on crypto without owning a bank account, because we don't have bank accounts as a family anymore. So we need to be creative. Sometimes you use a debit card, sometimes coupons, sometimes online bookings. just what is possible, finding this out. Again, thank you very much. Time is over, and hope you enjoyed it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I definitely look forward to seeing the documentary when it comes out. But if you haven't seen some of the other stuff that's been out on the news, please watch it. It's really fascinating stuff. So thanks, Dee Dee. That sounds like a wonderful lifestyle. I'm a little bit jealous, actually. So now, I know earlier today we already started talking about privacy options for Litecoin, which is really exciting. Charlie was talking a little bit about that on the panel. So now we're actually going to dive right into that. We're talking about Mimblewimble and opt-in privacy and opt-in privacy transactions for Litecoin. I'd like to invite David Burkett up onto the stage. He is a Grin developer and has a lot of information to share with you about this. As I said before, privacy, I think, is one of the most important things we can be focusing on right now. So I'm very excited about this talk. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Is it off? I was told it's on. Oh, good, good, okay. All right, so I spent the last year working on Grin++, which is the C++ version of the Grin protocol. But also these past few months, I've been working with E and Charlie and a few others to try to come up with ways to add some privacy to Litecoin. And we just last week released a couple of proposals to do just that. And I'm going to get to those, but first I want to make sure that we all have a good understanding of the basics so that we can understand what's being proposed, how it's different than today, what advantages it has, so that everyone can be in the know as we discuss these things publicly going forward. So let's start with how Litecoin works. And I thought there'd be like a pointer or something, so I'll just like point and you have to guess where I'm talking about. So right now, Litecoin is a blockchain, which means there's a chain of blocks, right? It's going to get a little more technical than this, but there's every block, which they're mined about every 2.5 minutes on Litecoin. There's a little bit of metadata about the time and stuff, but mostly it's a bunch of transactions. And transactions are updates to the UTXO set. And a UTXO set is the set of unspent transaction outputs, which really just means it's a list of coins that have not yet been spent. And that's important because when you create a new transaction and you try to go spend some coins, you need to make sure they haven't already been spent, or else you're doing a double spend there. So all nodes maintain this UTXO set to validate new transactions. So a transaction is just an update to that. It has inputs and outputs. The inputs are the coins that you are spending. So those inputs must point to outputs that are in that UTXO set. They both have values. Your inputs have values. That's how many coins you are spending. And your outputs have values. And that's how much they're sending to each address. So if I have a coin that was sent to me before for 6 Litecoin, and I want to send it to Charlie for, I want to send him 5, I would create a transaction that would point to my input that has to be unspent, and it'd be worth 6 Litecoins, and I would create an output worth 5 Litecoins, and I would point it to Charlie's address, and then there'd be an extra one that I'd create another output for 1 Litecoin, and that would go back to me. I would, send it to one of my change addresses, and then the outputs and the input equals the inputs. We're not creating any new coins there. And then I would go sign the input. I would go prove that I'm the owner of those 6 Litecoins and I'm authorized to spend them. So that's what a transaction looks like. So when a node decides they're going to validate these transactions, they check that signature. They make sure that the right person is spending it. It's not Joe Schmo trying to send my money to someone else. They make sure that we're not creating any coins. The outputs cannot be worth more than the inputs, or we've printed money out of thin air. And we need to make sure that the inputs are all part of the UTXO set. They're all unspent. We're not double spending. So there's some problems here. So the full history is required to validate. We need to, in order to build the UTXO set, in order to know which coins have been spent and which ones haven't, we have to go start at the beginning. And we have to go transaction by transaction, block by block, and we have to update that set. We have to validate the transactions, make sure the inputs were not were actually part of the UTXO set at the time. We validate all the signatures, make sure all the data is good, and we maintain our own UTXO set. There's a, in Bitcoin, this is hundreds of gigs, and it can take hours, days, sometimes even weeks to set up a node, to do what's called the initial block download. And it's one of the biggest problems with cryptocurrencies, as I'm sure you've heard a lot about recently. But another issue here is each input in the transaction requires its own signature. It requires its own proof that you are the owner of those coins. And those signatures take up space, and they require some processing to validate them. And then lastly, there's a scripting language built into Litecoin, which is pretty powerful. It allows you to do things like multi-signatures and stuff like that. But the more complexity involved with a contract, the more space it takes up, the more validation time. So blockchains just have a real scalability problem. But more importantly, in my mind, there's a privacy problem. So all the amounts are completely transparent. You can see, in my scenario, you can see my input of 6. You can see the 5 goes to Charlie's address. You can see the 1 goes back to me. So imagine you're an employer who wants to pay their employees in Litecoin. It's going to be real problematic because you may pay one of your employees 200 Litecoins a month, and you pay another 225 for doing a similar job. There's going to be some animosity as soon as employee A finds out about employee B and finds out that he's making more than he is. So you don't want, an employer's not going to want all these amounts public. There's also a problem of address reuse, and it's less of a problem these days with BIP32, which is the whole hierarchical deterministic wallet thing. But all you need to know is if you reuse addresses, you leak a lot of data. And you can use that info to go find other transactions you've been a part of and to build a profile on you. And companies like Chainalysis have gotten really good at this, and I'm sure the US government can do a little bit of that as well. And then there's transaction linkability, which is just that concept in general, where you can follow the inputs and the outputs. You can follow the history of a coin. Every coin comes with a history, right? All of this affects the fungibility, which just means a good property of money would be that one Litecoin would equal the same as any other Litecoin. But unfortunately with Litecoin, there's a history to every coin. You can have this concept of a tainted coin, which maybe was part of a theft in the past, which maybe was part of a hack, or even if someone just identifies a transaction as your own, maybe your political enemy. Maybe China decides that they're going to censor certain transactions, and they force miners to do that. And there's enough hash power in China that they could probably do that. They could probably force miners to censor certain transactions. So we really want to leave as little data in transactions as possible to make sure that we get fungibility, which is an important part of money. One way we can do this is a concept called coin joins. And you can do this today without any changes to the protocol, and there's probably ways to do it. I'm not sure if services are set up for Litecoin or not, but it's a pretty simple concept. You want to build a single transaction using multiple parties. So if I want to send that 5 Litecoins to Charlie, let's say I have an input for 5 and I want to send 5 to Charlie, and let's say Alice wants to send 10 Litecoins to Bob. Well, what we could do is we could work together and we could build a transaction that has an input for 5, which is my input, and an input for 10, which is Alice's. And then we can create an output for Charlie of 5 and an output for Bob of 10. And all is fine and dandy, and we may think we've mixed our coins. And we can just put it in one big transaction, and it's not immediately clear where the inputs, which inputs are going to which outputs, except for the fact that the amounts are transparent. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the 10 Litecoin input goes to the 10 Litecoin output, and the 5 Litecoin input goes to the 5 Litecoin output. So you have to actually agree on an amount that you're going to send. So maybe in this scenario, we agree we're going to send 5 Litecoins. So I send my 5 to Charlie, and Alice actually breaks the outputs into 2 and sends 2 to Bob, preferably to different addresses. So 2 different outputs of 5 Litecoins each. And then that solves that problem, and now you can't tell which input was spent to which output. And you can scale this up, but another issue here, before we talk about the scale, is if Alice wants to send 8 Litecoins to Bob, it doesn't work out as well. She has to send 5, and then maybe do another round with someone else for that remaining 3. And you end up having to do multiple rounds of this, and each round requires some confirmations on the blockchain and all kinds of other issues. But now, let's assume we have a way of finding a bunch of people that are all trying to send 10 Litecoins. And let's say we find 100 of them, and probably using a central server. That's typically how that's done. And we find 100 people who want to be part of a coin join. They can all list which inputs and outputs they're going to use. And then once all of the inputs and outputs are known, they can go start building their signatures. And let's say 99 of the people build a signature, but 1 doesn't. We don't have a valid transaction. So we have to start over. We have to go now with those 99 remaining, and once again, start building all the signatures for just those 99 inputs and 99 outputs. And maybe this time it succeeds. And we've got a valid transaction, and we go ahead and broadcast it. But before it makes it into a block, one of those 99 participants decides that they're actually going to spend those Litecoins somewhere else. So they create a different transaction with a higher fee. And miners are going to pick that up first because they just want those high fees. And as soon as they do, and as soon as it makes it into a block, it immediately invalidates that coin join. So we've got to go back once again and find some more participants and go build this transaction again. It's really easy to DOS coin joins. And it's one of their biggest problems, along with the fact that the amounts are still completely transparent. So the first thing we want to do is we want to try to solve this transparent value problem. And you can do that through these things called confidential transactions. Confidential transactions use what are called homomorphic commitments, which really just means you can blind or sort of encrypt the actual values, but still perform some validation on them, can still perform mathematical operations. So in this case, we have our values, which are V1, V2, and V3. And we're multiplying them by elliptic curve points, which it's the same operation that takes place when you have your private key and you turn it into a public key. And if you're not real well-versed in elliptic curve cryptography, all you really need to know is that it's a one-way operation. It's like a multiplication without a division. Okay? So it's just a one-way thing, and I can multiply, let's say we're sending 2 inputs, a 5 and a 10, to a 15 output. You can take that 5, multiply by this G, and you get some random looking 32-byte integer, and you can, or 33 bytes. You can take your 10 times G, and you get a different random looking, it's just an elliptic curve point. You can actually add them together, and then you can take 15 times G, and you can see that they end up with the same value. So you can use this concept to replace the values in the inputs and outputs. And it allows you to, to hide how much is being spent. Nobody can tell. There's actually an extra piece here. It requires Peterson commitments. Because there's a limited number of values, there's a limited range, you could brute force it. So you have to add this additional blinding factor. But it all still works out to the same. But we now have a way of hiding the values. But there's a couple problems here. So what if, in our scenario, instead of having an output for 15, we have 2 outputs, one for 115 and one for negative 100? Well, the math still checks out because 115 plus negative 100 still equals 15. So you still, you have to guarantee that, you have to prove that none of these values are less than 0. And to do that, there's this big, heavy mathematical chunk of data that's called a range proof. And it's really hard to validate. And it's getting a little easier through these things called bullet proofs. But they're also very large. So our scalability problem just got a whole lot worse and close to an order of magnitude larger. So it just doesn't scale up. And then there's also, this doesn't do anything for linkability. So this needs combined with other approaches. So maybe we can find a way where we can join confidential transactions with coin joins in a way where you can't DOS and you can't, and you don't have to, you don't cause as much bloat to the blockchain. And that's exactly what Mimblewimble does. In 2016, Tom Elvis Jedusor, which is the French name for Lord Voldemort, decided to drop this paper, this onion link, just a Tor link, to a paper that describes a protocol that has confidential transactions, so the amounts are all hidden using Peterson commitments, just like typical confidential transactions. There's no addresses, so you don't have to worry about address reuse. The way it works is you actually interact with the receiver. So if I'm sending Charlie those Litecoins, I need to work with Charlie. I need to either meet him at a rendezvous point or I send him a file or something. And we build the transaction together. And because of that, we have no addresses on chain to worry about reusing or anything like that. It uses Schnorr signatures, which give us some good efficiency advantages too. We now no longer need a signature per input. You just need a signature per transaction. And it allows us to do scriptless scripts and some other fancy things that we're not going to get into. And then it does, here's the real innovative part. It has this thing called cut-through. And cut-through gives us this way of deleting old outputs that are spent. So typically, we have to validate the whole history. But in Mimblewimble, you don't have to do that. All you have to validate is the UTXO set. You just have to see the unspent coins, and you don't even have to worry about the whole history. It ends up scaling, even though we have to still include those range proofs, it ends up scaling about 10 times better than Litecoin. And on-chain transactions are completely unlinkable. So every block is basically one big coin join. Every transaction in there, you lose the transaction boundaries. You just have a bunch of inputs and a bunch of outputs and a little bit of glue called kernels that holds them all together. So this is what this would look like. Here's 2 transactions in Litecoin today. And you see the green is being spent there in transaction 1, we have an output that's green. And in transaction 2, we have an input that's green. It's the same input, same output there. We're just spending it in the next transaction. So the first step that would occur in Mimblewimble is we would combine this into one big transaction. This is the coin join part. And it doesn't have to be in that same order, and preferably it wouldn't be. It'd be in a random order, and you just have a bunch of inputs and a bunch of outputs. But then this innovative part is, okay, so if we're just adding everything up and we just need to make sure that everything sums up, and if you have outputs that are equal to inputs, they're going to cancel out. So you can just remove them from the block. So all you really need is the 3 inputs and 2 outputs. And you end up saving a lot of data this way. And the same can be done historically. You don't actually have to download all the full blocks. You just download the unspent coins. So the next question is, so how do we get something like this into Litecoin? And Johnson Lau, during the at the beginning of the big scaling debacle, came up with this idea of how we could increase the size of blocks using something called extension blocks, and it would be through a soft fork. And it works by basically every block has an additional block that goes along in parallel with it. And the Coinbase, which is the first transaction in every block, has an additional chunk of data that commits to this additional block. It's like the extra header for that second block. And in that other block, you don't have to follow the same Litecoin rules. You can come up with whatever protocol rules you want. And this is a great place to implement Mimblewimble. We create this extension block that has Mimblewimble-style transactions. Only upgraded nodes see them. Non-upgraded nodes would never see anything about them. It just looked like coins are going to these anyone can spend addresses. So similar to how with the SegWit upgrade, for those who are familiar, the witness data isn't seen by the old non-upgraded nodes. But all upgraded nodes validate all this data, and they would validate the Mimblewimble extension block in our scenario. And this is what it actually looks like. And E told me this diagram is terrible, so I'm sorry. But I'll try to walk through it anyways. You have a typical transaction there, which is the Litecoin inputs to Litecoin outputs. There's this other transaction there that's got that green kernel commitment, which really just means it's a piece of information that points to the Mimblewimble side, a transaction over there. So you can send coins to the extension side through a peg-in. You send some information about this Mimblewimble transaction that you're creating. You send the Mimblewimble transaction along with it, and you end up moving coins through this integrating transaction. Every block has one of these at the end that ends up moving all peg-in coins to the same anyone can spend address. And once they're there, they're moved over to the extension side. So it's a way of, you can easily move coins between the two. If you peg in, they can't do anything on the Litecoin side. They just sort of sit in this address. But then those coins are available to you on the extension side, and you can then use those in Mimblewimble transactions, and you get all the privacy and scalability benefits of that. And then when you're done, if you ever want to go back out the canonical Litecoin side, say exchanges, for example, don't implement the Mimblewimble extension block, or they don't support it, you can just peg out. You can move those coins back out of the extension block and into the canonical Litecoin block. Extension blocks just give us a way of moving coins freely between those two. There's a small delay when you're pegging out to prevent like reorg problems and stuff. But generally, it's a pretty simple concept to move coins freely. And the longer you stay in the Mimblewimble side, the more privacy benefits you get as a result. So there's some problems, though, right? So the first one is it requires interactivity, like I mentioned. I have to actually work with Charlie when I want to send him these coins. So there's some problems with dealing with how to do that. They have to be online, or they at least have to have some kind of Dropbox where you put the transaction and they finish it later. Another problem is these exchange delistings. Everybody's all concerned about exchanges delisting these coins. I don't think it's a serious concern because the main protocol stays the same. It's unlikely very many exchanges would implement Mimblewimble early on or support it early on. So you're still going to have your typical canonical Litecoins for exchanges. So it's not like Litecoin's becoming a privacy coin overnight or anything. And then another problem is this opt-in privacy, right? So the exchanges aren't going to implement it probably. A lot of people aren't going to use it because it has an extra step or two, the peg in and the peg out. And Zcash has shown us that opt-in privacy doesn't work as well as built-in base layer privacy. So we want to try to find ways where we can encourage people to use the Mimblewimble side, because the more people using it, the more privacy benefits. The anonymity set, as it's called, is larger. There's more coins to mix with, basically. And then, the peg-ins and peg-outs is a problem. So you have to wait. For the peg-ins, it's not as big of a deal. You can peg in, you have to wait for a block, and then it's over on the Mimblewimble side, and then you can start transacting there. But for the peg-outs, when you want to move back out, you have to wait maybe 20 blocks. We haven't figured out exactly what the right number is there, but there's a delay, and you have to pay fees with each one. And it's less than ideal, but you can still move pretty easily between them. And I'll add one more, is there's a lot of concern about inflation, because with hidden amounts, you don't know with 100% certainty how many coins are over there. But if ever there was a concern with the crypto of Mimblewimble, and it's pretty simple, it's unlikely to be broken. Even I understand it, and I'm not that smart. So it's pretty simple. It's unlikely there's an issue there. But if ever there was a concern, you could just peg out, and let's say there was actually inflation there. It'd be a race to peg out, but You would never have any more than however many Litecoins there are ever. And so what was 84 million or however many there are. You will never have more than that. This isn't a way to grow the main chain size, the main chain number of Litecoins. And yeah, that's about it. And for those who want to dig in more, I definitely have the wrong link there. So the first one's supposed to be a 2 at the end. But there's the first proposal there is for extension blocks, just generic extension blocks in Mimblewimble, or in Litecoin, sorry. And then that second one is the Mimblewimble extension block, which has this actually explains all this diagram and what each piece means. And there's also an issue in GitHub where discussion's taken place on this. So if you are technically minded and you get a chance to read through these proposals and have some ideas or comments, we'd love to hear from you. And there's also this is the original proposal. This is from Tom Elvis Jedusor, where he discusses Mimblewimble and he describes the protocol. And then this last link, so Grin is the coin that I work on mostly, and it's a pretty cool community where everything's open source. There's no dev fee, anything like that. It was the first ever started implementation of Mimblewimble, and they have a good explainer out there on all the technical details, how the Peterson commitments work in detail. If anyone interested in Oracle Mountain Ranges or anything, that's a great link there. This will take you from a knowledge of Bitcoin or a knowledge of Litecoin to a knowledge of Mimblewimble. It'll fill in the missing pieces. So I have just a couple minutes. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Yes?
Is it going to be a gradual implementation of Mimblewimble, or will it happen like all at one time?
It'll be activated all at once. Yeah, it'll be a while. The implementation hasn't started, but it will start soon, very soon. But yeah, when it activates, there'll be a warning. It'll 6 months or a year for it to activate. Miners have to signal and everything, but it will be all at once. Yes. Any other questions? Yes.
Where do you sense more hurdles in terms of implementing Mimblewimble? Is it through the extension blocks first, or that implementing MW later on?
So, like the actual coding of it. So most likely what's going to happen is I wrote Grin++, which is C++ implementation of Grin, as I mentioned. And most likely what's going to happen is we're just going to use that as the starting point. So the Mimblewimble will basically be stripping out the Grin stuff and adding in the Litecoin-specific stuff. Honestly, it's not too difficult. There's a lot we'll have to figure out, but it's just little pieces here and there, and lots of testing and lots of thinking and stuff like that. I don't think either one will be extremely difficult. It'll just take time. Any other? Yes?
Yeah, I'm trying to capture it all, but it's a little hard.
Mm-hmm.
What about, like, if the people who wanted privacy had that option, probably would have to pay a little bit more in fees for such a transaction. Like, you have the blockchain come and hit, like, something that kind of just stops it. Like, maybe, I don't know, Litecoin goes to fiat and then comes out the other side,
I'm having a hard time following.
Like the transaction history.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they want privacy. They don't
Right.
want all the history
Right, yeah.
to kind of go out. So you have, hits a block, comes out as a different.
Oh, that's what Zcoin does, actually. Zcoin does something like that. It's very complex crypto to do all that. But yeah, Zcoin actually destroys coins, and then at a later block, you can create them. It has its own set of problems. But yeah, that's the idea behind it. But to add something like that to Litecoin would be even harder, and wouldn't have the awesome scaling benefits as well. Mm-hmm.
Upon implementation, Mimblewimble
It's possible, but we'll have the main chain still, so it won't be compatible. You could have a Litecoin network on the main chain, and you could have a Litecoin network on the extension side. But realistically, it's going to be on the canonical side, at least for the very far foreseeable future. And I guess I'm over time, so thanks everyone for having me. Appreciate it.
Anyone, is my mic? There it is. We have a break now for half an hour. If people do have more questions for David, then feel free to find him and you can ask all the questions that you want. Otherwise, check out the booths, go grab something to eat. We're starting back in here at 2:30, so come back in here by then, but check out the neon Litecoin signs, the artwork, all the cool stuff out there, and report back at what you find. See you at 2:30.
I know all the words, I've heard them in many voices. I feel them within your eyes, I'm judging but disappointed. I'm not the one I used to be, got someone else infusing me. Say, is this when I give or I gave up? It's like I know what to say, but something's getting in the way. This person that you so admire, now stuck in such a bad attire.
On the road.
Do it for my old homies, they be back home, still homegrown. Trying hard to get back at it, but no one knows where I'm going. Running around like a jaguar, now I'm headed back to the tropics. Going hard for my fam, yeah, now I'm headed back with a profit, yeah.
Always one step ahead, but I can't seem to feel a moment. I'll be peeking through doors, every one of them carefully closing. You don't need to tell, I'm out of time. Felt it trickle into the heart of mine. Say, is this when I gave or I gave up? It's like I know what to say, but something's getting in the way. This person that you so admire, now stuck in such a bad attire.
On the road. Oh my God, you more money. Oh my God, you more money.
Will I cry? Will I leave behind broken and crumbled signs, hiding all my roads to you? Uh-oh. And if I fight, will I come to life, calling for all your light? will stay to find every hidden sign, taking all my roads to you. Uh-oh. And I will fight, I will come to life, calling for all your lights, giving my light back to you. Uh-oh. And I've been falling, I've been lost, and I've been calling on my ghost. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. Oh. And I've been carried, I've been dragged, and I've been lucky, torn inside. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. I'm coming home. And I've been falling, I've been lost, and I've been calling on my ghost. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. Oh, because I'm coming home, coming home.
I am not the victim of this love affair. You can make me go away. I don't really care if it's getting fair. I just wanna love you, babe. You got me around your finger, got me in a twisted state of love, but I refuse to see it. Yeah, you can turn me upside down, turn my heart inside out, but I have never given up. Do it again, just do
Don't stop, turn off the lights. Nauseous when I wake up. Don't quit, I fell for you. Don't break it in two. Long time before I knew us two would follow through. Hold out, don't give it up. Good things can come to those who wait. 'Cause you make me feel like this is for real. And I want you till dreams grow on the moon. If you're a falling star, I wanna fall with you. I want you till it falls out the sun. It's standing up for you. It's standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Break down when we're apart. Too far, I'm in the dark. Now don't fold my foolish heart. And don't wait for magic sparks. Make it work, although we get stuck on the low. Breathe out, we can't forget. Hurts like a bayonet. 'Cause you make me feel we're in this for real. And I want you till dreams grow on the moon. If you're a falling star, I wanna fall with you. I want you till it falls out the sun. It's standing up for you. It's standing up for you. Standing up.
give it all for a look, for a call, for a kiss, for a roll, a part of any universe, of any planet in the sky, brought emotion by your light. You're a star in the night. You keep me up when you say, fall into my arms. Love is strong, come along, fall into my arms. Come on over, let your soul fall into my arms. Finally I can feel you, finally I can see you. Fall into my arms. You move the mountains in my way, make me whole, make me sway, keep me up, keep me sane, and let me love you all the same. Send in the trumpets, send them all, calling fire in the hall. Come to life, let it blow. You give me hope, and I say, do you see me now? Do you see me now? Like I see you now, and I'm calling, fall into my arms. Love is strong, come along, fall into my arms. Come on over, let your soul fall into my arms. Finally I can feel you, finally I can see you. Fall into my arms.
I wanna get closer, wanna come over. I wanna get moving, grooving. Your folks disapprove it. We can have fun, yeah. Don't need no money, and we can be brilliant without millions. Baby, it ain't no closer. Wanna come over. I wanna get moving, grooving. Your folks disapprove it. We can have fun, yeah. Don't need no money, and we can be brilliant without millions. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move around. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move I wanna pull over and pick a 4-leaf clover. I want you to kiss me, diss me, and say you really missed me. We can watch stars, yeah. And we can dance on top of cars, yeah. We can make billions, not zillions. I wanna pull over and pick a 4-leaf clover. I want you to kiss me, diss me, and say you really missed me. We can watch stars, yeah. And we can dance on top of cars, yeah. We can make billions, not zillions. Get up and down, get up and down, get up and down and move around. Get up and down, get up
got up, something's wrong. I waited up with wounds on my feet. Where will you be? Flickering through memories, the Polaroids yellowed in the sun, longing to be seen. So come and hide, hide with me, hide with me, hide with me. Come and hide, hide with me, hide with me, hide with me. Stars are bright, I called you up just to hear your voice on the machine. Nothing will be like it was, but you will always be my first choice, just as it
So you don't know what you're doing, and the walls are closing in. Just remember where we're going, and remember where we've been. We can breathe underwater, nothing can hurt us anymore.
Everyone, I hope that you had a nice fun break, got to check out all the booths out there. We do have an amazing lineup for the rest of this afternoon, so I hope that you're getting excited there. Up now, we're hearing from Marty Greenspan. Now, I know yesterday Ron Paul talked a lot about the markets. He talked about repo markets. He talked about a possible recession coming. So we have a market update from Marty. Now, he is senior market analyst for eToro. He's also an author. He wrote The Complete Guide to FinTech Investing, and he's also a licensed portfolio manager in the EU. So he's going to give you an gosh, stuck in my hair. He's going to give you an update on the markets, which is going to be pretty interesting. So can you please give a very warm welcome to Marty Greenspan.
Hello, everyone. We're enjoying ourselves? I don't want to be an alarmist. It's very likely that there will be a global recession within the next year or two. Don't take my word for it, though. Jeffrey Gundlach, who manages $140 billion on Wall Street, says it's a 75% likelihood. Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, has just very recently, last week, said that this is very likely to happen. We've also seen some interesting moves in Warren Buffett's portfolio. He's moved about $50 billion to cash. And he's not alone. Some of the world's most wealthy families have already reduced their exposure on the stock markets. So it seems like everybody's kind of getting ready for something. Now, I know this is a crypto convention, so when I say global recession, I don't mean Dante. okay? I'm not talking about fire and brimstone, but rather the world has enjoyed a period of several decades already of globalization, where countries get together and trade freely and add value to everyone. And we can see now that, I don't want to name any names, but the president of this United States, and probably you guys are watching what's happening in Brexit. France almost elected a populist leader who was about to take France out of the European Union. And of course, once Brexit happens, then Scotland and the UK probably will break up. We're looking at a world where instead of free trade, we're talking about people protecting borders, you know, those imaginary lines that people like to draw on maps. And that's not good for the economy, and it's not good for business. So what have the global leaders been doing, right? Every country in the world has a central bank. They're the ones who regulate the money, right? In the United States here, we have the Federal Reserve. In the European Union, they have the European Central Bank. China has the People's Bank of China, the Bank of England, and the Bank of Japan. Between those 5 institutions, they have injected approximately $20 trillion into the global economy over the last 10 years. Now, $20 trillion, that doesn't sound like a lot, right? That's about the level of the US national debt. But if you think about it, for every dollar that's printed at one of these central banks, that money is then lent out 10 times, 100 times, a few thousand times to customers. Basically, the banks go in, they issue loans. If a bank loans $1 million, they don't have that $1 million on hand. They just, type it up, print it out, right? And people get on Tether's case. I want to show you a map. This is what the Federal Reserve in the United States has done. Here you can see very clearly the 2008 financial crisis. First thing they did, so this is actually the balance sheet of the Federal Reserve. And what it means is that, so when we say printing money, it's not actually like turning on a printing press. Okay, what they do is they go out and buy stuff. They buy government bonds, right? So they're lending money basically to the United States government. And where does that money come from? Basically comes from nowhere. They click a few buttons and the money is there, so they're basically creating money. In 2014, we can see that they kind of stopped this process. They kind of stopped the quantitative easing process. And they were actually, for a while, they were doing pretty well, and they started winding down their balance sheet. Those of you who saw Ron Paul yesterday spoke about the repo markets. And I don't want to get too far into it, but what's happened there is that the Fed all of a sudden decided that they need to be injecting more money. Okay? And you can see that right here, that little line at the end. And that's just very recently. So the way I see this is kind of like a junkie, right? He's been on a good roll, and all of a sudden he fell off the wagon. But it's not only the repo markets, because the repo markets, they're very short term. They're basically, there's about $1 trillion a day that's lent out just like overnight or whatever. And the Fed's been putting $75 billion a day. They will continue to put $75 billion a day until November 4th. But on top of that, and this is what really gets me, is that they started also issuing long-term bonds. $60 billion a month for the foreseeable future, probably until middle of 2020. So this is basically like the QE program that we know and we know and love, right? But they're saying it's not QE, right? They're basically saying, oh, this is not quantitative easing. They're trying to confuse you, I promise. We are deep into experimental monetary policy. This has never been done before in the history of the world that we know of, where a central bank has actually gone into a free market and said, okay, whatever you don't want, we'll buy it. Okay, we'll just buy everything, right? Now, I don't want to, when I first got into trying to understand what a bonds market is and stuff, it was very confusing. So just for the sake of simplicity, when you say a bond, it just basically means that you're lending money to the government. And at the moment, the global economy is basically deep in debt. And all of the money that we know, you know it yourself, I don't have to preach to the choir here, $1 bill that you're holding in your pocket is actually a debt, it is not an asset, right? So where does all this lead us, right? All of this money printing and, in addition, artificially low rates. Leads us, so let's say if the global economy is an airplane and we're all riding on it, it's upside down at the moment. Right now, there is about $17 trillion in assets in this world that are paying a negative yield. And what that means is that investors are actually coming and they are buying a bond that they understand, instead of getting a return on that bond, they're actually going to pay money to hold it. It really makes no sense. This is mostly in the European Union and Japan. Japan owns right now about 75% of the financial assets in the country. Germany and France, of course, because they're the strong ones in the European Union. But just recently, guess who joined that club? Anybody know? Almost. I think 2012 EU financial crisis. Yes. Greece is now in the negative yield bond club. People are paying Greece money to lend it to them. I cannot understand this. This is after they almost sent the entire global economy into a financial tailspin. Now, let's take a look at what this looks like in real terms. This is the U.S. Rates right now on their bonds. Now, when you're giving your money for a short term, you expect to make a short return, right? When you're giving it for more long term, you expect to make a higher percentage on that money. And look at this, the 1 month yield right now, 1.74%, is higher than the 1 year yield. It's even higher than the 2 year yield. It's almost as high as a 10-year yield. So what are investors telling us? People who are buying these bonds, they're saying there's trouble in the very short term. 10 years, 30 years out, we should be okay. But within the next year or two, we're expecting some very real trouble. This is called the yield curve. And at the moment, it's a bit inverted. On the left side here, you can see the yield curve itself, right? This is the 1 month that we looked at above. And it doesn't really come out until the 7 years, right? So investors are saying in 7 years from now, the world should be okay again. We can lend our money from now until then, and we'll be fine. But I don't want to rip into the central banks too much, because look at what they've done, right? On the other chart here on the left-hand side, we can see the S&P 500 in blue. Look at that. I mean, with the exception of, the 2008 financial crisis, this is a lot of growth. So, I want to give credit where credit is due here. But the problem is when you have somebody like Alan Greenspan coming on TV and saying, the US can never really default on their debt because they can always just print more money. Well, that was the outlook of Venezuela and Zimbabwe, and look where it got them. The difference here is, of course, that the US dollar is the global reserve currency, so they can export a lot of it, right? They can print the money at home, send it out, and you don't get that hyperinflation. But what happens when that market gets saturated, right, at the end of the day? And that's what really worries me. So predicting a financial crisis is kind of like predicting an earthquake, right? You know that one happens every 10, 20 years, but you don't exactly when. And you certainly don't know how it's going to play out, right? Is it going to be a shaky one? Right? Is it going to be one of those ones that sway? Or is it going to have a lot of aftershocks and foreshocks? We don't really know. But the good news is that as investors, there is always opportunity. And I think that right now, we are looking at some very interesting opportunities. So these two gentlemen, I think, are some of the biggest portrayers or most well-known portrayers of financial wisdom. Warren Buffett says, "Be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful." We all know that line. And John D. Rockefeller says, "The way to make money is to buy when the blood is running in the streets." So regardless of what happens in the economy, I believe that the best way, as an investor, if you've got $5,000, $10,000, $100,000 that you want to put to work for you, is to find the places where there is potential for growth, okay? And this is where I'm going to plug a shill. For those of you who don't know, hands up if you've heard of eToro before. Yeah. Excellent. How many of you have accounts? Not so many. So eToro has 11 million registered users, mostly in the European Union and Asia. We've just now come to the United States, so we've started in crypto. But in the rest of the world, we actually have 2,000 assets that you can trade in. It's basically a broker where you can trade just about anything you want, from commodities to crypto to FX and ETFs, as you like. And the best way for investors to protect themselves against these type of financial downturns is diversification, right? So if you diversify your portfolio, you're actually lowering the risk considerably, right? When you trade in a crypto asset, for example, this is extremely high risk, okay? Now, yes, if the world melts down, you're gonna be the one laughing, that's for sure, right? But what I've learned from the 2012 and 2008 financial crises is that it pays to be an optimist. Because what happened, people knew that there was a recession, it happened. Where are we now? We're fine, look at that S&P graph, it's still just going up. Janet Yellen, former federal bank boss, said we will never see another financial crisis in our lives. I'm not so sure that that's true, but I'm sure that she believes it's true. Some of these sectors I want to talk to you about, and some of the ways that you can diversify yourself. Number one is currencies. Now, as we know, the world is locked in a currency war at the moment. Every country is trying to devalue their currency as much as they can, right? It sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but the logic behind it is that if your currency is lower than your neighbor, more people are going to come and buy your stuff, right? Japan has been very active in this, and they've been actually intentionally, they say, we need to devalue the yen, right? They come out and just say it. So when you're trading currencies, for example, you're just guessing which one is going to be more successful at devaluing. I had a good trade on the British pound recently, because I said, wait a second, the Fed is cutting interest rates again, they're printing more money, the European Union cutting interest rates again, they're printing more money. The pound, what's going on over there? Brexit. Bank of England is not going to embark on some sort of massive easing program. They're sitting this one out. I don't care about the risk of Brexit because it's just a small part of my portfolio. It's diversified, right? So I can take that shot and say, okay, whatever happens with Brexit, supply and demand rules, right? More supply coming online from other places. Traded on the Turkish lira. When there's news about that, that stuff can really move. Second place is commodities. Gold, I believe that everybody should have some exposure to gold. And I'm talking for sure, physical gold, and especially if you are of the belief that there will be a, catastrophic event, to have some physical gold or even physical silver in your possession that you can easily trade for a loaf of bread if that's what it comes to. But just about every hedge fund and just about every investment manager on Wall Street has gold in his portfolio. At the moment, I'm holding about 10 to 15% of my portfolio in gold. I think that that's kind of a good level for some people to be at. Obviously, the usual disclaimers apply. This is not financial advice or anything like that. All right. How about crude oil? What do you guys think? Good investment, bad investment?
They're not taking dollars for it anymore.
They're not taking. That's true. De-dollarization is coming for the world. That's for sure. I don't like crude oil. I don't like the idea of crude oil exploration. I don't like the idea of these boats going around the planet ripping it up to get stuff out. I don't like it at all. And I think that as we go forward, more and more people are coming to that realization. We saw, young Ms. Greta Thunberg addressing the European Union, and she just cut through the internet like a knife. Now, there have been critics of her speech, I'm sure, but what she said resonates, right? All of these people looking for endless economic growth, and they don't realize the consequences of their actions. And as investors, we get to vote with our money, right? We get to say which companies do we think should thrive and which companies do we think should fail. And by making that vote, especially in a place where there is a lot of growth potential, right? The entire world, the United States is a bit protectionist at the moment, but most of the rest of the world is going towards clean energy, right? We're very likely to see the massive shift away from fossil fuels and into renewables. And I think that that's, no matter what happens, if the economy falls or the stock market falls 10, 15, 50%, there's an endless amount of growth potential here, right? Next one is biotech. And I don't know how many scientists in the audience today, but there are some amazing advancements coming in this field. Basically genome editing. If they wanted to at the moment, they could probably clone a person. They could graft seeds, and they're revolutionizing the farming industry already with some of the patents, if you've heard of CRISPR technology. And there's just an endless amount of growth here as well. And we see even kind of fringes of that, right, with stuff like Beyond Meat or like those type of green solutions. I'm talking about green solutions. This is another favorite of mine. The marijuana industry is going to be huge, all right? I remember as a child of maybe 16 or 17 trying to score some dope in California. It was not a pleasant experience. You had to know a guy who knows a guy. You had to drive somewhere, take the second left off the freeway, and meet somebody who's going to probably try and push you something else as well. When I came back last year, it was like a light bulb went off. You just show the guy your ID, and they just open the door. They're like, in you go. You guys are putting Amsterdam to shame. I promise you, I've been to Amsterdam 5 times in the last 2 years. The culture in Amsterdam is different. But in the United States, what you guys have done is you've commercialized it, right? There's 3, 5 guys behind the register ringing you up, 30 strains. That is a business that I want to invest in. And the fun part about this is the legal landscape, right? Because it's not legalized in all states yet. And the more states that come to legalize it, and of course they will, in my mind anyways, because they see what's happening in California. There's no hard border between California, and any other of the states, right? So people can always just drive, buy it in California, drive across the border. At some point, all of the states are gonna have to legalize it one by one. And the federal government still says it's illegal, right? At some point, there will be pressure from the states towards the federal government to say, hey, what's going on here, right? This is how the United States legal system works. So I believe that once that happens, it can really skyrocket. And the fun part here is that some of the pioneers in this industry, in 2017, 2018, their stocks saw huge gains. But in the last 6 months, some of them are down 50% from their highs, right? And for me, as an investor, I'm just looking at that going, but why, right? So this is where dollar cost averaging comes in. And obviously diversification, but at the moment I'm holding about 15% of my portfolio in weed stocks because there's just why not? I just don't understand how much further down can it go? Yeah, certainly if the regulation goes the other way or for some reason I didn't forecast it correctly, I'm still protected with the rest of my portfolio. And of course, we can't be at a crypto conference without talking about crypto. I think that everybody in this room already understands tokenization is coming, right? Pump said it yesterday, right? All financial assets will be tokenized. Digital assets are certainly superior to traditional assets, right? If you, instead of holding a stock certificate or holding a stock with your broker, you could take personal possession. You can give it to anyone, anywhere, anytime for very little fee. No third party taking a cut of that. And it's better for reconciliation. We've seen several times in the past where companies just didn't even know how many outstanding shares they've had, right? And on a blockchain, you can just see that very clearly. But for you and me, where's the opportunity in that? Okay, so Wall Street changes to digital. Who cares? Certainly some people have found a way to hasten that, build companies that work on tokenization. But for the rest of us, it's about crypto, right? And for me, as a portfolio manager, I see extreme potential in this because we've seen many times before where crypto or the price of a cryptocurrency can just skyrocket overnight, 10 times 100 times. And when we think about diversification and risk, right, let's say we have most of our portfolio in kind of these low-risk assets, right? But every good investment manager is going to set himself aside that little percentage for the high-risk investments. And the good part about this is you have asymmetrical risk, which means limited potential on the downside, you can only lose 100%. Unlimited potential on the upside. We can see a 10x or 50x. It's happened before, right? So if you say, I don't know, 10% of my portfolio on crypto, right? And for anybody on Wall Street, if they're seeing 15% gains in a year, I mean, that's an excellent return. If you can see 15% gains every single year for 5 years or even 4 years, your clients are going to come flooding, right? So if you've got a 2% allocation on crypto, right? And this is exactly what they're selling institutions at the moment, and they will very soon realize. The 2% allocation on Bitcoin or Litecoin or Dash, you can, instead of you making that 15%, you've made 13% if it goes wrong, if you have a 2018 year. All right, that's negligible. We can write it off. We still made 12% this year, right? If you see a year like 2017, right? Instead of making 15% on your portfolio, you've made 50, right? So this is something that I believe that all investment managers are going to realize very soon. And because we have a little bit of time left, I wanted to talk a little bit about recent events. And obviously, China is a big one. Now, there's some people who said that pump last Friday was not about China. I really don't understand it. Right? Some people were saying it's because of the futures expiration. Well, I've never seen Bitcoin fly 30% on a futures expiration before. And some people are saying that the Tether founders got imprisoned or whatever, and they were just selling off their tethers. Really? So Masari Crypto reported $1.5 billion trading volume across the top 10 exchanges. Did they sell $1 billion worth of Tether? Pretty sure I would have seen that on the Tether blockchain. Anyways, this is definitely about China, but China is not Bitcoin, right? They're talking about blockchain without Bitcoin. But what is good for blockchain is good for Bitcoin. Now, thankfully, China does not have a kill it perspective on Bitcoin. They have a live and let live perspective. In 2017, there were reports saying that about 80% of miners on Bitcoin are Chinese, are located in Sichuan province, where they have an abundance of renewable energy, yada, yada. Reports today are looking more at about 50 or 60%. So meaning they didn't come and throw the whole industry out, right? They just said, let's just kind of ease back on it. They banned trading renminbi for Bitcoin, right? They don't want people, taking their money out of China. They have very strict capital controls. Each person is allowed to, by government regulation, have $50,000 leave the country. They don't want people using Bitcoin as a funnel to get money out. But other than that, they're rather agnostic on Bitcoin, right? Which I believe is ultimately a good thing. And the other reason we can say that this is definitely about China is because look at projects like Neo and Tron and Ontology. These are Chinese regulatory compliant projects. And at the end of the day, whatever is good for blockchain is good for Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is the backbone of that entire network that we call blockchain. That's about it for today. Any questions? Yes?
I think as a portfolio manager or investing, I think it's extremely important in today's world to know the dire danger of derivatives.
Yep.
Every single market. Derivatives are created at will and manipulated at will, normally by high-frequency trading with the computers. We don't stand a chance against derivatives. And they exist in every single one of those markets that you mentioned. And the total of the derivative market is in the quadrillions. So
right. That's the outcome of the fractional reserve system.
And it's lurking.
Yes. But at the same time, you know, the economy could progress through this. When Bretton Woods happened, and Ron Paul said it yesterday, when Bretton Woods happened, the economists were freaking out. But nothing, you know what? We're still going.
Of the paper assets that we hold in each of these markets. Yeah, I mean, a hamburger would be worth $50.
Exactly, right? And people keep asking for a price target. If we're in the situation of hyperinflation, where all of a sudden they've printed too much money, and then people say, okay, Bitcoin's going to $1 million, but what good is $1 million if it all buys you is a hamburger, right? Which is, you know, something that we need to realize if you're looking at that situation. But in my view, I think that that kind of situation is rather unlikely. Yes?
Speaking to that, can you talk about the importance of like net notional value versus the total exposure in derivative markets? Like,
How do you mean?
well, they all cancel out mostly. They're not as big of a risk as I think what you
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And I think that the world has come a long way, and value has been created in that time. Now, anti-globalization or protectionism policies, they're going to be a hindrance to that growth, very likely. But I don't think that they'll completely stop it, right? People continue to trade, people continue to do business. The bigger danger, of course, as I mentioned, is the possibility of hyperinflation, and that's a very scary one. We've seen that throughout the world before, and that's the type of thing that you want to protect yourself with hard assets. Yes?
What would you recommend to those that maybe have been in an aggressive portfolio for 401k for, say, the last 5, 10 years?
Good on you.
Moving in these next 18 months, what would you consider recommending to those individuals?
Yeah, definitely. This is a great question. And the answer is diversification, right? I've seen, some very rich people using Apple stock and Facebook stock as their piggy bank. I think it's a very dangerous situation to be, right? Those specific companies, the FANG companies, Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Google, they're not it, right, as far as global growth is concerned. There are so many other sectors that we can look forward to that have so much more potential for growth. I'm not saying don't hold them. What I'm saying is diversify among the many different sectors. And then if there is further downturn, and if you're looking at commodities and currencies and everything like that, even if the stock market takes a dip, you'll be okay because you have the other investments. Yes?
Well, actually, we're out of time.
All right. Well, you can always tweet me on Twitter with any questions at Mati Greenspan or on the eToro network. Thank you very much.
So I will also mention we do have, later on today, we'll have another short break. So make sure you find Mati when that happens so you can ask the questions. Take advantage of these awesome speakers being here and take advantage of them being available to answer questions. And he's obviously a great resource for this stuff. So I definitely will be asking more questions, Mati. Another recap, so just to remind you, tonight we've got the Blockstream event. It's a Blockstream and Bitsy meetup. And our next speaker is actually from Bitsy. But they want us to let you know that there is actually going to be dinner provided. So if you do not have dinner plans, then feel free to check that out. If you don't want to get dinner there, then you can rock up at around 7:30, and I think dinner will be over by then, and just the meetup part will occur. So make sure you check that out. As mentioned, you'll be able to find the link on Samson's Twitter page, but also if you just Google Blockstream, Liquid, Bitsy, Meetup, Vegas, it'll come up, you'll find it. That, as I mentioned, and as I keep forgetting the name of that place, because it's a terrible name of a, thank you. You guys know, I've mentioned it so many times, work in progress. You're awesome. That's what it's called, work in progress. And it's from 6:30 till 9:30 tonight. So they're just still getting that out the way there. I think something's still plugged in. Disaster almost ensued. Thanks to everyone who's been tweeting out using the hashtag that I mentioned. There have been some awesome pictures. You guys look like you're having a lot of fun. Has this been fun so far? Yeah, this has been a really great conference so far. Like top tier speakers, really great atmosphere. I love the community feel here. I think you guys have just brought all of that with you. So thank you for being here. It's been absolutely phenomenal for me, just being able to interact and listen to these awesome speakers and meet so many people. So thank you. Is anyone sticking around after Litecoin Summit for any of the other crypto stuff? Are you just here for Litecoin? Just Litecoin. A lot of you just here for Litecoin. I think that's so awesome. I love that. So keep going out there and focusing on Litecoin and crypto adoption and all the awesome things you're doing. I think that's really, really cool. I had another announcement for you as well. Where is it here? Oh, yeah, and the exhibit booths. So they are still going on at the moment. And I did mention that there were some offshoots, some rooms on the side that apparently some people were missing. Did anyone get a chance to check out any of those and see the awesome like neon Litecoin signs and things? Yeah, they're really, really cool. Yeah, exactly. The tickers, all of that stuff. So check those out if you haven't already, because it is really, really cool. Some people are just putting a lot of effort into creating awesome products. So check them out. Really great to just support people, even just by looking at their stuff out there. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. We have Lina Zeicher, who's the Global Marketing Director for Bitsy, and she's going to be talking about leveling up your financial privacy with Bitcoin and Litecoin. Can you please give her a very warm welcome to the stage?
Thank you. Hello. Nice to meet you. My name's Lina. I'm the marketing director at Bitsy. And today I'm going to talk about how to upgrade your financial privacy using Bitcoin and Litecoin. So in Germany, where I'm from, and in other cultures around the world, we don't talk about money. So we wouldn't tell... How do I use this?
Oh, just the green button.
Makes sense. Okay. We don't tell our parents like how much we earn. Our parents don't tell us how much they earn, or our friends, or whatever, because it's nobody's business what you earn and what you do with your money. And in fact, if somebody was to get the information about your financial transactions, they would be able to create a pretty detailed profile about who you are and what you do. They could find out where you live, where you work, what you work as, what you do in your free time, maybe your political beliefs, your religious opinions, your lifestyle, and allowing anyone that kind of access to your financial data is basically exposing yourself to them almost completely. And we don't want that, obviously. So we all kind of care about our financial privacy to a certain extent. And we do take for granted that we have it, so that our neighbors, for example, don't know what our bank statements look like. Our insurances don't know how much we spend on fast food every month. And at the same time, the countries that we live in are systematically digging into this very part of our private space. So our governments have legitimized the narrative that surveillance is good, that it helps us catch bad people, and it helps discourage criminal behavior. But what does that actually mean? Like, what makes you a bad person, and what makes your behavior criminal? Maybe you fund terrorist activities, or maybe you support hate speech, or maybe you create and sell adult content, maybe you write a regime-critical blog, maybe you organize demonstrations, or maybe you own Bitcoin. So depending on where you are, these things can be considered criminal. Now, who decides what's considered bad and what's considered criminal? That's not decided by you or by me, because decisions are made by powerful people. And what's considered criminal in your country is decided by the powerful people that run your country. Now, one priority of people in power is often to remain in power so they can continue executing their power. And unfortunately, we see time and time again that greed gets the better of these people and leads them to criminalize things that may pose a threat to their power. And if you want to make sure people don't get too powerful for your taste or don't do things that could endanger your power, money is your best friend, because you can control what they do with their money, and you can make sure that they don't do anything you don't approve of. So cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Litecoin are our way, and possibly our only way right now, to opt out of this kind of economic and political oppression. But in order to be that option, they need to be private, because your privacy is what protects you when you use Bitcoin and Litecoin. And they can be pretty private today, but they can also become very, very public very, very easily. So I want to share a few things that we can do today in order to improve our financial privacy. Because there is a lot of research and development going on, but we don't know how long it's going to take, and in the meantime, we don't want to sit around and wait, right? So there are things that you can do without needing to make a big investment or without needing to learn how to code, and that's what I want to talk about. So my talk is structured into 3 parts: acquiring Bitcoin, storing Bitcoin, and transacting Bitcoin. And for each of those, there are a few things that you can do. So when you acquire Bitcoin, so that's the first step into getting Bitcoin, obviously. They already can be, a lot can go wrong already, because if the first address where you receive your Bitcoin or Litecoin is not private, then all following transactions will not be private either. So when you buy Bitcoin, obviously the easiest option is you Google buy Bitcoin, and then you'll end up on a centralized exchange, probably Coinbase or something like that. It's easy, it's intuitive, it's fast, but it's absolutely not private. So centralized exchanges, obviously, are regulated. They KYC you. You need to verify your identity to do anything on those platforms. And in many countries, they are required by law to record and to report your financial transactions, your transaction history, to your local tax authority. You could go to a Bitcoin ATM. So these usually would not require your ID. But purchase amounts are often capped. The fees can become ridiculous. Service and maintenance is maybe sometimes unreliable because they're privately owned. And of course, they're location dependent. So if you're somewhere where there's no Bitcoin ATM around, then obviously this isn't even an option for you. Now you can try a decentralized exchange, so something like HODL HODL and BISC. So these are more like a matching platform to help you find people to transact with. So they don't store your Bitcoin, and they don't, or they shouldn't ask for your ID. So they help you preserve your privacy and your anonymity. Now, whenever you do something on the internet, though, you don't only have to worry about your personal identity, so not giving out your passport or anything, but also about your computer's identity. Because when your computer connects to the internet, it has an identity, which is its IP address. So the IP address initially only gives away your approximate geolocation. But based on that, if somebody really wanted to find out who you are, they could do some sophisticated research, like connected to your online behavior and activities and traffic, and figure out who you are. So to mitigate that risk, you can use a VPN and/or Tor. So VPN creates an encryption tunnel between your computer and your internet service provider. And Tor relays your traffic via several nodes on the Tor network to make it harder for people to trace back activities to your device. So whenever you're online, and this is kind of also a theme of the entire talk, you need to make sure that you take care of your identity and your device's identity. So say you have a platform and you want to buy Bitcoin. Now, how do you buy it? Of course, your easiest option is credit card, PayPal, whatsoever. It's absolutely not private because, of course, everything is linked to you. You can use a prepaid card. So prepaid debit and credit cards work a bit like gift cards, like a Starbucks card, with the difference that they're supposed to be accepted wherever debit cards are accepted. You can load them with cash, and there are cards that do not require your identity. Now, they are not accepted on all crypto exchanges, but I found that the kinds of exchanges that don't accept prepaid cards are also the exchanges that would actually KYC you anyway. If you want maximum privacy or anonymity, though, then you would be using cash, because there's nothing more anonymous, there's nothing more fungible out there, but it's, again, very location dependent. So that really only makes sense if you know someone to directly buy from. Ideally, you would skip the entire buying process and you would be earning Bitcoin, like your salary or part of your salary, or sell something and get Bitcoin for that. That's not an option for everyone, but it is an option for you. Then you save a lot of headaches. And you're far ahead of the curve. You're kind of one step further into what Samson would call a circular economy, which is where we earn Bitcoin and we can spend Bitcoin and go about our lives without actually ever having to exit back into the fiat ecosystem. Now, stacking sats. Who has not heard of stacking sats? Stacking sats is like buying small amounts of Bitcoin rather than making a big investment. It's kind of become, I know it's like a subset of buying Bitcoin, but since it's become from a meme into like its sort of own little thing, I made it into a separate slide. And there's really only one thing I want to say about that. If you're stacking sats and you want to do it privately, then don't share how much you stacked. I think it was Pierre Rochard that tweeted that even if you don't share your public address and you tweet a picture of how much you stacked, based on the amount that you stacked and the time frame that you did it, someone could potentially figure out which one is your address. And aside from that, before you share how much you're accumulating in public, you may also want to think about that the people you might least want to look into your finances can very well be the first to do so because it's public and it's out there. So for storing Bitcoin, let's say you got Bitcoin, you earned it or you bought it or whatever, and you want to store it, of course, securely, and you want to store it privately. Now, again, your easiest option to store Bitcoin is not your most private one, because the easy options are the one that make it very easy to sign up. You throw in your Bitcoin and then you're good. Mostly those are custodial wallets like Coinbase, Binance, and so on. That means they store your private keys for you. In other words, if, for example, you lose your password, they can help you recover your funds, which is great and easy. But as it goes, not your keys, not your coins. That's not only a security concern, it also means that at any point in time, your wallet provider could potentially freeze your funds and demand that you verify your identity in order to re-access them. So you don't have any control over that, and you want to avoid that. So when you choose a wallet, you want to go with a non-custodial wallet. Non-custodial wallets do not require you to verify yourself, and those are the ones that make you write down your seed phrase and store it by yourself, which is, again, a bit more work. It's less convenient, but it helps you level up, well, first your self-sovereignty and then your privacy. Some non-custodial wallets also allow you to have additional privacy features, we will get to in a moment. Some of those would be Blockstream, Green, Trezor, Electrum are non-custodial wallets. But non-custodial, that does not mean private. So it still comes down to what wallet you're using and how you use it. So if, for example, you have a Trezor, how did you buy it? Did you buy it online with a credit card, or did you buy it at a conference with cash? And then any wallet that you use by default is going to connect to the provider's server. So if you use Blockstream Green, for example, in order to validate your transactions, it connects to the Blockstream servers. Now what happens there is not only do you share your public address, of course you do, it doesn't work otherwise, but you also share your IP address again. And you kind of have to trust that the servers don't store that information. Now, trusting is not something we want to do, so I have came up with a few different wallet setups that you can use for better privacy or for maintaining your privacy better when you use Bitcoin. So as you choose your wallet, you want to choose non-custodial. You want to choose open source. That just means that anyone can look into the code and can make sure there's nothing fishy going on. And then if you can, something with enhanced privacy features. So in my example here, I'm using Electrum. Electrum has all of that. And in addition, it's pretty cool because not only does it generate a wallet for you, but you can also use it with your existing wallets like Trezor or Ledger. So as I said, by default, Electrum connects to Electrum's server to validate your transactions. So if you don't want to broadcast your IP there, then you can use Tor. That's the Tor onion. So you can connect to Tor so that your IP address is masked. This is very straightforward. So it took me only 15 minutes or so, including the research to find a tutorial to teach me how to connect my Electrum to Tor. So anyone can do it. It's very simple. If you want to kick up your privacy one more notch, then you can set up your own node. Now, that would mean you don't even have to connect to the Electrum server anymore. Your node, though, however, also advertises its IP address to peers. So in order to conceal that, you can use a VPN or Tor. If you use Tor, it's going to considerably slow down your node, but it kicks up your privacy. So it's a trade-off. Using your own node comes with a new set of privacy concerns, though, because your internet service provider can pretty easily tell that you're using a node based on your traffic. And that may become a problem if, let's say, your country bans Bitcoin, and then they can tell you run a Bitcoin node. So there's a way around that. I'm not saying this is the most convenient way, but it is there, and I heard from a reliable source it's going to become more convenient in the near future. You can use Blockstream Satellite. So your node, by default, it connects to the internet to sync with the Bitcoin network. So this is where your ISP can tell, oh, hey, this guy seems to be running a Bitcoin node. If you use Blockstream Satellite, you can unlink your node from the internet, link it to the satellite, and sync that way. So your ISP can no longer tell that you're running a node. Okay, but well, either way, if you're going to do that or if you're going to do something else, when you choose a wallet, you want to go for non-custodial, open source, enhanced privacy features to just give you as much control as possible. And the last point is transacting Bitcoin. So that's where it gets very dangerous again, because that's where you essentially you add data again to the ledger, and you produce a lot of data, and there are many ways where you can lose or compromise your privacy. There are ways that you can transact without or with doing that less, or you can maintain or at least control a level of privacy. And 4 of them I'm going to introduce to you very briefly. The first one is CoinJoin. CoinJoin has been gaining popularity recently, has been gaining attention because it works. I can testify that it works. I used it on my boyfriend, and he cannot tell my Bitcoin balance until today. I'm pretty sure he tried to find out. I found an explanation on YouTube. I don't remember the video, but I found it very nice and good for non-technical people like me to understand how CoinJoin works. So you can imagine it like this. If you, Alice, and Bob throw a bunch of money into a big pot, you throw in $10 worth of coins, Alice and Bob throw in $5 worth each, and then you take the pot and you shake it, and you mix all the coins together, and then each of you takes out the same amount of coins that they put in. So you end up with $10, the other two end up with $5 each. So you have the same amount as you had before, but you don't know who now owns whose coins. And that's sort of the point behind CoinJoin. So in a CoinJoin transaction, you have several senders that come together in one transaction. They all put in some Bitcoin. Then the Bitcoin gets juggled together and gets broken up into new outputs. And at the end, you see a bunch of outputs that basically all look the same, and they are redistributed to the original senders. And for an outside party, it is now very hard to see who owns which output. Okay, normally, these transactions are much larger. So the largest CoinJoin transaction had 100 participants. The more participants you have in a CoinJoin transaction, the more private it becomes. So here on the left, you see the interface of Wasabi. Wasabi is a CoinJoin application that you can just download and run on your computer, and it shows you the outputs after a CoinJoin. So it actually shows you what level of anonymity you've reached, and then you can control each output that you got out of a CoinJoin transaction. It's very straightforward, actually. So you can simply register your coins for a CoinJoin, then they're going to join the transaction and come back out after. I think they do like one CoinJoin every 2 hours or so. So it's much easier than I originally thought before I looked into it. Now, while it's so easy, there's also one thing that we have to look out for with CoinJoin that we cannot do, and that is recombining coins. So after a CoinJoin transaction, you get a bunch of new outputs that often look almost the same. And for an outside party, it's hard to tell who now owns which outputs. Now, if you're going to check all the outputs and you say, OK, I'm going to send them back to my wallet in one transaction to one address, what happens is that now somebody can tell, OK, all these outputs were combined and sent to one wallet, which means the assumption is near that these outputs were controlled by the same entity. So this is a way to compromise your privacy, or actually even remove any sort of privacy advantage you got in this example, for example, before your CoinJoin transaction. But as a rule of thumb, in order to maintain your transactional privacy, you want to not combine unspent outputs unless you absolutely have to, which brings me to the next point, and that is coin selection. And that's basically what I just said. Coin selection is being able to choose your Bitcoin outputs and deciding where you spend them and on what. For some reason, many popular wallet interfaces do not allow coin selection. So all they show you is you have one Bitcoin in your wallet, but that's actually just half the truth. So your wallet, it works a bit like when the wallet in your pocket, where you might have $10 and you have a $5 note and you have 5 $1 notes. And then you can choose, I'm going to spend this $1 note there and this $5 note there. Many popular wallet interfaces don't allow you to do that. Well, I absolutely think they should, because in this example, your wallet shows you your total balance, but it's made up of different outputs. That's like the change in your wallet. In this example, you have one output that is not anonymous because you bought it with a credit card. You have 2 outputs that you got from a CoinJoin, and in this example, they're anonymous. So what happens now if you want to spend 6.5 Bitcoin somewhere? If you have a simplified wallet interface, it's going to take the step of choosing which outputs to send from you. So unfortunately here, it combines your credit card output with your CoinJoin output. And the result is that your CoinJoin output is basically exposed as it now becomes clear that you were in charge of both these outputs. If you have a wallet that allows you coin selection, you can decide which outputs you're going to combine. So you could say, I'm going to combine these two CoinJoin outputs in order to preserve my anonymity. Again, you are combining two outputs, so you are compromising your privacy somewhat, but it's still better than the other option. Wallets that support coin selection are Electrum, for example, or Bitcoin Core, and I think there should be much more. Another option to privacy-enhancing option is going to an exchange, converting your coins to, for example, a privacy-enhancing coin. You can convert your Bitcoin Litecoin, for example, to Monero, which is a privacy coin. If you want to hodl your Bitcoin or your Litecoin, then that might not be an option because you don't want to hold another cryptocurrency, but it is an option that's out there. Now, another way, if you have Bitcoin and you want to stay in Bitcoin, is to use Liquid Bitcoin. Liquid Bitcoin, or LBTC, is Bitcoin that's issued on the Liquid network. The Liquid network is a Bitcoin sidechain. So for every Bitcoin that you have on the Liquid network, you have the same amount locked up on the Bitcoin main chain. Now, one advantage of Liquid Bitcoin is that it has confidential transactions by default, and that hides your transaction amount. Getting Liquid Bitcoin is really easy. So you go to a Liquid network member exchange, like Bitsy, for example, where we're rolling out our interface in the coming next weeks. And it'll be very easy if you say you have Bitcoin on our exchange, you want to withdraw it, you can then just toggle and choose, I want to withdraw main chain, or I want to withdraw Liquid Bitcoin, and vice versa. So that's another way. And lastly, I will just briefly talk about the Lightning Network. So Lightning, of course, is talked about a lot as improving privacy on Bitcoin, and I just want to do a very quick non-technical explanation of where you can actually benefit in terms of privacy when you use the Lightning Network. So with the Lightning Network, you have channels, and only the opening of a channel and the closing of a channel are recorded on the Bitcoin blockchain. Everything that happens in between happens off-chain. So where this really comes in handy is when you make a transaction that goes through several hubs, several nodes on the Lightning Network. So in this example, you're running node A, Lightning node A, and you want to send a payment to Lightning node D. You don't have a direct payment channel with Lightning node D. So what happens is that your node calculates the best way to get to node D, which in this case goes through node B and C. So here Lightning uses something that's called onion routing, and I kind of tried to portray that with the little boxes. So the orange box is your payment, and your Lightning node packs it into a pink box, and packs the pink box into a blue box, and then sends it on its way. And when node B receives the blue box, it opens it, and it sees, okay, I got this box from node A, and I'm supposed to send it to node C. So it sends it on. And node C gets the pink box, opens it, and sees, okay, I got this box from node B. I'm supposed to send it to node D. Node C doesn't know that it originally came from you because it only got the pink box. And node C doesn't know how many more hubs were involved before, how many hubs are going to be involved after. It just knows I got this from B, I'm supposed to send it to D. So it does that, and node D gets the payment, and your path in between is sort of preserved in terms of privacy. Now again, you want to make sure you don't advertise your IP address to your neighboring node, so you would be connecting your Lightning node to Tor to prevent that. The Lightning Network does have a few, well, I don't want to say trade-offs, it's just simply still in development, so Lightning developers keep repeating that you wouldn't want to put your life savings onto the Lightning Network. That's also why channel capacity limits are currently still capped, so it's more suitable for small payments at the moment. But it's a technology that many people are putting a lot of hopes into, also in terms of privacy. So whether it's about acquiring Bitcoin, storing Bitcoin, or transacting it, there are ways today that you can improve your privacy or maintain it, or at least gain some control over it. And it's not always convenient. Actually, most of the times it's not the most convenient option, but it is possible today. And the more you try and the more you do, the more you're probably going to realize that you cannot have perfect privacy. So the more privacy tech improves, the more surveillance tech improves, and vice versa. So it's like an ongoing arms race. At the same time, though, it's better to do this than to do nothing, because you don't want to wait until somebody tells you, okay, Bitcoin, Litecoin is now private. There are things you can do today, and you don't need to wait until it happens. If you wait, you don't know how long you're going to wait. So Bitcoin is a mission-critical system. There's a lot of value on this network, so development needs to be done carefully. Also, privacy is not something that's going to come to you naturally. On the contrary, our countries are criminalizing our privacy. So if we want privacy, we shouldn't ask for it. We shouldn't wait for it. We should go and get it ourselves. And luckily, we have Bitcoin. And Bitcoin fixes this, kind of, and Litecoin. Thank you. Should I go? Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. So now it is time for an incredibly exciting panel filled with some world-famous athletes. I'm sure a lot of you are very excited about this. I'm going to go ahead and start introducing them because there are quite a lot of them to get through while they're making their way up to the stage. On this panel, we have Ben Askren, who's a professional MMA fighter with UFC. We have CJ Sapong, who's a professional Major League Soccer player, Landon Casil, who's a NASCAR driver, Tyler Atkinson, who's a hedge fund manager and former LA Dodgers player, now with Blockterra. And our moderator is John Kim, Litecoin evangelist, who you all know and love. Can you please give them all a very warm welcome to the stage?
Yo. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Wake up. All right, so these are some incredible people on this stage, right? I always call myself jack of all trade, master of none, but these are people who've mastered, their sports. So I'm very honored to be here. It's my first time moderating, so this is a judgment-free zone. So if you want to judge me, I got some people up here that can whoop your booty. So, all right, we're going to go down this way. Introduce yourself and tell us about how you got into this crazy rabbit hole called crypto.
Yeah, so my name is Tyler Atkinson, and I guess I'll tell you a bit about how I got into crypto in the beginning. So my family actually started Magic the Gathering, which is turned into Mt. Gox, Magic the Gathering online exchange. So I kind of found out about crypto first about that through Mt. Gox, and then me myself, I actually played baseball for the Dodgers. So when I was playing baseball, all my teammates would ask me, like, what is crypto? Like, how do you do it? Can you do it for me? Like, and manage my money? So I started to fund, so long story short, help athletes invest in crypto. I'm really passionate about that. I'm also a sports and entertainment agent, so we represent clients, whether it's the Academy Awards, the NFL, esports teams, and League of Legends, and so forth. We do corporate partnerships for teams as well, like that.
Nice.
My name's Landon Castle. I'm a NASCAR driver in the Monster Energy Cup Series. So that's the NASCAR series that races the Daytona 500, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, things like that. It's pretty cool. I got into crypto through NASCAR, really. First heard about it in 2013. And in 2014, I don't know if you guys were around to see the Dogecoin community raise some money. That's right. The Dogecoin community on Reddit raised some money and sponsored a good friend of mine. His name was Josh Wise. And the community actually banded together and voted him into the All-Star race, beat out Danica Patrick for the fan vote to get into the All-Star race. So that was my first intro to the crypto community. But really, the knowledge of what Bitcoin and Litecoin and Dogecoin at the time were. So I started to dabble and I actually got into mining. I felt like day trading and swing trading wasn't really my thing. I'm kind of a permanent hodler. But the skin that I put into the daily operations of it is crypto mining. So I have a modest mining farm, and I've been doing that for a while.
What's up, guys? All right, let's get ready. So I saw Anthony Pompliano in the elevator earlier, and he told me, don't fuck it up. I'm like, damn, dude. So
So far, so good.
So far, so good, right? So a little bit about my story of getting into crypto. It started for me getting traded from my original team. I played in Kansas City to begin my career. And I was going across Indiana, right? And I needed some gas. And there's not a lot of people in here that might understand, but you know, with the skin color in Indiana, when you stop at a gas station, you get a little nervous. So a guy walks up to me in like socks hiked up to his knees, and he's kind of pacing back and forth, and he says, "Hey man, I don't usually do this, but my friends told me about this here Bitcoin, and by golly, I think they're on to something." I said, "Okay, all right, just give me your card, give me the information, I'll look it up." And I went home and I looked it up, and it sounded good. That was back when it was local Bitcoins, so I wasn't really trusting that experience of sending it to somebody I didn't know, but I continued to look it up, and then as soon as Coinbase came out, got me my first Bitcoin for like $600.
Attaboy.
Jumped up, took some profits, started throwing them everywhere, and then everything crashed. So I was stuck in the game, but that led me to learn, you know, about the utility, the use case, all these different companies, all these amazing people. And, you know, I mean, I'm at a Litecoin summit now, you know, trying not to fuck it up.
There you go.
Thank you, sir.
Perfect.
All right, my man, Mr. Funky, Ben.
Right. Let's see. I remember I was the fight in Shanghai. I did, and I was there a little early. And my buddy came in. He lived in Australia, and he's very red-pilled. And he had all these charts up on his computer. And I'm like, what are you looking at over there? What are you doing? He said, "Oh, I've been buying Bitcoin. I'm watching the price, and you know it's going up and down, obviously, like it always does. And I have this coin and this coin." And then he rattled off 20 things. I said, "Okay, well, you know, what's that all about?" And he started explaining some of the use cases, and I'm like, you know, immediately it clicked with me, and I got it. And so then I got my money in, and I got to watch the run up at the end of 2017, and I got to watch the crash. I got to watch it all, and I said, I'm in for good. I get it. I think it's the future. I only tell my wife when it goes up. So, you know, hey, we made 10 grand today. We lose 12 the next day. I don't tell her when we lost 12. And a couple days later, we made 8 grand today. I think she knows that I'm like only telling her the pluses, but you know, it's all good either way. So I'm in for the long haul. Hodler like these guys, I don't think I've sold any since the beginning. And I have a few people I pay in Litecoin, so I've convinced a few people. One's my videographer, works for me. Hey, send me a bill, and you know, he sends me the bill in Litecoin, and I pay him, and we go from there. So yeah, I'm excited about the future. Watched the ups and the downs for the last couple of years, probably not as long as a lot of you guys, but it's a lot of fun being here.
Nice. Hey, check it out. I just love that these guys are into Litecoin and cryptos because you know these guys don't quit, right? That's how they got to where they're at in their sports, and it's. I know when you say you're hodling, a lot of you may not really be hodling and selling behind the scenes, but I know these guys are gonna hold it for a long time, and I appreciate that. So, what kind of impact do you think the athletes could have in crypto awareness and adoption?
Yeah, I think sports and entertainment in general are a huge avenue for mass adoption because when you try to tie into communities' passions or get broad brand awareness, right, or just really have, I think sports and entertainment are the path not only for traditional brands like the Fortune 500s, but I think crypto can follow that same path and have a platform to not only get brand awareness, but educate the fans in the world about what really crypto can be. And quick example, when I was playing baseball, my teammates would be from all over the world, right, like in sports in general. And when they're sending money back home through Western Union, there's 10, 15% just to send their money back to their parents to pay the bills, right? And it takes 3 days, like at the fastest. And I was telling them about Bitcoin and how they can send their money home faster through crypto, and just things like that are so simple that we don't think about in the U.S. I think are also things that should be talked about too in sports.
Yeah, I mean we have tremendous platforms. I mean my sport in general, with 70 million fans, 5 million viewers every week on TV, on network television, and you know, crypto. There's a huge opportunity for the crypto industry and these companies that are growing to be a part of our sports and a part of our industries. In NASCAR, I've talked to John about this in person, I see the crypto industry or the crypto community and the core values that come along with the financial sovereignty and sort of the libertarian mindset. And you mentioned the red pill friend that got you into it. That aligns with a lot of the core values of my race fans. So we're racing in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas this weekend. And there's a lot of people in that area. There's a lot of people from that area that are here today that can identify not just with cryptocurrency and the core values of Litecoin, but of NASCAR racing. So I know that those opportunities will present themselves. I also think that athletes have a unique opportunity to provide a platform to the potential of cryptocurrency-based business models. There's the NBA player that recently wants to tokenize his contract and attract investors into his guaranteed contract. That's a tremendous application of new technology to something that a lot of people don't realize has been done a lot of times with a lot of different athletes and among many different sports, staking investors. I think there's a lot of applications that athletes can show on a grand scale for cryptocurrency.
Yes, I agree. Kind of going off of what Ty was saying earlier, I think the financial freedom that it provides for athletes with their daily activities, and you hear a lot about athletes after their sport, and it's hard to transition into a lifestyle where you're not making the same amount of money, or you don't have the same amount of eyes looking at you. But with having the financial freedom of cryptocurrency, you can see now we can open up a pathway where the fan and the athlete have more of a connected experience, right? Fans love their sports, they love their athletes. They're gonna download Coinbase if their favorite player says to download Coinbase. So from that end, obviously there's a lot of benefits, and I see a lot of good things coming. Also for athletes like myself who has a nonprofit, it allows us to look at different ways to provide utility in communities, and I think that's something that once it takes hold, at the grassroots level, it'll spread like wildfire, and then that mass adoption that everybody's looking for will be right there.
Just echoing what these guys said, for me, it's that I get to have a platform, and listen, some athletes have a platform and they don't use it wisely or spread a good message. But for me, I'm not going to speak on a technical basis about Litecoin or Bitcoin. People aren't looking at that from me, but what they're looking for is really simple, easy use cases. Like you were saying in the beginning, is that when I was in Asia, I fought there for 4 years exclusively. There's a lot of migrant workers, and the remittance case, it's 10 to 15% on Western Union. It takes 3 days. They got to be somewhere. So it's like I see that. It's like, oh, well, you can send. I sent my buddy $750 of Litecoin the other day for, I think it was like 2 pennies or 1 penny or something like that. So so just pointing out stuff like that. Most Americans, they almost have never heard of hyperinflation. They don't understand that it's actually that's actually a possibility. That actually happens places. They don't get it. They don't understand that the rest of the world has unbanked people, right? I mean, I think it's only 2 billion people in the world that are actually banked, and there's 5 billion unbanked, versus how many people have access to a Wi-Fi connection with a cell phone. It's like 5.5, 6 billion. So to have a wallet on your phone and be able to use it on a regular basis, a lot of people in America don't think about those simple use cases. And to me, it's like, well, most people walking around on an everyday basis, they don't really need to understand the technicalities of it. But if they understand those simple use cases, they see, oh, wow, this is the future. This is simple. I don't have to be that smart to understand these things. And I think for me, just spreading those messages, I think that's where I can get across to the common person.
Doesn't Ben talk well? Right?
I got in trouble the other day for commenting that someone speaks well. So I don't know if you can use that term.
Okay.
So
let's go.
So we were supposed to do a crypto podcast together, but for calling me out on stage, I may not do it because I'm the A side. Okay, he needs me. I don't need him. All right?
Oh, here we go.
Boom, roasted. So and it's incredible. You said 70 million fans NASCAR,
Yep.
and how many million do you think Major League Soccer
Probably like 65, maybe.
Yeah, 68.5.
How about
right around
UFC?
there.
Like way up there, right?
I don't think soccer's the biggest, right, worldwide. I mean, I don't think anything really compares to that. But yeah, I mean, fighting's going worldwide now. Obviously, one championship in Asia, UFC and Bellator in America. It's kind of becoming a real global brand where people recognize it everywhere.
So the reason I asked that is because Litecoin Foundation, we sponsored UFC and we are the official cryptocurrency of the Miami Dolphins. I just thought that I'd, bring that up just to let you know that that was a good play, maybe. Okay? So any haters? Those are some good numbers, okay? So what I want to go to next is that because you guys know me, right? The beauty of this relationship was it never started with, hey, let me pay you this much, can you pitch Litecoin? It was all done organically, and I just want you guys to comment on Litecoin and the community and why you like them and why you're involved and why you support them.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, when you look at whether it's companies or projects around the world, you really want to evaluate who's really surrounded by the project and who's really believing in it, right? And the Litecoin community, whether it's athletes or people around the world, is very strong and very passionate, right? Led by this man himself right here. So I think it's like a gravitational pull to really want to get behind something you believe in and support human freedoms. And I think that's the foundation of why Litecoin is successful.
Yeah, I think I want to reiterate what I said earlier about the core values and the beliefs of the community and their understanding and appreciation of having sovereignty in their wealth and their money and control over their money. You were one of my first real close connections. I had owned Litecoin and had been mining Litecoin for a long time, but you were one of my first personal connections to Litecoin with Litecoin Lisa, and through her I met Ben Menchie and have kind of been exposed to the community and have realized that these are really good people that truly believe in their independence and their independence of their finances. So I also am really impressed with how the Litecoin Foundation has been approaching the payment system and your alliances there and what you're trying to accomplish with getting paid with Litecoin. So it's that's specific with the Litecoin community. That's where I'm at.
So real quick backstory. I was in my truck, right, for about a year. I was driving around, and I saw a tweet that he's in New York. So I just said, hey, can I come see you? So I drove up there, and I saw him. I gave him Litecoin, right? I sent you a Litecoin, and we did that.
A loaf wallet.
Yeah, but it wasn't because I liked him. It's because I didn't have anywhere to go. So I just needed a place to kind of park my car and rest, So that's the behind the story. But I love him. I'm so glad that you're part of our community. So CJ.
Yes, love it. So you had said something about, we're at a time now where everybody's looking for independence. However, at the core of who we are, we love connection. And Litecoin, the community, for me, it showed that from day one. Dave Schwartz, first of all, applause to him for putting this together. But yeah, he drove down from Michigan to Chicago to hand deliver me an LPAL wallet and just talk. There was no, how it is as athletes, a lot of people want your time and your energy, and when somebody says, hey, I just want to talk and get to know you, it allows us to be human, And I think, obviously, when you have a guy like John Kim all over the news feeds and, doing things that make people happy and laugh and also showing how intelligent he is and showing the use case that Litecoin provides, it's a whirlwind. I dragged my teammate here from Chicago Fire. His eyes are opened these couple of days, but he's feeling the warmth and the welcome. So it's a beautiful thing, and we just got to keep that up.
So I actually, my buddy who got me into it, he was big into Bitcoin, but his number 2 was Litecoin right away. So one of the first thing he convinced me to buy was a whole bunch of Litecoin, and started following it. And Pompliano actually mentioned this to me, that barely, us athletes up here, there's not a lot. I think there's 1 or 2 other that actually tweet on a regular basis about it. And I can't figure out why, because I don't really give a damn what people think. And I'm just gonna tweet about what I'm interested in. But for some reason, athletes seem to have a fear, or public people have a fear of spreading their knowledge and information. And so I was, before I ever met John Kim or Charlie Lee, I was tweeting about Litecoin all the time. And so that was when then he reached out to me because he saw me tweeting about it and talking about it all the time. And there was already that just genuine interest from me. And then I got to meet him. He came out to Milwaukee for a fight.
And once again, I didn't have a place to go.
Which I didn't know that. I didn't know I was housing a homeless person. I don't think I housed you. Did I house you?
Huh?
You didn't stay at my house.
No, I stayed at David Shore's basement.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, so John and I went to see some comedy and went to dinner, and we hit it off, and then that was it. And so I've been, following this big movement ever since. I'm excited and just looking forward to the future of crypto when more people get it, because change, no matter whether change is positive, indifferent, whatever, change is hard for people. It's really like, I just had a phone call literally 10 minutes ago, and the guy's like, I always see you talking about Bitcoin, but I'm skeptical, but we should talk about it. And that's how everyone is. Like, they don't want to believe something else can change or can be the future. It's just, change is difficult no matter who you are and what you're doing. So thanks for having me up here, and I appreciate everything you guys do.
Wow. So let me tell you a little backstory about how I met Ben Askren. Somebody, a friend of mine, told me that, hey, Ben Askren is following Charlie Lee. So I was like, trying to find his email, right? Like, hey, Charlie, Ben Askren, the Ben Askren is following you. And Charlie said, who the hell is Ben Askren? Because he wasn't into fighting. He didn't really, pay attention to UFC. And I thought that was a very funny moment. And Ben Askren is I fought in the cage before. And to me, to be able to, be next to him was like a dream come true. To be able to roll with him. Like when I was in Milwaukee, he took me. Dana White was right in my face. I mean, Tyron Woodley. We went to comedy shows together, and he put me in his Tesla X, right? And we had at that time the light heavyweight champion Daniel Cormier in the front.
He was really mad at me because you were late because you got lost, and I didn't know where the hell you were. He's like, we gotta go. I'm like, hold on, this guy's coming. And you made it.
Ben pressed on the accelerator. You guys know how fast Teslas are, right? And it took off. And I was like, whoa! And then the biggest light heavyweight champion of the UFC, yo, dog, calm down, stop. He was so scared. Yeah, he was so scared. And that's when I realized he was a human. And I was no longer scared of him after that day. So we got a little bit of time left. I want to ask you guys, what are you going to do personally, in the future, maybe 2020, or to push for awareness and adoption? Because I'm just not a big fan of let me pay you to say it. It's so beautiful about something happening organically because you believe in it. Then that's a real, you're really supporting it, right? So just real quick, each one of you, tell me what you are going to do personally that you haven't done, that you want to do to push for awareness and adoption of Litecoin and, yes, Bitcoin.
Yeah, for sure. I think what I'll continue to do, first of all, is keep talking to athletes all the time. Like the guys on the stage here, all of our closest friends in life are athletes, whether it's an MLB, NFL, you name it. So just trying to keep educating on what it is and that it's not as risky or as scary as you might think it is, right? So that's what I'll keep doing, but also from the agency side of things, whether it's with the FIFA World Cup, the guys I work with are the chairman of the FIFA World Cup, founders of Major League Soccer. We also represent the entertainment, whether it's Hollywood entertainment destinations or sports leagues like the NFL. So just keep working on trying to put together crypto companies with the teams and have partnerships that make sense, right? To get the brand awareness out there and get the end goal of mass adoption and education. So just gonna keep working on whether it's brands or foundations or whatever you want to call it, or whoever it might be, to just keep pressing the pedal forward on mass adoption, however we can do that. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a continuation of leveraging our influence and our networks. For me, I can promise you that the vice president of NASCAR knows exactly what cryptocurrencies are. I've had these conversations with him. And you never know when that opportunity will come up that there's an opportunity to accept Litecoin as a payment at Daytona International Speedway or at a NASCAR event. That's there's just we all have our own network where we can leverage those types of opportunities. You know, on a personal side, for me, continuing to make content and to push the message on social media, and honestly, in the business side of it, I told you I'm mining cryptocurrency, I'm mining Litecoin, I'm mining Bitcoin. I've made a really interesting network in the power community, in the finance community, and in this community. And if I could ever be a part of putting something together that makes the network stronger, I would love to do it. So those are the kind of the things we keep working on.
Remind me to get your email after this.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Personally, for me, I'm doing the crypto pay program. I'm gonna beta test that. I'll get a portion of my salary sent straight to the Elipal wallet, which I will keep in cold storage for my nonprofit. I'm also a member of my league's Players Association, and we're constantly looking at ways to continue to give incoming and current players financial freedom and security. So that's an area I'll bum rush those meetings. And you know, overall, I've gotten a pretty good response from other players in my league. And what I love about this space is everybody just does them. You know, I mean, you have some communities that get a little competitive, but for the most part, everybody just shines their light, and you can see the people that are kind of on the outside looking in. They just filter into, you know, the position or the area that they see fit. So I'm just gonna keep spreading the light, you know, stay humble, stay grounded, and continue to meet people like this, and definitely get your email.
Yeah. You made it tougher because you said something we don't already do. So I'll go with two things that I don't already do. Number one, I'm considering starting a podcast, not because I'm the smartest guy in the space, but because I can use my influence to awaken other people. And then number two would be, I have kids, my wrestlers work in my house in the summer, cutting down trees and whatnot. And I always pay them on Venmo, and then it charges me that 3%. And even if I pay them $30, it charges me $1. I'm like, oh, fucking Venmo. And so I'm going to make them, I thought about doing it this summer, I'll make them download a Loaf wallet, and then I can pay them, and I can get a 1 cent transaction fee versus, say, 90 cents or $3 or $5 or whatever. Because, man, it drives me, every time I have to click it and I have to pay the transaction fee, it's really annoying. So the Loaf wallet will help that. So I'll make them, and then they can go use their Litecoin somewhere also. How about that?
So thank you. And I will make sure that you guys keep your promises, or I will use Twitter to blast you. So be ready for that. You know what? We got 2 minutes, and I kind of want to close on this. You know, from Charlie Lee to Litecoin Foundation to the Litecoin fam, we want to be as transparent as possible, right? And be organic as possible. And I feel like those characteristics rub off on other people too. If you just saw what happened, there's a connection that just happened organically, and they're gonna work with one another. So that right there is how the Litecoin family got built.
Already in the DMs anyway.
Yeah. So it's really important how we do this in this space organically and naturally, without trying to do it like a business model, right? So I'm just very happy that I got to play a small part in their life, and I'm looking forward to the future where next year there will be even better athletes, because next year they won't be that good. So you know what? Listen, guys.
Rude.
I'm gonna always tell you the truth. All right? Just because they're up here, I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're the best. They're not. They're not John Kim of Twitter.
I hope that Charlie can find even better moderators as well.
So I wanna take this time to announce a little bit. David Schwartz and I did start a company called Cornerstone Global, and this is a program where people around the world can receive their portion of their pay in crypto, whichever percentage they want. And CJ Spong is the first Major League player that's decided to get on that program. And soon, the Funky Crypto Podcast with me and Ben is probably going to be launched, but it's going to be for regular people. We're going to be simple.
Not all you smart people. Don't bother tuning in.
And
You guys are too smart for us.
And one more time, he will not cut me off when I talk during the podcast because
Yes, I
I'm the
will.
A side. So, Ben, one more time, I will choke you out on live TV. Sorry. All right. So thank you everybody for coming up here and taking your time. Thank you everyone. Everybody get up. Let's do a little bow. And thank you.
So that was an incredible all-star panel, my goodness. And then we're following that up with the most epic influencer panel you've ever seen in your life. So we're going to add a bunch more chairs here on stage to that now. And it's probably going to take me about half an hour to get through all of the names, so I'll probably just start while they're setting up, because there are a lot of people. I'm really excited about this. We're talking about social media and the crypto space. We have Michael Nye, host of the Evolvement podcast, Nathan Liang, who's the session director of Altcoin Buzz and DB Casting. We have Cody, creative director of Fun. Crypto Wendy is a crypto meetup host. She also has a really awesome YouTube channel. If you haven't checked it out, make sure you do. Bix Weir, who's the host of Road to Rooter. Justin Wu's the CMO of Rebel, Nick Merton, Executive Director of Data Dash, and Bo Polney, who's the President of Gold 2020 Forecast LLC. I don't know how they're all going to fit on the stage, but can you give them a giant welcome to the stage? We may need to do that again so there's not the awkward pause and they come up in silence. So just hang tight for a little bit and I'll give you the cue. It's going to be great. Everyone give them a giant welcome to the stage. Wow. Sensational.
Test. What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's doing good. Big shout out to the whole Litecoin team. This has been amazing. I think everybody knows that in crypto, as we progress, as we evolve, it takes a community. And nothing's more community in crypto than social media. Up here on the stage, we have a collection of some of the best and brightest minds in social media. My name is Joe Blackburn. I'm the host of Bitcoin Radio. I'm the founder of Crypto Coin Trader Facebook group. I've been privileged to kind of watch this space evolve from prior to the, I guess really the ICO movement. And there's so many people in this space that do not understand how big of a deal and really what it takes to be an influencer or role model in social media. It's a dangerous, hateful place at times. I think most of y'all would agree with that, right? Anybody here been hated on?
Yes. No, not at all. Not at all.
Any of you ever hated on anybody? Be honest, right?
Don't lie, guys. Don't lie.
I mean, me too, right? I get it. It's part of being humans. It's part of the internet. It's part of social media. As it stands today, it's a culture that's been created for a very long time. Now, again, today we're going to have this panel, but I really want everybody to think about this. This is really experienced people who have really experienced thoughts, and these are things that have really happened to these people, right? They've learned, they've lived, and they've been an influencer in the most dangerous and hateful space on the internet, in my opinion. So without further ado, let's give it a round of applause for the panelists. And I think maybe we should go through real quick so you guys can all reintroduce yourselves. We'll start right here.
All right, what up, guys? My name's Nathan Leung. I am part of the Altcoin Buzz team. We're a YouTube channel with about 200,000 subs, and I also work in Hollywood, in Los Angeles, here to kind of merge cryptocurrency and film together.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Justin Wu. I'm the CEO of CoinState, and my channel is about more on the business side of blockchain, so more on the B2B side. So my channels are more on like LinkedIn and Twitter. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicholas Merton. I run the channel Data Dash. We have a global audience of around 300,000 people. I basically take my 7 to 8 years of experience in traditional markets and try to provide a macro perspective and try to understand how cryptocurrency plays a role in the financial sector over the long term.
I am Crypto Indio, and I pretty much do everything on my channel. I do trading, I do news. I do Twitter. I do a lot of events as well, trying to bring the community together and a lot of basic information for people. Try to keep things as simple as possible because I know how complex the industry could be, and the people that I grew up with, they would have a hard time understanding crypto if it wasn't for people keeping things simple.
What's up, everybody? I'm Michael Nye, and I run the podcast What is Crypto?
My name is Bo Polney, and my website is Gold 2020 Forecast. Been analyzing markets for about 10, 15 years, specialized gold and silver. In the past 4 or 5 years, been focusing on cryptocurrencies as well. So thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Cody. I hold parties all over and just preach about content creation and crypto adoption.
My name is Bix Weir. I have a YouTube channel, roadtorudo.com. 25 years in banking, and I figured out I want to be a rock star, so I started a YouTube channel and wrote a song called Litecoin is the right coin. So I figured I'd show up today.
Cheers, cheers. All right, so clearly everybody got a chance to know these folks, and we're going to start right off with the Twitter. And obviously, I think everybody here has a Twitter account. Most of you probably are following on Twitter. And you know, I've personally, just in my experience, and this, I'm going to gear this towards Wendy and Nye. You know, what have you seen as the biggest factor of people entering the space compared from maybe 2016, 2017 to today?
You start that one.
Honestly, because I first got into crypto, when I first heard about Bitcoin in 2011, I didn't buy any because I was like, you're crazy, this is not real money, this is not a real thing. And I wasn't educated enough back then to really understand. But when I finally got enough balls and I entered the market in 2017, there's a lot of brand new people joining, there's a lot of hype. And then after we hit 20K and then we started dropping, you started to see a lot of people kind of leave the market. So now growth is, you know, Twitter followers and subscribers on YouTube is a lot less, but there still are people coming in. But it's just, I feel like it's a different type of vibe than it was in 2017.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar. Like, there aren't really many people coming in right now. But the people that are coming in aren't coming in like to expecting to make 100% overnight, you know? So they're a little bit more interested in the education side of things, the technology side of things, like why this all matters and stuff like that, which is overall positive in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. You know, whereas the money's not flowing in the same way, but the ones that are here are trying to, I think, I agree with you a lot when you say this, they're really basing their education off of crypto on the progress. So, you know, I look at mainstream media, and this might go to the Hollywood here. Mainstream media is really starting to take hold, and please feel free to interject if you have a question or if you have from the panel, if you have something that you want to add on, please do. But, you know, as mainstream media comes in, makes it more cool, makes it more normal, what do you guys feel like, and this is for anybody, but what do you feel like is going to be the next big catalyst for the bull run socially?
I think one really big thing for cryptocurrencies is that we haven't gotten to the point where we've made using crypto, you know, as simple as traditional banking. I think that was kind of one of the original purposes of crypto. So I know it steps out a little bit out of the media category here, but once we can start showing people the value of crypto directly, rather than focusing so much on teaching people what the technology is, I don't know how a Facebook message is sent across the world. So I think it's going to be a matter of just showing people what you can do with it and how you can circumvent the banking system, which is really impactful.
Yeah, and I think we'll have like more speculative pumps that come, and like we've started to see it with news like China and things like that. Like it's going to move the coin price, but I think like the actual adoption is going to occur when we're forced to adopt it. You know, when situations like what's happening in Venezuela occur in more modern day situations where media actually picks it up and is forced to kind of, like, we're forced to look at our own structures and the economic systems and how they're built and why they're failing.
Yeah, I think the excitement for the next boom will come from not Facebook Libra, but you know we're already seeing projects in the works like Walmart Coin, for better or for worse. It's a US dollar peg, but I think that what we'll see is bigger brands, bigger enterprises start coming in as people break away from Libra, like Visa, MasterCard. They're already working on their own blockchain projects as well too. So once they start actually going out publicly with their projects, I think then people will get more excited. I mean, if people are excited about China coming into the market, now if we see some of these bigger players come into the space, then we'll see the adoption come in from those different players. And I think that's what we're going to see in the next few years from now.
So when you talk about media, so there was something that I saw on Twitter. I saw Akon, I think he was on the Breakfast Club or something, talking about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. When we have people like that breaking it down very, very simple and not in a complex way that other people can kind of feel like they don't feel stupid. Because I remember when I first got in the space and I started reading, when I read the Bitcoin white paper and when I read, what blockchain technology was, I felt stupid because I don't have a tech background. But I think once we see, more celebrities or more athletes or media kind of talking about it and they're breaking it down in a very simple way, I think we're really going to start to see more people excited about it and more people entering the space because they're not going to feel intimidated.
Yeah, so for media, for us right now, I feel like there's a global shift happening because of the internet. We're able to kind of open the floodgates for content creation for anyone. So traditionally there were 11 to 13 studios, Fox, Sony, Paramount Pictures, but now we have Netflix. Netflix has been around, but we have Apple TV, we have Disney Plus that just launched their streaming service, and these guys are willing to buy up any content. Anybody that can make it, as long as it's a good script, they'll buy it. They're spending like hundreds of millions of dollars, and I feel like there's a few people that are making some crypto documentaries out there, which I think is pretty cool. They're interviewing all of the creators of Ethereum and some of the big players in the space, so that could be cool, but just the freedom of this disruption in Hollywood is going to really be one of the big media outlets. I feel like it's going to cause a lot of people to notice it.
Great answer to everybody. I'm sitting here and I'm trying to put myself in a position as regular Joe, right? And I look at what really makes a project go up in price. And I struggle with this. Like, on a personal level, I'm looking at, communities all over the place that are speculating value on something that may or may not even exist, if we're honest with each other. And we've been dealing with this now for 3-4 years. Where do we actually go from here? I don't know if we're personally even better off than we were in 2017, or are we? If the next bull run were to happen now with this next China pump or whatever it might be, are we prepared with the infrastructure to not deal with the same stuff we did in 2017 on a very broad level too? And feel free to speak up.
I'd say if you look at 2017, anybody who's been through a boom and bust like the .com day is very similar. The good companies make it through. But as far as the next one, when it comes, Bitcoin was invented to be a peer-to-peer cash system. And Litecoin is the one that's carrying on that right now. I think the moment we need that is the moment that the banks have another problem like they had in 2008. If you want mass adoption, you hope and pray that the banks go down again, because this time we won't give them $800 billion to run away with our system. We're going to say we have an alternative, and it's cryptocurrency and Litecoin especially. So yeah, I'm real excited about the next crash.
Sure. Socially speaking, though, real quick. Fair enough.
And I'm an optimist.
Soak it up. So on a social level, though, and when we watch what happened to people in 2017, would you say, though, that we are in a better position as a whole community, as a crypto community, to be able to prepare people for, hey, this is going down? Or is that negativity going to be too much to allow people to come in?
Yeah, I think the establishment are going to say cryptos are bad. Everybody here is going to scream cryptos are a hell of a lot better than what you guys just did to the system twice. And I think that's going to be the message going forward, that we are the alternative, and the media, social media, through music and songs and YouTube and Twitter and all that stuff is gonna really bring the message forward that we have a better system than they have.
So this is, I really almost want everybody to answer this question, but feel free to pass if you don't want to. But right now, are we in a situation on this social level where the price of Bitcoin is still what's driving people to enter the space? Or are we in a position now where people are speculating in different ways and not necessarily, I'm just going to get rich?
I mean, let's just say this, if the system crashed tomorrow, no one's going to buy Bitcoin. Like, let's be real. Like, we have so much more work to do. Like, we're not even in a place right now where if the system crashed tomorrow, I love Litecoin, I love Bitcoin, but no one's going to look at these assets as a store of value right now. Like, in outside of our little bubble that we're in, we all believe it, we all see the potential of it, and we're all passionate about that. But the matter of fact is, like, we still have so much development and base work to do with just the general public. The majority of people who I talk to about Bitcoin, Litecoin, cryptocurrencies in general right now, they say, oh, that's that thing that went from $20,000 down to $3,000. that's a bubble, that's a scam. Like, it's going to take a while, like at least 2 or 3 more years for people, like the large majority of people, to see that, oh, like Bitcoin went back to 20,000, maybe it wasn't a scam, things like that. It's going to take time. The normal average day person is not going to look at Bitcoin or Litecoin right now, today, as a savior for the economy crashing. That doesn't mean it's not going to happen in 5 years, 10 years. I think that's why we're all here, but I think we just need to be realistic about it.
So my take, I will agree with Bix and I can't agree with you, unfortunately. This is how I look at it. Until something changes, we're going to continue to see what's going on. Last year when Bitcoin was $3,000, everybody thought it was going to go to 2,000. What happened? I made a video. I basically said Bitcoin would be at 10,000 by June, and it was. The point is, when Bitcoin goes, it goes like a rocket, okay? But you need the fuel, and the fuel is what Bix just discussed, and it's basically a monetary change. You need something to crash, because it's the 2 words, need and want. Right now, all of you are here because you're smart. You all want to hold cryptocurrencies because you all see the future. So you are holding the future. But guess what? You don't need it. You want it, okay? The rest of the world doesn't even want it, and they don't even need it, okay? You guys at least want to hold it because you know what it's going to do. You know the future. You see it coming, so you're all here. On the other end of it, until the want happens, okay, until the need happens, it's not going to explode. The need is going to come from a sudden event, which is a market event, a crash of the stock market, a break of financial confidence in the dollar, okay? That's where we're at in our world. When that happens, when I do agree with Bix, when those events go down, you're going to see a moonshot on cryptocurrencies. And I believe we're very close to that event. And it's not going to take years. We're probably going to see it maybe by the end of this year yet, where it all begins.
So there's a few different points to build on this to really be specific to your question of, are we really prepared for that next cycle? Are we going to make sure that we can avoid the same mistakes we had last time? I would think, as you mentioned in reference to earlier, the 2017 ICO bubble, that's something we want to avoid at all costs. Well, what's really nice is that as markets grow, I think, who in here feels comfortable investing in an ICO? Raise your hand. I don't see one hand in the audience. I know that it's actually, okay, maybe there's one hand, okay. Well, the thing is, it's funny, is it goes to show that over time, people in a space, they understand it more, they understand the product base in this case, and they understand ICOs are pretty much completely out of the question. And it's actually not just because people were bad, ill-intended. There were some participants like that. It's because the incentive structure was terrible for ICOs. There was no actual revenue model. There was no actual plan set in stone. And people have learned that. So when new people come into the space, who are they learning from? All of us, either from you in the audience or a content producer like myself. And this also plays into content producers as well. The people on this stage, I really do believe, are much higher quality than the average YouTuber or the average content creator, the average Twitter, kind of personality than 2 or 3 years ago. And I can say that we've actually gone through some phases. I can speak as a YouTuber. There was a ton of YouTubers, and there still is, but a ton of YouTubers back in 2017. Who here remembers BitConnect?
What's up?
Do you have is there any content producers you know who centraled their channel around BitConnect that are still out there? Nope. So they're gone. They're out of the equation. The BitConnect crew is gone. Well, what about the channels who are saying, what's the next 50x, the next 100x ICO? Do you still know of any channels doing that? I don't know a single channel right now. I mean, maybe a few of them, but they're starting to tether out. So now you're getting to people, I think, like, for example, it's still on this stage, you can see there's so many different personalities here. We come from different backgrounds. I was self-taught in studying macroeconomics and finance. And what I do on my channel is I just basically try to provide a perspective now on where crypto plays a role in the financial sector and understanding how $17 trillion in negative yielding bonds across the globe is going to fuel a non-yielding asset like Bitcoin, a hedge. And when you can start to correlate what crypto is, rather than trying to explain its technology, what it is as an asset class and how it plays a role, people start to understand it much better. And I think that's what's going to happen. You're not going to see the same speculation you saw last time. It's going to be a much more fundamental rally. And as you were hinting to earlier, it's going to be off of the mistakes of the traditional financial sector that's led to the rise of gold and silver over the last few centuries.
Yeah, to answer your question, is price, the only driving factor for people to get in? I would say yes, partly because that's usually the first glimpse that they get. They're like, oh, Bitcoin is that, whatever, I'm gonna check it out. But it goes a little bit deeper than that. I feel like where we're at right now is what we really need is user experience and user interface and user experience, UI, UX, because unless my grandmother or grandfather can use it, and they don't know that it's like blockchain technology, unless they can use it like from a phone or whatever it is, then we're not really there yet. It has to be really easy to use, that anybody can use it. A dog could use it, a duck could use it, my windmill could use, I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, but yeah, anyone has to be able to use it, is what I'm saying, yeah.
Great points.
I kind of want to piggyback off what you're saying, because my personal opinion, and some people may disagree with me on this, is I think that the next generation, like my daughter's generation, they will really adopt Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. Even if we, God forbid, we do have a financial crisis now, I still think there's a lot of people out there that will be so scared and won't just adopt them immediately because of fear. But I think the younger generation, I think the junior high school kids and the babies and the kids, I think that they're gonna see this technology, they're gonna see this currency, they're gonna see the use case, and they're gonna take it and they're gonna run with it. I don't think it's gonna happen this generation, but I do believe that it's gonna happen next generation, because scalability-wise, we're just not ready. It's still very, very hard. I still have trouble using ledgers sometimes, or Trezors, or any of that type of stuff. And then also dealing with the private keys. What do you do with your private keys? God forbid something happens to you. Like, if anybody's married or whatnot here, does your significant other know how to access your private keys and disperse that to your family? My husband does. I'm lucky for that. But if you think about it, what's going to happen then?
All great points. I think about, the future and what capacity blockchain is going to evolve into. And, at some point, it's not going to just be sending, $25 or $100 with a Litecoin over, in USD, or sending 1 or 2 Litecoin over, whatever way we actually speak about it. We're also, one day, we're going to be sending our deed over in a mortgage transaction, right? And that custody, I think, is going to be a really big deal. And that's being solved. We have some brilliant people in the space solving this stuff right now. And people are so short-sighted when they think about it. It's just me sending from point A to point B. And I think what you just said, Wendy, going forward is going to be a massive, massive overhaul in whether or not we're able to grasp, who is going to accept us or not. And I think that was a great point. And I thought what you said was very interesting too. And what I got from that, and obviously there's a couple people who disagree with you, but in the United States especially, I completely agree with you. Here in the United States. And I would even say that in the Western world, that's exactly how most people feel, I think, in a lot of ways. But outside of that, I think there's a lot of people who are begging for cryptocurrency. So I agree and disagree with you at the same time. I hope that's fair.
Yeah, I'm just talking about time frame. I could tell you Bitcoin's gonna like skyrocket and get a ton of impressions on Twitter or whatever. But the matter of fact is we have a lot of fucking work to still do. And I think people overlook that. I just think we need to have a fresh perspective on this. I think it's always good to be optimistic. I'm super optimistic. I wouldn't be here sitting on the stage. I wouldn't be doing this every single day, all day for the last 2 years if I wasn't optimistic and I didn't believe in it. But I think we also need to look at the other side of the coin. There's way too often in this industry where the leaders, as well as all the followers in the industry, don't look at the flip side of the coin. We don't look at the negative sides, the things that we need to improve on. And that's the only way that we can actually see the reality of what's going on, is if we look at both sides of the coin.
And you're right, we aren't ready, but we have no time left. And that's kind of the key, is we're more ready than we were 10 years ago, but coming from 25 years in banking, 35 years studying this system, knowing that last night the banks needed $250 billion just overnight, and it's growing exponentially, we don't have any time left. So whether or not we're ready, it's not gonna matter. The banks don't have very much longer for this world. And we're gonna find what Bo said is true. It's not that we want cryptos. The whole world's gonna need cryptos. All it takes is one too big to fail bank to go, and then we have no choice.
Great points. Okay, so let's, on a social media level, obviously we could technically get into some certain aspects, but let's just stay on a social and pretty basic level here. But what are the biggest obstacles that most people are going to face accepting, that cryptocurrency could be the future?
I think it's distasteful right now. So my background is in creative direction and media as well. So a lot of my friends in that sector that I work with, they view it as like selling tea on Instagram with an affiliate link. And they don't understand it's a lot deeper than that. And I try to describe it from an artist's perspective is, if you can take digital rights and send that through Bitcoin and hold on to your art and not sell that through an agency that's gonna rip off 40%, that's huge. And that's what opens people's eyes when they see use cases, not random affiliate links and BS scams on front of the media. It's not what it is.
You know, to build on that, you know, even on a less philosophical basis, when you can sell people use case, I mean, cryptocurrencies have so much benefits because there's no sector in the world, I think as we heard from Alex Majinski and a lot of the speakers who came up here earlier, there is no sector in the world that has more middlemen and more people screwing you over at every single corner, and we've kind of come to accept that. So now that we do have some form of technology, and I think a variety of different forms, we now have a way to circumvent that, and then you can simply say, instead of teaching someone how the technology works in the background, which is very idealistic, but as I mentioned earlier, I don't know how a message is sent over Facebook. I don't understand how my communications work over the web. Same will go with crypto, but we will use it. So I actually have a really funny story I tell people. I had a close friend of mine, his dad's worked as a banker at UBS, US Bank, a lot of different financial companies. And the thing is, for 3 years, he wanted to know what Bitcoin was. And he's like, you know, you got to explain this technology. I said, don't worry about the technology. It's worked for 10 years. I hope that's enough proof as is. But you want to know what you can do with it? You need to wire $400 million from US Bank to UBS. You can do it in a matter of 10, 20 minutes, and you can do it for a few pennies. Doesn't matter how much you want to send. If you want to send 10,000 to $1 million, you pay a few pennies and do it in a matter of a few minutes. And that was it. And he instantly saw the value of Bitcoin. So we need to focus more on selling the value use case, as you were hinting to, 100%.
And also, when it comes to cryptocurrencies itself, this past few years, there's been enough people, like people in this room, people just have to be exposed to what cryptocurrency is, and everybody, even if you're not in crypto, has a friend that is in some crazy friend who's in crypto. Well, guess what? When cryptos take off and they go vertical to big prices, now everybody needs and wants them, and they have a crazy friend who's no longer that crazy. They're gonna reach out to that not so crazy friend and say, hey, how do I buy cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Litecoin? And they're gonna say, just like last night, I went to the store and the guy's, hey, how do you buy cryptos? I go, very simple. www.coinbase.com, boom, hook up your bank account, and so it's not hard. The system is in place. Yes, the alternate coins, there's a lot of complex issues, but the bottom line is the immediate urgency is going to be for a monetary system, and it's in place. It's good to go. Cryptocurrency, Coinbase is owned by 51% by Digital Currency Group. You know, it's in place. The system's ready to go, and all you need is event, and then urgency, the want and need, and we're very close.
Yeah, so the market kind of shifted away from ICOs, and it's been distasteful to talk about like potential pumps and price and stuff. So, the way that I've shifted my content is just going directly to the builders, going to like DevCon, going to East Denver, East New York, going to other Web3 summits. Go actually learn from the builders themselves. They don't even look at price at all, and they're just constantly building, showcasing a lot more on the actual product demos, blockchain games, different NFTs, and creating content around that, just showing real use cases and things in action, or some blockchain enterprise projects as well, to showcase people how this technology is actually being real and utilized as well too. Because the builders, they're not really focused on price. They're just going to continue building. And with the whole 2017 boom, like Ethereum and other projects was built during a bear market at that time too. So I think that's what we're going to continue to see.
Real quick, yeah. So from a social media perspective, I think Bitcoin and blockchain cryptocurrencies might be too niche. I say that because everybody here, we all know about it very well, but as soon as we step outside, it's very difficult. And we know that with TikTok, Instagram, and other like Snapchat, people like to see just like half-naked women, or like really dumb people, some dancing stuff, just really like easy, entertaining, like 7-second clips like Vine, stuff like that. And so, but blockchain, you actually need some sort of intelligence. There's been a lot of talking about it being nerd money. It's a lot of code, and people just don't have the attention span, especially right now, to kind of hone in on that, especially with the price and the market. And yeah, so that's how I see it.
Well said. First off, let's give a round of applause to the panel. as I said earlier, these folks, they go through a lot. You don't realize what it takes to put out content and to be successful in this space. It's very difficult. And I for one, am proud of all of you, and I think you're doing a tremendous job. I always finish my podcasts and my live videos when I do them with, the cryptoverse belongs to all of us, and it's our responsibility to take care of it. And what I mean by that, and what I truly mean to what I'm trying to tell you, the message you should receive is, if you can do one thing for the cryptoverse, you can at least explain it to somebody properly. That's the one thing you can do. And most of you can't. If you're honest with yourself, if you're having a conversation, you're gonna focus on how Bitcoin's price is gonna go up, and you're not gonna focus on what Bitcoin does to survive and how it's gotten to where it's at today. And if you can learn that, if you can go and sit down with somebody and have that conversation, and I know we're out of time, so I will end it with this, and that is, if I was gonna walk up to somebody in my freshman History 101 class, this beautiful girl, I sit next to her, and I sit down and I say, hey, you're beautiful, I love you, let's get married. What is she gonna say? Well, I am pretty good looking, so maybe. Nah. No, honestly, she's gonna say, no, you're crazy, go to jail. Because she's going to be freaked out because you can't go and force somebody. But maybe over the course of a semester, maybe 4 months later, after talking to her and getting to know her, I finally asked her out on a date my freshman year. She says yes. And then we move forward, and then 5 years later, we're getting engaged or we're having our baby. Does that make more sense? I'm not going to jail, right? So what I'm trying to get through to you right now is that you've got to take the time to properly explain, and you've got to give everybody the proper introduction. And if you don't, you're screwing everybody else over. Because that could be one person who could influence millions. You never know. Anyways, I'm done here. Anything else? All right, thanks everybody.
So if you don't explain it to people, you're going to jail. No, I think that's a great message to end on. Take the time with people. Connect with them. These are revolutionary ideas, and it's so awesome that you guys are here and taking the time to learn about this stuff, but also spread this information, because it's up to you guys, it's up to the community. And honestly, Litecoin community is doing a stellar job at spreading this information and getting people involved. So awesome work to you. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break, and then we're going to finish off the Litecoin Summit with an awesome interview. So we have Charlie Lee himself. He's going to be up here doing a deep dive, doing an in-depth interview with the Wild West Crypto Show. They're going to set up now, so if you wanted to take 10 minutes out there, then head back in. We're going to start again at 4:45 with an interview with Charlie Lee. Thanks so much.
Trying hard to get back at it, but no one knows where I'm going. Running around like a jaguar, now I'm headed back to the tropics. Going hard for my fam, yeah, now I'm headed back with a profit, yeah. Always one step ahead, but I can't seem to feel a moment. I'll be peeking through doors, every one of them carefully closing. You don't need to tell, I'm out of time. Felt it trickle into the heart of mine. Say, is this when I give or I gave up?
Will I cry? Will I leave behind broken and crumbled signs, hiding all my roads to you? Uh-oh. And if I fight, will I come to life, calling for all your light, giving all my heart to you? Uh-oh. And I've been falling, I've been lost, and I've been calling on my ghost. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. Oh. I am done. I will stay to find every hidden sign, taking all my roads to you. Uh-oh. And I will fight. I will come to life, calling for all your lights, giving my light back to you. Uh-oh. And I've been falling, I've been lost, and I've been calling on my ghost. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. Oh. And I've been carried, I've been dragged, and I've been lucky, torn inside. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. I'm coming home. And I've been falling, I've been lost, and I've been calling on my ghost. I put it to rest because I'm coming home, coming home. Oh, because I'm coming home, coming home.
I am not the victim of this love affair. You can make me go away. I don't really care if it's getting fair. I just wanna love you, babe. You got me around your finger, got me in a twisted state, but I refuse to see it. Yeah, you can turn me upside down, turn my heart inside out, but I have never given
Don't stop, turn off the lights. Nauseous when I wake up. Don't quit, I fell for you. Don't break it in two. Long time before I knew us two would follow through. Hold out, don't give it up. Good things can come to those who wait. 'Cause you make me feel like this is for real, and I want you till dreams grow on the moon. If you're a falling star, I wanna fall with you. I want you till it falls out the sun. It's standing up for you. It's standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Break down when we're apart. Too far, I'm in the dark. Now don't fold my foolish heart, and don't wait for magic sparks. Make it work, although we get stuck on the low. Breathe out, we can't forget. Hurts like a day on end. 'Cause you make me feel we're in this for real, and I want you till dreams grow on the moon. If you're a falling star, I wanna fall with you. I want you till it falls out the sun. It's standing up for you. It's standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you. And all I need is reassurance. All for you. Long time. All for you. I want you till dreams grow on the moon. You're a falling star. I wanna fall with you. I want you till it falls out the sun. Standing up for you. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up. Standing up for you. Standing up. Standing up for you.
I hear thunder, I hear lightning, I hear wonders, and everybody wanna go, but no one really cares to know. I see marvels, I see titans, and some troubles that everybody has to face, that no one really can erase, and they hide away from it. When you worry, I worry. It's no hurry, 'cause we got all the time we need. If we're in love, then we'll succeed. I heard laughter, I heard music. I thought, baby, there's no way we could ever lose it. There's no way we could ever break or bruise it.
live recording of a podcast. So get comfortable and we'll begin in just a moment. Thank you so much.
I know all the words, I've heard them in many voices. I feel them within your eyes, I'm judging but disappointed. I'm not the one I used to be, got someone else infusing me. Say, is this when I give or I gave up? It's like I know what to say, but something's getting in the way. This person that you so admire, now stuck in such a bad attire.
Do it for my old homies, they be back home, still homegrown. Trying hard to get back at it, but no one knows where I'm going. Running around like a jaguar, now I'm headed back to the tropics. Going hard for my fam, yeah, now I'm headed back with a profit, yeah.
Always one step ahead, but I can't seem to feel a moment. I'll be peeking through doors, every one of them carefully closing. You don't need to tell, I'm out of time. Felt it trickle into the heart of mine. Say, is this when I gave or I gave up? It's like I know what to say, but something's getting in the way. This person that you so admire, now stuck in such a bad attire.
On the road.
Okay, everyone, we are ready to begin. So this is the final event of the Litecoin Summit for 2019. It's going to be an extraordinary one because we're sitting down for an in-depth interview with Charlie Lee, the creator of Litecoin. This is, of course, the Wild West crypto show. And can you please give Charlie Lee a very warm welcome to the stage?
Hey.
Mic drop. Test. All right. Well, Charlie, welcome. I'll tell you what, first off, folks, this has been a fantastic event, has it not? Give yourself a round of applause.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, in the 2 years that Drew and I have been doing the Wild West Crypto Show, we've gone to a number of events, and frankly, this one's at the top of the heap. The community, the Litecoin community, you guys are great. I've been very pleased to see all the innovative things that are going on, all the different wallets and all the different products and the different services and everything around revolving around the Litecoin. And you know, it's this variety of products and services and the passion that you all exhibit that really gives me faith that this thing is really going to become something, that the crypto space is going to become something, and Litecoin is going to be something that will be on for many, many years to come. Tell me something, Charlie. Tell us what you see for the future of Litecoin for all the folks here at the Litecoin community.
Future of Litecoin, huh? Hard question. Well, I think I see Litecoin as money, right? So future of Litecoin is basically people using Litecoin as money, like getting paid in Litecoin, spending Litecoin everywhere you can spend, and holding on to it as a store of value. Simple as that.
Simple as that. And I'll tell you what, that's what a lot of the things, we've interviewed a lot of you people. In fact, everybody that's been interviewed by the Wild West Crypto Show while you've been here today, the last 2 days, raise your hand. Holy smokes, where are all the people we were talking to?
I know we talked to a lot more people than that.
No, you know, we were back there, the documentary guys were saying we were on fire, and I was thinking, no, my feet are on fire. I've stood up for 2 days straight talking to people. Okay, well, I guess they didn't make it to this last show. But I'll tell you what, the products that are coming out are just amazing. I mean, just amazing. And I think that you're right, that Litecoin will become money. And the adoption, and when we can make it where society can use Litecoin seamlessly, almost kind of like how they use their credit cards and everything else today, we'll get adoption even though they won't know anything about blockchain. And frankly, there's going to be some of them that are going to adopt it and don't care about blockchain. They just want the convenience and the cost efficiency of using it for money. So tell us also, what are your plans for this Litecoin Summit and this event in the coming years?
Well, I guess I think it's really successful, and we'll keep doing it. What do you guys think? Should we keep doing it?
So what do you think? I'll tell you what, this is going to become a not miss event. Don't you agree, Drew?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no question. For us, we're pretty selective. We spent all of last year traveling around talking to anybody that would let us put a mic in their face. And Charlie, I want to thank you because the first time we interviewed you was at last year's Litecoin, World CryptoCon. You know, and but the reality is in this space and what the Litecoin community more than any other that we've seen in the space is it's a fanatical group of people. When you take this much passion, and I hand it to the way that you've structured this entire organization, especially with the Litecoin Foundation. You have all these advocates. This morning, for any of y'all that got to see it, we had Charlie on Newsmax television broadcast live in 80 million homes in the U.S. Prime time today. Round of applause for that. That was it. And one of the things that you mentioned, which is it talks about the passion about this, and that is most of the people Litecoin Foundation they're not paid. They do this as a volunteer effort, and that's kind of what is centric in this community. And you know, I want to ask the question: where do you kind of see cryptos in general going, with Litecoin being, you know, the silver to Bitcoin gold, obviously? Where do you see the community going? And I don't think there's any question as to where Litecoin is going. It'll be top of the heap because of the passion behind it. So where do you see the community, crypto community as a whole going?
To be honest, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like when I created Litecoin 8 years ago, I had no idea where we would be today, right? I didn't expect so many people passionate about this project and this coin. And it's really cool. It's really refreshing to see that people are motivated to promote and push for adoption without us having to pay them, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
Unlike some other coins that I won't mention that has a huge army of trolls that we don't need. We're not like we're about grassroots movement.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Well, you know, and Charlie, you're one of these guys, and I love it in the space. I mean, we had the big run up, and people are talking about Lambos and all that stuff. You're a pretty humble guy. I mean, you know, I have a lot of appreciation for that. And I know that in talking to you in the past, I said, how does it make you feel to be foundational in this movement? And you don't go in and say, yeah, I knew I'd be king. You're just you appreciate the fact that people saw value in what you created. And it is really something to be able to sit and as an observer and look at that. And I mean, kudos to you and visionaries that have gone and done this. And we don't know where crypto's going, and blockchain, but it's going nowhere, but it is the future, you know?
And you know, the other thing, Drew, organizations many times will take on the character of their leader. And one of the neat things about the Litecoin people, and you know, we've gotten to know a lot of them. You know, Bitcoin Ben, we did the world record meetup in Blanco, Texas, and how many of y'all came to that? We got a few hands. The rest of y'all need to raise your hands next year if we ask that question. You need to come. This time it's going to be in Ingram, Texas, at the Wild Ass Hay Barn. But anyway, we ended up with I can't remember what was the final
500-600 people.
Yeah, 500-600 people just on a meetup that we just kind of advertised around. But the neat thing about the Litecoin community is they have some of the same calm, humble demeanor passionate but humble demeanor that Charlie's got. And people are going to be drawn to that. People are already drawn to that. And the reason that you all will continue to grow is realizing that it's really not about us, it's about them. And when you get right down to it, all of crypto is about the size of Walmart plus 20% capitalization. Okay? And so when you put it down into that kind of vernacular, you realize how small and embryonic all of this is. But is it gaining momentum? And there's a lot of forces that are going to try and stop it, because there's a lot of money that's at risk for a more efficient form of monetary system than what we have today. But what's going to get the people out there excited about Litecoin and coming part of the community is solving their problems, and doing so with the same kind of reserved assurance and passion that Charlie has brought into the Litecoin community so far. So I think all y'all need to give yourselves a round of applause for doing that and having that kind of attitude going forward. The other thing is, I can't help but give a shout out to John Kim. I met John Kim about 1.5 years ago in Houston, wasn't it, John? And was interviewing him when we had the Tour de Crypto guys were coming through town. And John was just so infectious. I became a Litecoin fan just actually out of that interview. And then the more I got to looking into it, the more I got to realizing the positioning that you all had accomplished and where things were going. I realized that this is a community that's got a force to be reckoned with. And I've had the opportunity to go to some other events with him as well. We're going to bring him up a little bit later to talk about the East Coast and West Coast teams. So let me ask you one other question, Charlie. Obviously none of us know where any of this ultimately is going. But I think we can all realize from looking at the political state of the U.S. and a lot of the nations out there, we're actually having an impact, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure. We're definitely having an impact. I think, you look at countries like Venezuela, where the bolivar is hyperinflating. Places like that really do realize the potential of cryptocurrency, right? Having a good store of value that is not controlled by a central party, that no one can just print as much as they want. And I tell people the reason why the US dollar is doing so well is because we're the reserve currency. Yeah. If the dollar wasn't the reserve currency, the way we're printing money, it will be destroyed easily, right? And hyperinflation and stuff. So I think eventually that's gonna happen, and it's scary. And cryptocurrency is here to stay, and it's gonna show people what real sound good money is.
As somebody that remembers the inflationary period in the 70s, we call that too many dollars chasing too few products. And in the world back in those days, you would have one country would basically slap down another country for their poor monetary policy by creating inflation. And so if Japan went crazy with their currency, well, then all of a sudden, what do? Well, we're not buying the Nissans and the Datsuns and so on and so forth with the kind of rapidity that we were. In fact, we're going to want to be able to buy them for less money because we don't see the value in what they've built. And so one country would check another. But now when you have reserved fractional banking around the world, and literally all of them printing money at the same time, you're right, the only thing that's kept the dollar propped up is the fact that we're the reserve currency. And it's going to be an interesting decoupling whenever that is no longer the truth.
Yeah, and cryptocurrency is a hedge against that.
Yeah, so Charlie, let me, and one of the interesting things about cryptocurrencies and Litecoin at the head of the pack is this is a global phenomenon. When you were, going in and creating Litecoin, working on this as a project, did you think it'd have global impact and appeal? Or kind of where was your head in this? I know it was a project, and like you said, you had no idea where it was going. Mm-hmm. Did you see it being anywhere close to where it is today?
Like I said, I didn't expect anything of it, right? So, but even then, I saw Bitcoin as a global currency, right? As when I was first introduced to Bitcoin, I realized how easy it was to send money across the globe. Right. You can previously you couldn't. It's really hard to send money, right, to another country even. And Bitcoin cryptocurrency made that easy. So Litecoin follows the path of Bitcoin. It makes global payments very easy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I share an interesting story. My son was going from Peru to Colombia a year and a half ago, and he was in Ecuador. And he's riding a bus across the country, and he had his debit card that we all carry around, plenty of money in the bank. But he couldn't find an ATM machine anywhere. So he finds himself in the middle of the country with no money.
Or you find an ATM machine and it's on a totally different network.
Yes,
there's
exactly.
There's
yeah.
like 20 different ATM networks, and like in the US, there's like 10 that's supported by your card.
Yes,
it's kind
yeah.
of messy.
Yeah, exactly. So you take this poor little white kid from Texas who's going down, he's in a third world country, and he doesn't speak the language, and he gets stuck, and he finds a little bit of internet. And he texts me a message, and he said, and you know, I would say he texted me, send me some Litecoin. He didn't. He said, send me PLS send SND to ETH, and gave me an address. So I texted him back, and I said, what's up? Well, he didn't have enough internet to tell me what was up. So I send him the 2 Ethereum, and what he had done was, when he got to Colombia, he called me. What he had done was, and this was a real affirmation for me. We were in the space at the time, but I hadn't seen this application. When he got to Colombia, he calls me, and I said, hey, what was up? And he said, well, I was riding that bus. I fell asleep. They stole the cash out of my backpack. I had my ATM machine and nowhere to use it. And I got to talking to a little store where he got dropped off in the bus stuck in this country. And the proprietor of that store was using cryptocurrencies.
Oh, wow.
And he said, I gave him 1 Ethereum, it was 180 bucks or so at the time. He got all the provisions he needed. The guy gave him his cash back. And all of a sudden that became real to me, the potential and opportunity for this market and marketplace. And it was at that point that, and Brent and I've talked about this and I've told this on the show, that it really opens your eyes, because when you're in a situation of desperation where you know no one, you don't speak the language, and you have nothing, and yet you're able to transact this in a third world country. And that's one of the things that is interesting to me. You mentioned Venezuela. So we have no clue what it's like to be in some of these third world countries where people literally have nothing. And I think that this will do more to lift globally the people, the unbanked, and everything else than anything we've ever seen throughout history. What are your feelings about that? Because you're foundational in that.
Yeah, I agree. We actually don't have any idea what's going on. Like
Yeah.
people right there, like what they're actually experiencing. One thing that I kind of keep at home is a Zimbabwe dollar, right? It's I think if I remember correctly, it's 100 billion Zimbabwe dollar, like in a note.
Yeah.
Right, $100 billion. That's how bad inflation was at that time for Zimbabwe. And similarly in Venezuela and other countries, it's also happening.
Yeah.
You see fiat like littered in the street because it's worth less than toilet paper.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And what's
scary.
interesting, and talking about this, and we talk about government overbearance, but that's the other thing. What you see is these third world countries, and we talked to a guy in Venezuela last week, what has kept them alive, the people that are thriving, are involved in the cryptocurrency space. And really, we've barely touched any of the population. When the world really begins to see this, I mean, the explosion that will occur it's mind-boggling, you know?
Yeah, and like I said, cryptocurrency is a good hedge against that.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Well, and you think about the use of Microsoft and what it did for the PC and the productivity of all the workers and how it has revolutionized, how we work, how we live, what we do, and entertainment and so many other things. Cryptocurrency is going to do the exact same thing to the rest of the world, and especially in the world of finance. So it's going to be an interesting time period. I'll tell you what I'd like to do at this point is let's bring forth Vesa and David. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a presentation by Vesa. He has got a painting that he wants to contribute and donate to Charlie and the Litecoin Foundation.
Slight correction of that, sir.
Okay. Correct away.
Hey, everybody. I actually prepared a couple of notes, so I remember to say everything, but I'll try and make this quite brief. Because of the introduction of Adam Williams from World CryptoCon last year, we started a conversation with the Litecoin Foundation. And for 9 months now, we've been building this project that turned out to be this art piece called Invisibility. That is one out of 3. There's only 3 in existence like this ever. and the price of it is tied to Bitcoin, so it's 1 Bitcoin. And it led for this whole project for these guys to give me an opportunity to come over, to present some art as well as speak, and do an art presentation, which is incredible. And basically, we're not going to give this to Charlie. We hear that we're going to do a live auction here soon, but some words before. So this piece is the past, present, and future of money, because when the Litecoin Foundation commissions you to do an art piece, you want to make it right. So I took 3 months to create it, and the whole story is at artforcrypto.com if you want to check it out. And we're also giving this out as a digital original NFT, because these are digital. I don't have an original oil painting. It's a digital file, and these are going to be quite valuable, I believe, in the future. So here I'm going to leave on stage some of these things, these QR codes, so you can claim the digital version for yourself, and the edition closes in 2 days. And this is only for you guys, for you to claim, and maybe it'll have some value in the future, because we never know what kind of ideas lead to a lot of value. So I really respect the mission of the Litecoin Foundation and you guys supporting culture, all the sports things, all the MMA stuff and the Miami Dolphins or whatever. This is what I believe is going to really lead to the mass adoption and outside of our bubbles. And I think that's wonderful. So I think that's it. These are the things. Come and have a look at them afterwards, and on to the live auction. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Dave Schwartz. I'm the project director for the Litecoin Foundation. I'd like to call up John real quick.
Hey, John, don't hurt me, man. Wait.
If you could take Drew's mic, then we'll go ahead and we'll do this. So I'm the straight man, John's the funny guy. All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do the auction, but he's going to obviously try and get you guys riled up enough to try and donate some money toward this. Okay? That's how you sell stuff.
So
anyway.
the proceeds for the live auction goes...
Correct. The proceeds for the live auction go to the Litecoin Foundation directly. And we're going to start the bidding at 10 Litecoin. Okay, so does anybody want to bid 10 Litecoin for this? Oh, we got one. We got
Hey, what else? I got 500.
We got 2 right there. So we're gonna bid 1 Litecoin up.
Correct. We'll go 1 Litecoin at a time. We're starting with the bid at 10. And then what we'll end up doing is we'll also have Charlie sign it at the end wherever you wish him to sign it on the painting as well.
Yes, that's very important. Charlie will be signing it, and if you know, wherever you want him to sign it, he'll sign it. I think if you really understand, you showed me what was on there. It is freaking incredible.
Yeah,
Those
so
white things are blocks, and
so if I remember right, when Vesa was going through this with Charlie and I and trying to figure out what this should look like, one of the things that we had talked about with Vesa was the history behind obviously money itself and the importance of currency within our life. And so he came up with this rendering, which I think is absolutely beautiful because it also includes Bitcoin in here. In the word love, you'll see there's the Bitcoin symbol in here, and then of course there's the Litecoin L here. But there's a lot of other symbolism within the painting or the piece itself, and you can always ask Vesa about that offline. But to us, it's such a beautiful, simple piece, but yet at the same time captures pretty much a lot of the history of the United States and the currency and a few other things that are going on. And it is real money, obviously, so then you see a resemblance to the money that we use right now. So with that, we had 10. Who's willing to do 11?
Bitcoin Ben had 10.
Okay.
And do I see 10, 11? 12. We have Poseidon Lou at Poseidon Lou on Twitter. We got 12.
All right.
15. Woo! Woo!
See?
Hold on.
Okay.
I know that lady. That's Sophia. She's one of the most beautiful Asian ladies I've met. Thank you. 15. Do we have 16?
16.
Charlie Lee has 16.
Awesome.
We got... Pause.
No, just to say the starting price for this, if you buy it commercially, is 1 Bitcoin. So, you're getting a bargain right now.
All right, so you said 20, right?
So we got 20 Litecoin from Bitcoin Ben, and because he bet 20, hold on, we're gonna take it a little bit slow. He has a good YouTube channel. Shill. Good. All right. Anyone else? Do I see 21?
He said,
21.
What did you say, Lou?
25.
All right, what do we got over here? 28. We're up to 28 now. 30.
for Bitcoin Ben.
35. Way to go, Jürgen.
Yo! 35 for
35.
Jürgen, my man.
35 Litecoin.
Come on, Ben. Don't let the German beat you.
35 Litecoin. So some of these pieces are that he's also done. I know he mentioned earlier today.
Oh, we only brought 40 with you.
I know he mentioned earlier today that he has the Bad Crypto one, which obviously is going to have a lot of signatures on it. One of those signatures is Charlie Lee's, and that's the one that really helps, in my mind, increase the value of that artwork. So you get that on this one as well. So I think it's definitely worth the price of at least whatever you're going to pay for, which at this point is what, 35, I believe?
35, and it was by York. Does anybody else have 36?
36, awesome.
Boom, 36.
What do you got? What do you got over there, Ben? All right.
Ooh.
40 Litecoin, an ounce of gold, a Rolex watch.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do.
I misunderstood.
30
I'm sorry.
Litecoins, and then we're gonna value. So somebody give me a valuation of the gold. 1480.
Wow, 1480 and 40 Litecoin, Rolex watch, 3 chiclets,
About.
and a partridge in a pear tree. Yeah. Damn.
Whoa, that's.
But
Hey,
gold's
guys.
not money, though.
Boom, roasted.
Yo, hey, yo, I love gold. We'll take gold. We'll take gold.
Yes.
Yes.
If you're getting any in, that'd be great.
All right, so 60 Litecoin?
No.
So 60.
Okay, 60 Litecoin with Bitcoin Ben. He has a YouTube channel. Subscribe and like. We shill if you pay. Anyone else? That's 60 Litecoin. Do I see 61 Litecoin? Going once. I'm going to go about 20, so you got plenty of time. Going twice.
61 Litecoin over
See,
here on the right.
listen. Think about the kids, the poor kids. No, listen. No,
All
I'm
the
being
babies.
serious. Think about the poor kids that Roger Ver talks about that are dying because Bitcoin is taking over.
I do
So-
want to mention one thing. I don't know if you guys saw the talk by David Burkett this afternoon about Mimblewimble. So we are actually going to fund David Burkett to work on Mimblewimble extension block on Litecoin and also his work on Grin++ for Grin. So whatever donation for this that we get will go towards that. So we'll do basically we spend whatever resources we have to make Litecoin as best as we
So
can make
this
it.
is actually going to help pay for Mimblewimble.
No, let me tell you why this is important. You can forever tell your children, your grandchildren, you had a part in Mimblewimble implementation on Litecoin. I'm 100% serious. Okay, the kid stuff, okay, that was for fun. But this, if you actually win that painting and that money goes to develop Mimblewimble extension blocks, I mean, I think that's a huge story that you can tell your children and your grandchildren.
Got that sucker up on the wall with Charlie's signature, and then maybe there's a little storyline on the backside of it or something. That'd be cool.
Yeah. And call me and I'll validate it. I'll say, yeah, he was there. He was there. So we got 60 Litecoin.
61
Litecoin. You know what? I love it that it's a woman, right? Yeah. He's like, you're not gonna take this from me.
Let's go with an even number. 61's an odd number. We can get an even number here, right?
Anybody?
Mimblewimble.
We got 61 from Sophia.
Babies.
All right, so we're gonna go going once.
Can you count that high?
Take off your shoes.
This time, dig deep into your soul, okay? And remember, there are helpless dogs in this world that needs your contribution.
Where's Sarah McLachlan when you need it, right?
Okay, so 61 Litecoin from Sophia, and her husband is Bo Pony. He also has a YouTube channel. Subscribe and like. So, in 5 seconds. In 5. Anybody? 4. Stripping doesn't count. I will not pay for that.
We're going to give you money to get back off stage.
Young lady, I can't let you win. I love you, but I can't let you win. Well, I think once you hear my idea, I think you'll join me. I'm willing to put up my 60 Litecoin if everyone in the room will match the 60 Litecoin. And I am going to donate this and put it towards another auction at my charity event in April. I will donate the 60 Litecoin if all of you will work together and donate another 60. We'll give the 120 to the Litecoin Foundation. This here will come to my charity event for leukemia and the Leukemia Foundation and one other charity we have not picked yet in April 4th in Texas. I'll auction this live at my event also. So no one's gonna own it until someone owns it in Texas. But we, as a collective, as a community, as cryptos, Litecoin supporters, Charlie Lee supporters, freedom supporters, can come together, raise 120 Litecoin, and then we can donate whatever in April. If you guys will do that, I'll put up my 60 Litecoin. It's up to you guys.
I'm in for 10. That other charity is the David Schwartz Fund, just by the way. Yeah.
All right, so that was very unexpected. It almost looked like it was scripted, but it really wasn't. So first, I want to ask Charlie and David, what do you think about what just transpired? Is that something that you're interested in, or should we just?
So I would say for the purposes of the intent behind what we were going to do, it serves that purpose. What Ben and the community does with it beyond that, that's their business.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But is Ben committing 120? Because it's kind of getting complicated.
So he's...
Okay, so Ben, commit to 120, and people who want to give 60, send it to Ben. How about that?
Well, I would say this. Ben, how about we do this? You got your 60, and then everybody else who wants to donate something can donate it as well. Maybe you just get with Ben, and we collect it into one wallet, and then we donate it all to the foundation from there. Okay? Yeah. And you got me down for 8, so.
So, is that fair, guys?
Yeah.
Are we?
That's the winning bidder.
Sophia.
Oh, you had 61. That's right.
Sophia, get a baby.
What do you think?
Come on up here.
Well, I can make you the second one, and I'll give you a discount. How about that? No, it's not. It's the original is the digital file that you can claim for free, but there's only going to be 3. So this is one out of 3. But you know, maybe I'm willing to somehow soothe your pain on this one if this is how it's going to go down. I don't know yet, but.
So technically, you had 61, right? Okay. So, yeah. So she's got the lead right now. Ben, that's all I can tell you.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I would say let's give Ben 5 minutes to see how many coins he can collect.
So 61
today.
versus.
And
All right, 60. We got 70, 80.
We're in for 10.
90. 1, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 500. Okay, I can't count that.
That's okay. We don't need to.
Give his address and just ship it.
Okay,
Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll have Ben's address available.
So I feel like I sort of kind of estimate there's about 120 total. So at least you could get that. So let's just say his bid is 120. And then let's
Fair
move
enough.
on.
Okay.
Because I do have 120. If everyone else backs out, I'll make it good.
Okay, so he's committing 120. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ben.
All right. So I don't want to be greedy, but I'm going to say going once, going twice, going three, because that's how the auction ends, okay?
Babies, dogs,
Going once.
puppies.
Going twice, going 3 times. Auction is done. Thank you, Ben. 120.
Thank you, everybody.
Litecoin.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys for saving the children and the dogs.
All right, so from this, we're going to navigate over to the West Coast and East Coast team thing. All right, here you go. Here's the mic.
It's yours.
Okay, so the most important thing, the reason I'm here, able to stand on this stage, is because of these wonderful human beings who have got my back every single, gave me a couch to sleep on, you know, send me some money so I don't have to stay in a Roach Motel, send me gas money. So I just want to bring up here the Litecoin East Coast and West Coast team. Anybody, come on up here. Every single one of you guys, you know who you are. Get up here. And I just want to acknowledge you guys. Because here's the thing, guys. Come on up. You too, brother. Come on, man. You know who you are. Alan, come on, man. All right. So here's the reason, right?
Technically, I'm on your show.
Sometimes I feel guilty because I get a lot of recognition for the work, but it's really them that does it, and I'm in the front, and my face shows, right? So I just wanted to make sure. I promised them when we started the East Coast team that there's going to be a day, and you won't believe me, but there's going to be a day that you're going to be on stage with me. And back then, there was no way I was going to get on any stage because I was a dude in a truck, right? So what has happened here is they've taken, okay, Charlie told me one thing. John, adoption is key. I'm a simple man with a simple plan. Okay. And then I left, right? I didn't question. And then I went out. And then Kat, got a van, put Litecoin decal, went around the United States. Okay? This guy and this guy. Show them your Litecoin tattoo that you guys got yesterday. They are truck drivers by trade. And they stop at every gas station, every place, and they drop seed cards, Litecoin seed cards everywhere. Chicken farmer, sorry. So here's the thing. Let me tell you why that's important. I'm going to say something, don't be offended. When I first met him, he's like, man, I ain't got no teeth, right? And then we're just talking, and I saw so much beauty in this man because he found a way to contribute somehow. He did not give excuses. He just said, you know what? Okay, I'm going to do this. And he did it. Every single one right here. This guy made a Litecoin Atlas website to make sure you can track Litecoin, right? Yep. This guy, he puts his time in. This woman, you don't even know what impact. She's on a billboard in Oklahoma City. And her husband is the one that allowed Subaru to accept Litecoin as payment for their cars. The biggest Subaru dealership, right? We got John Red over here. He's helping me. We got Shannon. This is the mom, the 70-year-old lady who gave her first Litecoin. And we got Jim over here. He's got the Litecoin app where you can track where Litecoin can be used. And he works tirelessly, sends people Litecoin all the time without even telling anyone, right? And we got this guy. Speed and Video. He's the star of the Speed and Video. He buys coffee with Litecoin. Yo, right? And then, you know, Kat, she's like the male version of me, but a lot prettier, right? A lot prettier. And Becca, she's been there from day one. She let me sleep in her house, let me do my laundry at her house when I didn't have a place to go in Pittsburgh. And I kind of get teared up because there's no reason, none of these people should have even,
accepted me or helped me in any way, but they did. So, hold on. And Johnny Litecoin, he's probably better, and he's the man. He's a machine. And sometimes when I'm depressed, I look at him and I go harder. And then sometimes when he calls me and says, hey, I'm about to walk into a business, pump me up, John. And I'm like, you got this, baby! And then he goes in and rocks the show. He goes out to regular people, kids, and just interviews them and tells them about Litecoin. My man right here, he's on the East Coast team, he's deaf. You know what he does? He tweets like a mofo. And you know what we did as a community? You see this lady right here? We came up with how much, Lisa? I don't remember that. Was it 2,000, 3,000? Somewhere around there. We all donated money so that he can have this lady. She said something to me that was so powerful. She said, inclusion is powerful. Even if it's one person, we came together as a community to do this for him. Is that powerful? This is a Litecoin fam. It's the real community that has a heart. And we call ourselves Litecoin fam because it operates like a family, right? So, I'm done. Everybody,
give a round of applause, everybody. John Kim and the East and West Coast teams.
You haven't seen nothing yet. 2020, we're going even harder.
David.
Give us some closing words. So now we're going to bring David up and let him give us a closing words and a goodbye. Now Ben is trying to get to 140 on his Litecoin. So if you have not found his wallet
Ben is
address,
committing to 200 right now. I can
yes,
tell.
200. Yes, thank you. Do I have 250? Do I have a 250 for Ben? Yes, she voted 250 for Ben.
Wow, what an ending, right? Okay, so the one thing Ben wanted me to ask is anybody who is going to be donating Litecoin for the piece that goes towards Mimblewimble implementation for Litecoin, you can meet him over in the corner after this is over with. So thank you, Ben, for that, and thank you for everybody who participated in that. That is absolutely wonderful, okay? I want to also thank Charlie for allowing this to happen. This is the second year that we've done the summit. Last year was in South San Francisco. And he had the faith and the ability to back us up in order to do this. And I don't know if everybody understands or realizes, but everybody who works on this summit, they're part-time putting time in to do this. They have regular lives that they sacrifice in many ways in order to make this happen. So we don't have a professional team that does this for us. We're just guys and gals who get together to do this because we absolutely love the cause and the meaning behind it. And if any of them are still in the room here, I'd like them to come up right now and just say thank you to them for everything that they've done. They may be out there, they could be running around doing stuff because that's just what they do. But some of them that were part of the core team were Alan Austin, and Alan's here. I see him right there. If you could stand up. Thank you. Andrew Yang, not the president, candidate. Is Andrew here? Otherwise known as eCurrency. Okay, also known as Light School on Twitter. Also known as a good friend of mine too. So he's also one of the people that helped, so give him a hand, please. Bradley Burlingame, he's been the operations guy through this whole thing. Thanks for coming up, man. He's the one who's been running around with his head cut off for 2 days. We have Craig Thornton. He's the one who helped with the website, made it look really, really snazzy. So we really appreciate everything that Craig did. John Eidson, who's our marketing director and does all the social media, he's had to leave early, but he was also a big part of that, and many, many more. So I just... It's a perfect symbol of what this is all about and how everybody pushes for something that they truly believe in their hearts. And so if you're really excited about this, we haven't necessarily decided where next year's summit will be, but this is something that we've decided we're going to be dedicated to in whatever that form is, because we feel it's very important. But once we know and we figure out what we're going to be doing, we will let you know. If you like this site where we're at now and the amenities that come with it and everything that goes along with the location, you're more than welcome to let us know by emailing the foundation. We do listen to everything that you guys are telling us. The community is basically everything that we are at this point. So I just want to thank you again for coming here, and I'm just going to hand it over to Charlie real quick to say goodbye. But other than that, just thank you for everything you do.
I guess I want to reiterate and thanks everyone part of the Litecoin Foundation and all the volunteers for all the hard work. So much work went on behind the scenes that people just don't know about. And I think people all thought the summit went really well, right? But in the background, we're all running around with like chicken with our heads cut off. So I want to thank everyone and also all the sponsors, all our great sponsors for sponsoring the Litecoin Summit. Give them a round of applause. And I want to thank the community and all of you guys, right, for showing up, for supporting Litecoin, right? It's all about Litecoin. And so thank you guys. And I'll close. See you guys next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know all the words, I've heard them in many voices. I feel them within your eyes, I'm judging but disappointed. I'm not the one I used to be, got someone else infusing me. Say, is this when I give or I gave up? It's like I know what to say, but something's getting in the way. This person that you so admire, now it's stuck in such a bad attire. On the road.
Do it for my old homies, they be back home, still homegrown. Trying hard to get back at it, but no one knows where I'm going. Running around like a jaguar, now I'm headed back to the tropics. Going hard for